The rise of the Argentine Empire. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151 Enco Electrical and Nuclear Industry. The nuclear industry is a symbol of national misfortune and chaotic wars, yet it is also an important weapon for weak countries to break through technological barriers and control their own destiny. St. Tessa's plan is to lay a good foundation first and help Argentina get back on the road to developing atomic bombs. In fact, Argentina started from scratch in 1950, purchasing and building research reactors, building basic supporting facilities for nuclear technology, and had a certain degree of development. Now, the Perón government is committed to developing radiochemistry, metallurgical engineering, and nuclear physics, and training nuclear technicians and physicists. Many nuclear technology experts have basically reached the world's first-class level. As we all know, Ronald Richter, a civilian scientist, almost paralyzed Argentina's nuclear program, spending more than $100 million before and after, with almost no results. Not only was there no hydrogen bomb, but even the atomic bomb was not within the research and development plan of Argentina's National Atomic Energy Agency. It can be said that it was just castles in the air. The reason why Argentina's research and development failed is that it aimed too high. The steps were too big and pulled the egg. It can be said that almost all countries in the world first develop atomic bombs and then engage in hydrogen bombs. There is one country that started at the same time, but that was also done with the support of Soviet experts and the full investment of the entire country. But Argentina actually wanted to achieve it in one step, developing a brand new hydrogen bomb architecture. You should know that there is only one hydrogen bomb detonation model in the world now, which is the TU model, commonly known as a big bomb inside a small bomb. Simply put, the power generated by an atomic bomb nuclear explosion ignites the hydrogen bomb. Even the Soviets solved the hydrogen bomb according to this idea, and Richter is a real good guy. He not only deceived the Perón government but also developed an electronic organ, which was a waste of money. Even St. Tessa hates him a little bit. He plans to find a Jewish killer to kill this guy. The Perón government is preparing to release this guy, but St. Tessa can't stand it. Deportation is too cheap for this person. Such a German can be said to have no value. After killing him, blame it on the Israeli Jews. Anyway, this guy is probably a waste who eats and drinks for free. Living is a waste of food. After killing him, promote that this guy is a war criminal, which can make the Germans in Argentina follow St. Tessa more wholeheartedly to do things. You can even directly reveal the news to the Israeli Jews and let them do it themselves. You don't need to waste resources. The big bomb inside a small bomb can be said to require an atomic bomb. Argentina doesn't even have an atomic bomb, let alone developing an illusory new hydrogen bomb architecture. The difficulty can be said to be dozens of times more difficult than the new China's independent production of an 8nm lithography machine and later generations. At that time, the new China, after several years of leap-forward development, as well as a series of combined punches of industrial investment and subsidies, quickly produced its own world-class lithography machine, completely breaking the blockade of the Americans. The Americans quickly withdrew the lithography machine blockade. But it was too late. St. Tessa recalled that magnificent history. Canada had completely become an American lackey at that time, which is incomparable to the current toughness. The Americans can only engage in inferior things. Speaking of which, the main hydrogen bomb configurations used by the United States and the Soviet Union are TU configurations, which can only be detonated by atomic bombs. Hydrogen bombs are a type of nuclear weapon, belonging to the second generation of nuclear weapons, also known as fusion bombs and thermonuclear bombs. From 1951, the United States and the Soviet Union successively began hydrogen bomb tests. Among them, the United States detonated the first hydrogen bomb in 1951, but the technology was relatively primitive, and the detonation yield was not very large. The hydrogen bomb exploded by the United States in Eniwetok in 1952 was too large and could not be used in actual combat because it was too large and too troublesome to be dropped by bombers, and the Soviet Union is now putting hydrogen bombs into actual combat. St. Tessa remembers that its first detonation yield was only 400,000 tons. Although it was much larger than Little Boy, it was still a bit small because the Soviet hydrogen bomb was small enough to be transported by plane, so it could be used in actual combat under the pressure of the Soviets. The United States also began to manufacture hydrogen bombs for actual combat. To be honest, These two major powers were also stimulated by the false news from Argentina in 1951. Otherwise, these two superpowers would definitely not have developed more powerful hydrogen bombs so quickly. St. Tessa did not recruit many nuclear physicists in the United States, but only obtained some centrifuge equipment. The two most famous laboratories in the American nuclear industry are the Argonne National Laboratory near Chicago and the Brookhaven National Laboratory on Long Island, New York. In fact, the laboratories that developed hydrogen bombs, the Los Alamos Laboratory and the newly established Livermore National Laboratory, have a high degree of secrecy, and Guerrero and others have no way to spy on information in this regard, so they can only save the country through curves. While recruiting young physicists in the United States, they are preparing to find opportunities in Canada. Mature physicists are on file with the U.S. intelligence agencies. St. Tessa originally established a shell company called Enco Electric, with only 1 or 2 people on staff. As a result, when recruiting, he found that he could not find suitable engineering personnel and was often regarded as a scam company. Moreover, St. and others were engaged in finance and were not familiar with the electrical industry, nor did they have suitable people. St. Tessa had no choice but to come forward and change this shell company into a real company. Fortunately, he now has enough money, and electrical companies can also sell electrical appliances. Electrical, electronic, and electrical industries can all be involved, and the United States has enough talent and markets for development. In contrast, Argentina is not good, with not much foundation. St. Tessa has also contacted Siemens and General Electric and bought a canned food production lines they produce. Developing electrical appliances and electronics is also easy. Start with the home appliance industry first. The United States does not lack talent and equipment in this regard. First, set up the headquarters in New York, and the company name is also changed to New York Enco Electric Company. The first step is to find an office building, as the headquarters setting it in Manhattan is too extravagant. Finally, St. Tessa found a large office building near Blackwater Company in Queens and rented 3 floors as the headquarters. Then start hiring people and advertising. Soon, Enco Electric's advertisements were published in major newspapers in New York. St. Tessa is recruiting management personnel with factory experience, production department, human resources department, finance department, and engineering department. Soon, a small team was formed. Then, St. Tessa plans to start producing some small appliances, which are cheap, require less investment, and the United States must have existing production lines. Wolfheim, please arrange for the engineering department technicians to hold a technical meeting in the conference room on the 3rd floor at 10 o'clock. Later, St. Tessa walked to Wolf's workstation and said to the supervisor, "Yes, boss." Soon, a group of people gathered around Wolf. Everyone was a little curious. When they were recruited, they were fooled by Enco Electric, and when they arrived, they found that it was just a new company that had been established for a few months. If St. Tessa hadn't boasted so much and the salary was more competitive, these people would have run away long ago. "Heim, what do you think the boss will be meeting about later?" a technician named Huawei asked. He came from Philadelphia Payco Power Company and actually had no experience in developing electrical appliances and electronics. "We'll know later." Wolf didn't care too much. To be honest, he didn't know what Enco Electric was planning to do after being here for a few days. His bones were a little rusty. Wolf used to be a workaholic, but General Electric laid off the entire department at the end of last year, and he could only lose his job. Enco Electric made him a supervisor and gave him a higher salary than all the companies he interviewed, making him cherish this job very much. Everyone should work hard and don't worry. Encore's working environment was quite good. Although Queens wasn't as bustling as Manhattan, it was home to many who worked there, making commuting convenient. After a while, the engineering department filled the conference room on the 3rd floor. "Hello everyone, you all know me. I'm Tom Cruise, the owner of Encore Electric. I've called you all here today to prepare for our next product." St. Tessa took out a stack of papers and had the secretary distribute them. They depicted 2 items, a rectangular thin box and a large blocky object. "This is our next target, which I call a cassette tape. It's only 1/4 the size of Philips' existing compact cassette players. The tape is enclosed in a plastic shell on both sides, maximizing data protection, with each side capable of holding 30 to 45 minutes of stereo music." St. Tessa's words stunned everyone present. Could cassette tapes be made that small? "Boss, is this technology feasible?" Wolf's family also had a cassette radio, but it was bulky, huge, and expensive. "Yes, it's entirely feasible. I estimate we can produce a tape sample in half a month. The purpose today is simple: to produce a smaller cassette player. You can experiment with a cassette tape according to the drawings. Take your time. I've already contacted 3M to custom produce plastic-based tape coated with brownish-red magnetic iron oxide. You're responsible for realizing the shell and the components inside. Based on his memory, Saint Hessa designed the appearance of cassette tapes and players from later generations. If these guys couldn't handle this, he would have to replace them. Boss, is this our first product? Yes, I want to see results in a month. We've already started preparing injection molding machines and factory buildings outside the streets. You're responsible for coordinating with the mold factory. I want the product debugged and launched within 2 months, and we'll develop 4 different appearances simultaneously. Yes, boss. We're using transistor design, so the timeline is tight. And we need authorization from Bell Labs? And you also want to develop a radio and a recorder, right? In 1950, the first PN junction transistor was invented. Yes, 2 products in total, focusing on the recorder and supplementing with a radio. Apply for patents in the company's name simultaneously. Don't worry about the patent. We have proper authorization. Just design with confidence. The inventor of the transistor was a man named Shockley. In a couple of years, he would found Shockley Semiconductor, indirectly contributing to the birth of Silicon Valley in the United States. Companies like Fairchild Semiconductor and Intel were born as a result. Saint Hessa hadn't considered investing in Shockley and Fairchild, but Intel was a good option, though that would probably be more than a decade later. Saint Hessa's goal was to build an electrical company and then develop civilian nuclear technology, nuclear power generation, etc., eventually transferring the technology to Argentina. Okay, boss, as long as this RU00260 project goes smoothly, I will give each participant a bonus based on their contribution. The total bonus this time is $50,000. Saint Hessa planned to give them some incentives to increase their desire to work. There was no other way. Giving money was the best. The engineering department was also excited. They had to keep working at such a generous company with high salaries. Everyone was full of energy. Currently, semiconductor technology was just starting. Products like televisions and recorders were beginning to adopt transistor technology. Transistor radios hadn't been developed yet. Saint Hessa needed to seize the opportunity and continue expanding the engineering department scale. The transistor radio was the second-generation radio. After the vacuum tube radio. Compared to vacuum tubes, transistors were smaller, lighter, more shock-resistant, longer-lasting, and consumed less power. Radios could be made small and had relatively stable performance as long as the internal settings were done. This time, there was nothing to fear. By changing a few shells, they could have several models with various styles of tape players at different prices, from low to high. With the first product, Saint Hessa had also secured a factory building and bought it. He cooperated with General Electric to debug production equipment. The materials for the engineering plastic shell were readily available. The main shell colors were silver and black, and the design was relatively tough. In an era without rock and roll, it mainly targeted family customers, considering most customers and people, in an era without integrated circuits. We can only mess around with these backward processes. It was unknown when integrated circuit technology would be invented. That would be the truly great place of the third industrial revolution, a small circuit board of course, with transistors. Integrated circuits were not far away. Saint Hessa would just do some small business first. A recorder was enough to keep him busy. Saint Hessa named the engineering department the Recorder RU00260 team. Saint Hessa wasn't idle. To speed up research and development, he continued to recruit engineers, constantly expanding the engineering department. The engineering department was divided into a radio team, an internal design team, a debugging team, a production liaison team, and other departments. They cooperated to speed up research and development, and Saint Hessa was investing a lot of money while the recorder project was advancing. Saint Hessa immediately formed a television project team, planning to carry out television research and development. A third team synchronized with the television project was the washing machine team, which was Saint Hessa's real purpose. The engineering department quickly increased to more than 60 people. Fortunately, Wolf did have some management skills, and Saint Hessa increased the engineering department's bonus to $200,000. Most of the newly recruited personnel had relatively rich RU00260 experience. Saint Hessa gave his ideas. First develop black and white televisions, then color televisions. They purchased a pile of televisions on the market for reverse engineering and optimization. This was actually the idea of Japanese companies, only making improvements and not doing initial research and development. At the end of January, Encore Electric had expanded to more than 200 people and had also set up a branch in Toronto, where a washing machine project development was also established. St. Hesse also established a washing machine-affiliated research institute in Toronto, specializing in gas diffusion methods to study uranium raw material purification. There are now 2 major cities in Canada, Toronto and Montreal. Canada's nuclear industry is also very strong. Encore Electric is ostensibly involved in the development of civilian nuclear energy. Which country outside the 5 permanent members of the Security Council is the most powerful in developing civilian nuclear energy? It can be said that it is Canada. Canadians have not completely followed the Americans. They have close relations with the United Kingdom, but the British are currently struggling to protect themselves and are facing 2 superpowers with bad intentions. No matter who it is, they will have to kneel. The British shit-stirrer without a strong backing has lost its original ability. In fact, as far as hydrogen bombs are concerned, it is basically impossible for Argentines to develop a TU-structured hydrogen bomb, and the only structure in the world that can match it is New China. Argentina is not yet strong enough to do this. You have to eat one bite at a time, and you can only take one step at a time. St. Hesse's small goal is to establish several nuclear physics research institutes in the future, starting with uranium extraction. Argentina is not short of raw materials for hydrogen bombs. The Potassium Triangle Plateau has the world's largest lithium resources. St. Hesse can gradually intervene in the thermonuclear fusion industry by developing the lithium industry. This can only be said to be left to fate. As for whether it will be possible to produce hydrogen bombs in the future, the possibility is very small, unless Argentina can really swipe the Fog City Orphans copy. This is unlikely in terms of both possibility and other aspects, because what follows is the more powerful American Fury C Mad Waves copy, and a Third World War may break out. Argentina can have atomic bombs, but hydrogen bombs are basically a crime unless Argentina has the strength of the 5 major hooligans developing bombers and missiles. Is enough. Hydrogen bombs are not something St. Hesse should consider. Chapter 152: The Brazilian Threat and a Prosperous Mexico. Besides arranging matters for Encore Electric, St. Hesse was also working on something he had planned for a long time, hyping up the Brazilian threat and adding fuel to the fire for the Brazilians. He had been continuously compiling publicity methods and strategies during this period. After Encore Electric gradually became formalized, he arranged for personnel to be responsible for managing the finances and found a professional manager in the market, becoming a hands-off boss. St. Hesse only knew of 3 figures in the American electrical industry: Edison, Tesla, and Jack Welch. The first 2 were long gone, and Jack was probably still in school. Moreover, it's hard to say whether he made General Electric or General Electric made him. So, he wasn't particularly superstitious about Buffett and Jack initially. He planned to set up Encore Electric in Boston. However, after witnessing the powerful dominance of General Electric, he directly located Encore's headquarters in New York. Otherwise, under the shadow of General Electric, Encore Electric would be wiped out sooner or later, probably without a bone left. The current cooperative procurement was also a last resort. St. Hesse also tried to cooperate with other factories to obtain authorization. He didn't want Encore Electric to die young. It had to make a splash. At the very least currently, General Electric's greatest strength is its acquisition ability. They now own shares in more than 150 companies in the United States, and General Electric belongs to the powerful Morgan Consortium. Their method of crushing you is simple: if you have a good product, now it's mine. What? You don't want to be acquired? Then you're finished. New York, at least, is a relatively fair competitive market, with other American consortia present. Therefore, he wasn't very worried about the development of Encore Electric. Currently, the 3 most powerful countries in Latin America are Mexico, Brazil, and Argentina. Mexico and Brazil have already begun to have good fortune, and the next 2 decades will be their golden age at Harvard University. St. Hesse occasionally encountered some Mexican students. It should be noted that Argentinians are almost non-existent at Harvard. Of course, some of them are not current Mexicans but Mexican Americans from Southern California and Texas. Mexico has been developing steadily for more than 2 decades, and its relationship with the United States is relatively close. There are still many Mexican Americans in the United States, about 8% now. Some have been there since the United States annexed Mexican territory. Their appearance is also relatively easy to recognize, somewhat similar to the Argentine gauchos, with slightly darker skin and a lot of mixed race. St. Hesse heard a joke about Mexicans in his later life. What Mexicans hate most is that Americans occupied half of Mexico. What they hate even more is that Americans only occupied half of Mexico. This is Mexico's best golden age since its founding. After being cut by the United States, the average annual economic growth rate exceeded 6% in the decade after World War II, later known as the Mexican Miracle. At that time, in the Asia-Africa-Latin America region, only Brazil could compare with it. In contrast, there was also the Brazilian economic miracle, but unfortunately, there was no Argentine economic miracle in later generations among the three major Latin American countries today. Mexico's political and economic system is the most complete and stable, and quite advanced. The central government is the most centralized. Mexico has established a political model adapted to the economic modernization model through a series of reforms. This model can be summarized into two important political systems: a formalized, powerful presidential system, and a one-party democracy of the official party with a corporatist structure. If time wasn't so tight, St. Hesser would have liked to visit Mexico City. He didn't know if Mexico City had sunk yet. Mexicans also had some flirtations with the Soviets and later had a good relationship with the Cubans. Last year, the United States tried to establish a military base in Mexico but was prevented. It can be said that it is in an unprecedented state of prosperity. There are no Colombian drug lords, no warlords, and the people live and work in peace. The recently retired president of Mexico is Miguel Valdés of the Institutional Revolutionary Party. Mexico elected its president almost simultaneously with the United States. Miguel was the first civilian president since the 1910 revolution. Under his leadership, he took strong measures to promote the country's economic development. Adolfo Cortines, elected last December, is Miguel's designated successor. After taking office, he implemented an independent political policy, rejecting the U.S. proposal to establish a military agreement and opposing the establishment of ties between the Organization of American States and NATO. This is a very good point of attack. St. Hesser always believed that countries have national fortunes, and Mexico and Brazil are now in a period of prosperity. Mexico is the only country in Latin America that has not experienced any form of coup or civil war after 1930, a record of political stability that is almost unique among all developing countries compared to Brazil. Many of Mexico's reform experiences are suitable for Argentina to learn from. After all, Mexico once had a large number of landowners and caudillos, and it can be said to be the most successful land reform in Latin America today. In 1934, Mexico implemented the Cardenas economic and political reforms, completely destroying the caudillo hacienda system and enabling national capital to replace foreign capital, mastering the country's main economic lifeline. They also ended the warlord melee and strengthened the central government under the leadership of Vargas. Brazil also began to industrialize. Brazil's land area is 8.51 million square kilometers, ranking 5th in the world, and its reserves of more than 30 minerals rank among the top in the world, including 33.3 billion tons of iron ore, accounting for about 10% of the world's total. In 1949, under the leadership of the Brazilian government, the first Brazilian state-owned steel plant, the Volta Redonda Steel Works, was established between Rio de Janeiro and São Paulo. This year, its production capacity is expected to reach 1 million tons, and it is still growing. It is also the largest single steel plant in Latin America. Its construction goal is 3 million tons. Later, after years of construction, this number became 5 million tons in the 1970s. It seems similar to St. Hesser's 5-year 5 million ton vision for the La Plata steel plant, which is indeed very ambitious, except that his goal is around 5 years. St. Hesser has high hopes for the La Plata steel plant. It currently has sufficient construction funds, having issued the first domestic construction bond and having sufficient bank loans. His initial investment of about $10 million is enough, and the rest can be repaid slowly. Construction speed has also accelerated again since October last year, and it is expected that at least 500,000 tons of medium-sized blast furnaces can be achieved by the end of this year, becoming the second largest steel plant in South America. Moreover, this can be said to be the most advanced steel smelting technology in the world. With Austria's LD converter technology, it will far exceed Brazil's previous generation of converter technology. In fact, this is also the cornerstone of the rise of the Japanese steel industry after World War II. His initial goal for building the steel plant was not that big. He originally just wanted to build a 1 million ton steel plant as a token gesture, but he found that his funds and mining company were getting bigger and bigger, and he also had a transport fleet, so he kept expanding the expected goal from 1 million tons to 3.2 million tons, and finally to 5 million tons. Funds were also continuously added. St. Hesser estimated in fact, If thunder mining can secure the Mutton iron ore mine in Bolivia, Argentina will not lack iron ore for at least the next few decades, and in the era of global maritime trade, there will be no shortage of coal. Coal mines in Colombia and Australia are cheap to transport by sea and are constantly available. The only thing to worry about is whether there is enough navy to ensure Argentina's maritime safety. Australia's iron ore has not yet been exploited. St. Hesser needs to consolidate thunder mining's legitimate rights in Australia and must be careful. First, mining the coal mines. The primary thing for the rise of a great power is sufficient strength. The strength of strength is the basis for becoming a great power, but a great power is ultimately recognized by the international community as a great power, which is not only a matter of its own strength. There's data showing that South Africa's steel industry is still quite formidable. Last year, the entire country produced over 1 million tons of steel. St. Hesser was contemplating how to package Brazil as a country with great power ambitions, engaging in some deduction, only to discover that he himself was the clown. The reason why Americans dislike Argentina now is because Argentina is too erratic, yet lacks sufficient strength, a half-baked effort. It can be said that Peron is entirely the Latin American country most likely to attract hatred. If not you, then who? In comparison, Brazil and Mexico are truly biding their time. Will Brazil be a great power in the future? Yes, the impact of these traditions has strategic significance, and it will in turn powerfully promote the growth of strength. St. Hesser mobilized both the Brazilian branch of the Falcon Agency and the Brazilian branch of Polari International for investigation, and still stumbled as he began his performance. If I say you have it, then you have it, regardless of how many bowls you've eaten. That's not important. The Monroe Doctrine opened up a tradition of enduring strategic significance for American diplomacy. To say that North and South America are now America's backyard is still somewhat exaggerated. Since the Solomon Declaration, it took the United States a full century to clear out most of the influence of France, Germany, and Britain here. Spain and Portugal can hardly influence Latin America anymore, which is due to insufficient national strength. The Monroe Doctrine was issued in 1823 when the United States declared that European powers should no longer colonize the Americas or interfere in matters related to the sovereignty of American countries, such as Mexico, regarding disputes between European countries, or wars between countries and their American colonies. The United States would remain neutral. If related wars occurred in the Americas, the United States would regard it as an act of hostility. The following is a draft, to be published and then revised. I apologize that this became the legal basis for the Yankees to interfere in South American affairs. Despite this, there are still countries in Latin America that oppose the United States, such as Argentina, Mexico, and Canada. The United States' most staunch little brother in the Americas is only Colombia. Now, Brazil leaning towards the United States is a serious violation of Argentina's interests. Of course, hyping up the Brazilian threat theory is actually quite difficult. St. Hesser simply created 3 versions: the Canadian threat theory, the Brazilian threat theory, and the Mexican threat theory. This should perfectly attract American firepower. As for whether these are real or not, it is no longer important. New York, Queens, Morden Manor. St. Hesser has withdrawn from his studies at Harvard and will be leaving for Argentina in a few days. But if he doesn't do this Brazil thing, St. Hesser feels uneasy. Guerrero, what do you think of these propaganda pieces? The 3 major threat theories that St. Hesser temporarily concocted are almost indistinguishable from the real thing in that era. Brazilians believe that by the end of the century, they would become a world power. Brazil, a military powerhouse. Brazil, one of the 5 great powers of the 20th century. Canada, America's future rival. Mexicans can say no. Mexico, the future leader of Latin America. Why Mexico needs socialism. The Monroe Doctrine is over. After all, Brazil failed to realize its ambitions, and its current international status does not match its potential. Brazil is currently one of the most vibrant countries in the world, and its source of confidence, the enormous potential behind its land, has never disappeared. 100 years ago, Brazil's social structure was still semi-slave and semi-feudal. It only had its first university 50 years ago, and now it has become one of the most dynamic countries in the world. In 1920, it was easy to observe that for a century, industrialization was a unique phenomenon in North Atlantic countries, while the rest of the regions were constantly being divided, which was a general trend. However, facts have proven that this status quo and trend completely disappeared in just a few decades. St. Hesser believes in the infinite possibilities of the future. The Brazil of the future once failed because of possibilities outside the trend, and the Brazil of the more distant future may also succeed because of possibilities outside the trend. St. Hesser has reason to believe that Brazil should be a world power in 20 years. The following is a draft, To be published and then revised. I apologize, of course. Hyping up the Brazilian threat theory is actually quite difficult. Saint Hessa simply created 3 versions: the Canadian threat theory, the Brazilian threat theory, and the Mexican threat theory. This should perfectly attract American firepower. As for whether these are real or not, it is no longer important in that era. Brazilians believed that by the end of the century, they would become a world power. After all, Brazil failed to realize its ambitions, and its current international status does not match its potential. Brazil is currently one of the most vibrant countries in the world, and its source of confidence, the enormous potential behind its land, has never disappeared. 100 years ago, Brazil's social structure was still semi-slave and semi-feudal. It only had its first university 50 years ago, and now it has become one of the most dynamic countries in the world. In 1920, it was easy to observe that for a century, industrialization was a unique phenomenon in North Atlantic countries, while the rest of the regions were constantly being divided, which was a general trend. However, facts have proven that this status quo and trend completely disappeared in just a few decades. Saint Hessa believes in the infinite possibilities of the future. The Brazil of the future once failed because of possibilities outside the trend, and the Brazil of the more distant future may also succeed because of possibilities outside the trend. Saint Hessa has reason to believe that Brazil should be a world power in 20 years. Of course, hyping up the Brazilian threat theory is actually quite difficult. Saint Hessa simply created 3 versions: the Canadian threat theory, the Brazilian threat theory, and the Mexican threat theory. This should perfectly attract American firepower. As for whether these are real or not, it is no longer important. Morton Manor. Saint Hessa has withdrawn from his studies at Harvard and will be leaving for Argentina in a few days. Guerrero, what do you think of these propaganda pieces? The 3 major threat theories that Saint Hessa temporarily concocted are almost indistinguishable from the real thing in that era. Brazilians believed that by the end of the century, they would become a world power. Brazil, a military powerhouse. Brazil, one of the 5 great powers of the 20th century. After all, Brazil failed to realize its ambitions, and its current international status does not match its potential. Brazil is currently one of the most vibrant countries in the world, and its source of confidence, the enormous potential behind its land, has never disappeared. 100 years ago, Brazil's social structure was still semi-slave and semi-feudal. It only had its first university 50 years ago. And now it has become one of the most dynamic countries in the world. In 1920, it was easy to observe that for a century, industrialization was a unique phenomenon in North Atlantic countries, while the rest of the regions were constantly being divided, which was a general trend. However, facts have proven that this status quo and trend completely disappeared in just a few decades. Saint Hessa believes in the infinite possibilities of the future. The Brazil of the future once failed because of possibilities outside the trend. Chapter 153: A successful return on the economic crisis in Western Europe. After spending 2 days with Anna at Morton Manor, the two decided to part ways. Late January in New York was still winter. The temperature at the manor wasn't too cold, so they weren't wearing heavy coats. Saint Hessa wore a fashionable jacket, and Anna wore jeans with a long sweater, looking very sexy. American-made clothes tend to be loose-fitting, unlike the tight-fitting British style. Perhaps this is the contrast between so-called British style and cowboy style. Saint Hessa was tall and muscular. Wearing a loose jacket made him feel more comfortable, so unless necessary, he rarely wore the suits Saint had custom made for him, only wearing them occasionally. Fortunately, he was in good physical condition, often exercised, and had a large house, which prevented him from freezing to death in the American winter. The homeless people who freeze to death in New York every day don't even make it into the New York Daily News. The economic crisis that swept through Western Europe last year made the export business of Blue Cloud shoes and apparel and Blue Cloud textiles less than ideal. The textile industry in Europe was hit hardest by the crisis. By the warmth of the fireplace, Saint Hessa added more fuel. Mr. Tom, are you really going to leave America? Anna sat in the chair, somewhat absent-mindedly glancing at Saint Hessa, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. Yes, I plan to go to Spain. My family wants me to go back. I've been away from home for too long, and I should have returned to Madrid 2 months ago. The smog in New York in winter almost makes it impossible to breathe, Saint Hessa said half-truthfully. He reached out and put his arm around Anna's shoulder, pulling her close, and invited her to have dinner together. Yes, the air in New York is even worse than in Boston. I've been here for 5 years and haven't gotten used to it, but the air in London is even worse, killing many people. At this moment, he was thinking not of Elena or Natalie, but of this slightly silly girl. Unfortunately, This short-lived relationship could only come to an end. Anglo-Saxons have never paid much attention to protecting the environment, and they don't care about the lives of the lower classes at all. America is actually a continuation of this. The arrogant British are indeed shameless. Our ancestors came to America because of the Great Famine. At least there's no shortage of potatoes here. The Irish Great Famine, such a distant era. St. Hesse personally cooked a sumptuous dinner, and even made a portion of fish and chips. Mr. Tom, can't you continue to stay in New York? Anna took a bite of the roasted lamb chop and asked again like a lady, probably not. I still need to keep working hard. As a member of the Cruz family, I must take on the responsibility. The more lies he told, the more St. Hesse simply left the good memories to Anna. The two finished dinner in an atmosphere of farewell. Anna stayed at the manor until the next morning, and St. Hesse drove her to work at Sequoia Investment Bank. It suddenly started to snow lightly, and snowflakes fell. St. Hesse stopped the car and put a red scarf on Anna. In Manhattan, New York, St. Hesse looked up and saw the 102-story Empire State Building in the distance. The heightened antenna made it look even more magnificent. The Empire State Building alone is worth more than $51 million, not including the $17 million from the land auction the year before last. This is America. A symbolic building of prosperous and wealthy America. However, St. Hesse had never been to the Empire State Building. For him, he would rather read more books than spend time there. St. Hesse looked at the new Sequoia headquarters building nearby, the 28-story Cedar Building, which occupied 7 floors of office space, and then slowly turned his gaze back. After all, this is not Avenida de Mayo in Buenos Aires, nor is it the Latin Quarter. This is just a foreign land. St. Hesse finally decided to sell Morton Manor, because the house prices in Queens, New York, rose, and he actually made a small profit of $20,000 as a result. This couldn't help but remind him of those Americans in his previous life who spent tens of thousands of dollars to buy a house in New China. As a result, they lived a carefree life for a few years, and the house price rose, perfectly offsetting the expenses. The increase in house prices in New York was not too large. After taxes, he earned $18,000, which is roughly equivalent to the savings of an average American for 10 years of work, maybe 15 or 20 years. St. Hesse had already begun to see the Americans' terrifying level of overspending. It must be said that the charm of capital generating money is really intoxicating. In fact, many capital families, after 3 generations, as long as they don't do stupid things like starting a business, can basically make many families continue to pass on well by being a landlord and rent collector. In the new era, on February 1, 1953, St. Hesse, who had been in the United States for almost 4 months, also embarked on the journey back to Argentina at the urging of Professor Pukins, except that this time he returned with a full load compared to coming to the United States. Sane, Little Nix, Guerrero, and Kyle all continued to stay in the United States to help him manage these companies and make money, as well as to probe for some intelligence with Guerrero, the director, in charge. These people couldn't make any waves. The people from the Falcon Bureau were basically left behind by him, while most of the Delta security personnel were withdrawn from the United States. Although the time spent in the United States this time was not long, it had a great impact on St. Hesse. The ceiling of capitalism, America, whether it is presidential elections, or central power, intelligence construction, system construction, and foreign policy, all reflect the wisdom of a peak country. Mexico is also worth studying. They can stabilize the country for more than 10 or 20 years without forming a military government. They really found quite capable people. 1951 to 1952, the first post-war economic crisis occurred in Western European capitalist countries. The acceleration of steel plant negotiations at the beginning was actually due to this reason. After all, people were about to starve to death, so they didn't care about any technological blockade. For the unemployed, nothing is more important than filing their stomachs. Otherwise, it is estimated that he would have been cut a few more times, instead of being discounted. Otherwise, according to St. Hesse's original estimate, a complete set of steel consortiums would not be cheap. On the contrary, the Americans did not fall into a crisis because of the implementation of the Marshall Plan, or rather, it was delayed when the United States broke out the first post-war economic crisis in 1948 to 1949. Western Europe and Japan were in the process of post-war recovery, and the crisis did not occur simultaneously. When Western European countries broke out the 1951 to 1952 economic crisis, The United States postponed the crisis to 1953 to 1954 due to the successive launches of the Korean War and the Vietnam War. The Federal Republic of Germany, France, and the United Kingdom all fell into economic crises to varying degrees. The surface of prosperity in the United States was actually full of crises in the early post-war period. Developed capitalist countries began a new cyclical cycle after several years of economic adjustment and recovery. The textile, automobile, tractor, and fertilizer industries in the United Kingdom were hit harder, while other countries mainly suffered the most from the textile industry. For St. Tessa, it was a major benefit, almost all of which were industries he needed. Should he buy at the bottom? Anyway, St. Tessa didn't refuse anyone. Moreover, these industries in the United Kingdom were not inferior to those in the United States and Germany, and even surpassed Japan, but St. Tessa's time was not convenient at that time. Tractor technology came from Japan, and the automobile industry had not yet entered now. While Western European countries are in crisis, the industrial production of other countries such as Belgium, Finland, and Sweden has also declined to varying degrees, and a series of colonial and semi-colonial countries and regions have also been affected by the crisis and suffered blows. These capitalist countries have seen a sharp drop in stock prices and a surge in the number of bankrupt companies. The total number of unemployed people in various countries is as high as more than 10 million. This crisis marked the beginning of the first capitalist cycle. After the war, after many months, Argentina also began to become turbulent again. Some development plans in the United States could only be left to his subordinates to continue to implement after World War II. Japan, based on the peace constitution and with the support of the United States, developed its economy rapidly. Last year, Japan's economic speed was astonishingly fast, ranking first in the capitalist world. The impact of this economic crisis was not very large. It can only be said that it was a small economic crisis, and it has even begun to end. With economic recovery, the proportion of France, West Germany, Japan, and other countries in world trade has approached the pre-war level. After the failure of the Korean War, the United States' foreign trade advantage began to weaken. In particular, the European coal and steel community, established by France and West Germany, has very well resisted this economic crisis, while the British have been severely hit, and the Japanese have not been greatly affected, and have even accelerated their development. St. Tessa directly restored his identity on the way. This trip to the United States was truly eye-opening and a great harvest. The sense of impact and shock of facing history. The United States is indeed the most powerful capitalist empire in the world, and they have played it out. This trip to the United States was also full of gains. Not only did Sequoia Investment transform into a full-service investment bank, but it also cashed out about $20 million from it, which can be directly invested in Argentina or Western European countries to purchase industrial equipment needed by Argentina. It can also be used as a reserve fund. Most of Argentina's current investments can already meet construction needs. However, this portion of money can also be set aside as a buffer against risks. If you always operate at the limit, you'll eventually crash. Redwood has also formed alliances with several medium-sized financial groups and families. Fidelity Capital in Boston has acquired specialized companies for regularization with the armed protection provided by Blackwater Security Consulting. The early layout for the U.S. economic crisis of 1953-54, as long as there are no major accidents, basically guarantees rapid development in the next few years. Enc Electric has also achieved a smooth landing. In another month or two, Enc Electric's first-generation tape recorder, the affordable Enc Radio, will be launched in the US and European markets. St. Ithier even managed to snag a few nuclear industry technology experts, who will be sent to Canada in batches over the next few months, and then to Argentina through various channels. Besides running Blue Origin, Little Nix has also returned to his old business, acquiring a cargo ship transportation company and spending money to buy a large number of second-hand freighters to engage in Pacific and Atlantic trade. Before a small country rises, it often needs to keep winning. One loss means there's no chance to recover, while for a large country, one win is enough. Whether it's the United States or Mexico, they are both worth learning from. For Argentina right now, a unified, centralized government, good national cohesion, emphasis on science and education, and the establishment of a political and economic system suitable for the national conditions. Learn, but never simply imitate the path of other countries, and at the same time, accelerate industrialization. Construction. Under the leadership of national power after World War II, countries began to rationally seek the path to becoming great powers. Japan prepared to achieve economic rise through a multinational corporation strategy. The United States will continue to develop due to its leadership in the information revolution and high-tech fields. Argentina can completely follow the path of Japan's post-war rise by establishing more multinational corporations. On a not-so-wide sea surface, a huge ship, which looks 7 stories high from the ground and is at least 150 meters long, is docked in the port. Saint Hithier thinks it should be a freighter. Saint Hithier looked at the ticket and boarded the cruise ship to Brazil. He carried a small suitcase and entered the cruise ship cabin, found his room. According to the ticket, more than a dozen Delta security personnel followed behind, dressed in different styles. New York Harbor is, after all, the largest and busiest port in the United States, with many ships. This time, Saint Hithier still didn't bring anything. Important materials will be transported to La Plata City via fleet to Brazil. Saint Hithier and Perkins came to the deck, discussing interesting things during this period, and then watched the azure blue sea with the professor. The cruise ship quickly sailed towards the South Atlantic, watching the distance from the American coast grow farther and farther, and the color of the sea also slowly changed. Professor Perkins said, "Cohen, are you planning to graduate early this time you return to Bude? Your level is already sufficient to apply for graduation, and even has the level of a master's degree. Argentina's master's degrees are basically 2-year programs. People like Castro in Cuba even graduated with a doctorate at the age of 24 or 5. Professor Perkins said directly that, for him, Saint Hithier had already reached the standard for a master's degree from Harvard Law School. Saint Hithier was at sea in the North Atlantic in February, but he was wearing a jacket. He was very strong. Professor Perkins couldn't help but feel a little envious. He used to be like this, but unfortunately he is too old now. The ship was already more than 200 kilometers away from the coastline. At the speed of the cruise ship, it still took from morning to afternoon to see a black line on the horizon representing the southern coastline. "Okay, Professor, I still have to thank you for your cultivation. I will work hard this time." Perkins laughed and patted Saint Hithier on the shoulder. "I'll find you for a drink tonight." Life on the ship is always too boring. He was more and more satisfied with Saint Hithier and planned to let him graduate early. This overseas inspection was also on a very high scale. Fortunately, the northern hemisphere was calm at this time. The most feared thing about going out to sea is storms and waves. Before night came, the two really drank some beer or something. Professor Perkins' alcohol capacity was average and he got drunk quickly. After sending him back to his cabin, Saint Hithier was also a little dizzy and fell asleep. In fact, since going to Harvard University in Boston, although the two didn't communicate much, their relationship has indeed become much more harmonious. Professor Perkins' help was great, and Saint Hithier got to know many big shots because of this. I have to say that sailing on the sea is indeed very boring. Saint Hithier can only calm down to study and summarize. Fortunately, there were a few books in his suitcase, so he wouldn't be so bored. In fact, he only spent a little more than half of his time studying in the United States. Other series of things often disrupted his studies. Many things and plans still need his approval. This time, Saint Hithier took a keen interest in disembarking in Rio de Janeiro to see the samba style. Unlike the relatively heavy mood last time, this time his mood has undergone new changes, or his immunity to emotional influence has improved. Argentina lacks a suitable economic and political system, and the national spirit is not as progressive as Brazil's. It always feels like something is missing. Brazil is Argentina's opponent at the door. Latin American countries should take a good look. Rio is quite prosperous as the capital of Brazil, and Saint Hithier changed into beach shorts, short sleeves, and sunglasses. It's really hot in Rio now. Saint Hithier calculated that the temperature at noon actually reached 35 degrees. People working outdoors either get heat stroke or endure it, so it is said that it is difficult for economically developed countries to emerge in tropical regions, and this may be one of the reasons. The relocation of the capital of Brazil may also be due to this reason. Otherwise, how could there be a saying that air conditioning saved Singapore? The Brazilians without air conditioning are probably really hot, and even the sales of soda have soared. Saint Hithier didn't sit idle either. He took the opportunity to walk around some small shops in Rio, holding locally produced Coca-Cola and guarana drinks from Brazil, and drank them all. Most of these drinks are bottled in glass. In fact, using plastic bottles now is still relatively costly for beverage companies, and the technology is not very mature, so most still use glass bottles more. For Saint Hithier, this is a city with more potential than Bude City. After all, behind it is a market 4 times larger than Argentina's, and it is the largest single market in South America. In 1942, Coca-Cola entered Brazil. Here, its biggest enemy is not Pepsi-Cola, But a local brand, the overlord of Brazilian local soda, Antarctica brand Guarana drink, took the lead in attacking Coca-Cola's American imperialist background. Coca-Cola is good at understanding new markets and has always been able to adapt. This time, the advertising slogan it played was, Coca-Cola, strengthen the Brazilian people and help Brazil's industrialization. This sentence is actually nonsense. How can drinking carbonated drinks strengthen the Brazilian people? It's better to drink milk, and isn't this the slogan of a new China milk company later? Maybe there's a connection. A pound of milk a day, strengthen. Coca-Cola's advertising slogan has already deeply understood the main theme of Brazil in the mid-20th century, the fanatical worship and persistent pursuit of industrialization, as well as the surging nationalistic enthusiasm. Mirinda soda produced by Plary Foods is also very slowly eroding the Brazilian market, but the results are not good. The market share is less than 5%. Coca-Cola's market share is about 30%, Pepsi-Cola is 10%, Antarctica brand is an astonishing 45%, and there are some other local drinks. Saint Ether is not very happy with Mirinda's market share. Although the Brazilian soda market is currently less than $40 million, equivalent to less than $0.5 per Brazilian per year, it is an attractive market for Mirinda. A mere $2 million in sales a year simply cannot satisfy Saint Ether's appetite, and there are also beer, milk, and coffee markets. The consumption potential of Brazilians is not small. The market at the doorstep cannot be given to the Americans, and Plary Foods needs stronger competitiveness, and even sell to Central America and Mexico in the future. Since he is preparing to take the road of multinational company development, then it is also time to turn Plary Foods into a complete body. Plary Foods, which has had its marketing department castrated, has no combat effectiveness in international competition. It only has a bunch of newly developed beverage products. International sales are all reliant on Plary International, an independent company, and cannot get very good market feedback. This is somewhat fatal for a market-oriented company in the future. He wants to launch iced black tea, functional drinks, and even herbal tea and flavored drinks in Brazil. These beverages, which have been tested by later generations, will set off a storm in the Brazilian beverage market. Fight Coca-Cola with bayonets, fight local companies like Antarctica brand, and carve out a world of our own. This is the so-called, take life and death lightly, just do it if you don't agree. Chapter 154. Long time no see, Argentina. Saint Hesser strolled around for a while, met with some members of the Falcon Division here, and then took a boat back to Argentina. The matter in Brazil couldn't be rushed and required a series of preparations. Moreover, the Brazilian market was not so easy to crack. There were also many competitive companies here, no worse than his own companies and factories sailing south from Rio de Janeiro. Along the coastline, Saint Hesser saw many fishermen. The southeastern coast was indeed the heart of Brazil, with impressive industrialization and urbanization, bustling with activity. Of course, the coastline was somewhat lacking, or rather, the entire eastern part of South America had a relatively ordinary coastline, lacking deep water ports. On the contrary, there were several good ports on the western side. The ship took only a little over a day to reach the mouth of the Rio de la Plata. The journey was smooth, the weather cleared after the rain, and it was just a bit hot. Everything else was fine also. The air in the cabin wasn't very good. Soon, they arrived in Argentina. Compared to Uruguay to the north, the steel plant on the south bank already had almost half of its planned blast furnaces completed. Looking at it from afar, it was quite impressive and visually striking. For Argentina, this behemoth was of great significance and would accompany Argentina's industrial rise around the entire steel plant. There were also a large number of construction sites, which accelerated the construction of the new port. The planned massive ore area had also begun to be leveled. The new port area now had an estimated more than 10,000 workers just building the steel plant, with more than half being construction workers from Paraguay, Bolivia, and Peru. Everyone wore high-strength helmets produced by Maya Chemicals' Maria Plastics factory, ensuring some level of safety. Saint Hesser was also very satisfied, at least the speed was decent and not dragging. In fact, Argentinians today were not as lazy as they would become in later generations, especially those who had immigrated, who were often very hardworking and shrewd, able to seize many opportunities. It was only later that the welfare benefits became too good, and the currency frequently depreciated, that everyone began to lie flat. If the immigrant spirit and the hard-working gaucho spirit could be combined, it would change the overall mental outlook of Argentinians. Saint Hesser had barely disembarked at Buchan Port when Delta security personnel came to escort him, and Saint Hesser breathed a sigh of relief after saying goodbye to Professor Perkins, Saint Hesser took the steering wheel and drove back to the Academy district. Andre also quickly came to his house to report on his work. For him, the Falcon Bureau had been under some pressure in recent months, as he had been temporarily appointed. The director had gone to the United States, and the boss had also gone to the United States, leaving behind 3 deputy directors. It took some time to adjust before finally returning to normal and achieving new development. Boss, our Falcon Bureau has developed many new members in recent months, mainly because the domestic unemployment rate has increased significantly. Many students lose their jobs immediately after graduation, and suitable ones are arranged to join Cohen Consulting. Saint Hesser flipped through several reports and nodded in satisfaction. Has anything major happened in Argentina recently? Yes. The struggle between the presidential palace and the military has become public. Several generals have been removed, and even the Ministry of Defense has been completely reshuffled. The Ministry of Defense had been completely reshuffled. He wondered if Commander Thompson was still there. Barton Thompson, is he still in the Ministry of Defense? Commander Thompson, boss, he has retired and been transferred to the National Defense Military Academy to be the dean. What the heck? Perón was planning to attack the Cordoba faction? It shouldn't be. Being removed from the Ministry of Defense and becoming the dean of an academy was indeed a very severe punishment for a general in Argentina. What news is there from the Radical Civic Union? The Radical Party was his future focus, and he had to pay attention to it. Not much news. The Radical Party is still the same. This year's Congress elected a new batch of young leaders. These are the basic profiles of the newly appointed personnel. The Radical Party mainly represented the interests of big and small capitalists and could not fully utilize the power of the workers, only attempting to carry out top-down reforms, which often easily led to the loss of power. Saint Hesser looked at the list and found that Cross had actually become the head of the Radical Party in Maria City, and he carefully marked it. Was there an election in Maria City this January? Normally, it's in June, isn't it? Andre's expression couldn't help but become a little strange. This guy Cross had actually been elected mayor and ousted Covo. Boss, it seems that Covo was sent to prison for job-related crimes, so there was an early election, so that was it. It was a pity that Covo was still very good and had given him a lot of help. By the way, how is Doug? Was he elected as the chief of the police department? Doug was the company commander of a Maria City militia company. These news summaries are not very comprehensive. Saint Hesser looked at the information at hand. Doug also successfully became the chief of the Maria City Police Department, and the militia was disbanded. Most of them became police officers, while others became our security personnel. Boss, these are also the data. Take a look together. So, it went very smoothly. Maria City was completely in his hands. He didn't expect such an operation as an early election. It was Covo's own fault for being thrown into prison. One should be discreet and keep a low profile. Saint Hesser then carefully flipped through the report and found that most of the information was there. He was a little embarrassed, but of course, he was also satisfied with Andre's attitude. Not too many major things had happened domestically. The intelligence was not sent to the United States because it was inconvenient and unsafe. We failed in the Ministry of Defense's bidding. Saint Hesser discovered that Ryan Military's MG-52 had lost to Maming Jet Factory's STG-45 replica. Only then did he realize that this was an undeserved disaster because Ryan Military had a blue faction background in the military. Yes, it was also affected by Perón. I have already arranged for a batch of American machine tools to be sent over then. From the current point of view, the power and appearance of the STG-45 were good, but it didn't look as handsome as the 44. Okay, boss. Anything else? Nothing for the time being. I won't disturb you from resting. Yes, I'm also tired. You go and arrange for these people from Delta to be sent back to Aragon, and then reward them. Tell him to arrange for everyone going to the United States to be given $3,000 as a year-end bonus. Okay, boss. $3,000 was equivalent to 20 months' salary. The boss was really generous. By the way, take a look and draft a year-end bonus plan for last year, and give everyone in the Falcon Bureau a year's salary. Money should be spent after it's earned, and this time he earned a lot. Saint Hesser also saw intelligence from Southeast Asia. In Indonesia, a civil war had broken out in January. The Aceh side established the Aceh Army, which led to many military orders. The French were already planning to withdraw from Vietnam. The French were no longer interested in colonies that did not generate profits and even required investment, especially since the economic crisis had depleted their national treasury. The next morning after Saint Hesser finished washing up, he dialed the number for the Maria Committee. After a while, hello, this is Saint Hesser Cohen. Is that the boss? What are your instructions? An operator said. Notify the factory in Maria Town that there will be an annual general meeting in Buenos Aires on February 25th this year. As you wish, boss. The operator was also a little excited. The annual general meeting was also an awards ceremony, and the rewards in the previous 2 years were very generous. After St. Hitherton hung up the phone, he changed his clothes and drove to the University of Buenos Aires. I wonder if Eleanor will hate me. To be honest, besides writing a few letters, the two of them had hardly been in contact for the past few months. After parking the car, St. Hitherton walked into the University of Buenos Aires. It was summer vacation again, and it seemed that Eleanor was about to graduate as well. St. Hitherton was also planning to apply for graduation early. Normally, graduation season is breakup season. He didn't know if their relationship would continue before long. St. Hitherton saw Eleanor. She was wearing a white coat and seemed a little incredulous. Cohen, it's me, Eleanor. It's really been a long time. I wish I had gone to the United States with you. The two had originally planned to go together. Do you want to go out for a meal or see a movie together? Okay, maybe we need to talk. Eleanor's expression turned serious. Okay, had Eleanor finally decided to dump him? Maybe that was for the best. He had been too irresponsible, but I have to do an experiment. Come pick me up this afternoon. Okay. St. Hitherton was a little dazed. He had originally planned to visit Commander Thompson's house, but ended up staying in the library all afternoon looking at the hands of his watch. St. Hitherton slowly walked towards the physics department, feeling a little irritable. Cohen, over here. Eleanor naturally took St. Hitherton's left hand and planned to go to a new restaurant called Green Lemon. The weather was hot, and even in the evening, there were few pedestrians in Plaza de Mayo outside the May Cathedral. Fortunately, the temperature finally dropped a bit in the evening when St. Hitherton saw Plaza de Mayo. He remembered the funeral again. Buenos Aires in February was scorching hot today. Buenos Aires was even hotter than Rio. He didn't know what kind of weather it was. Normally, the weather here shouldn't be hotter than Rio. The scorching air from the sky was heavily pressing down on the city, forming a fiery thick layer that made people feel very suffocated. The water column sprayed from the fountain outside the church fell weakly, looking lazy and tired. The pool water, floating with leaves, was a bit green and had become thick. A stray dog crossed the stone-built pool edge and jumped into the pool, swimming back and forth in the water under the shade of the trees in front of the church. A row of benches were placed against the wall. Several couples sitting on the benches looked at the dog playing in the water with envious eyes. Argentina also needs air conditioning. The next product of Enco Electric will be air conditioners. St. Hitherton suddenly came up with this idea. Green Lemon restaurant seemed to be a newly opened French restaurant. Such restaurants were rarely seen in Argentina in the past. As soon as he entered, a gust of cool air rushed towards him. St. Hitherton took a deep breath, feeling very comfortable. He didn't expect this French restaurant to have air conditioning as well. Buenos Aires mostly had Italian restaurants. The environment here was very good. Cohen, I'm about to graduate, Eleanor said. Eleanor, I'm also planning to graduate early. St. Hitherton thought for a while and still said it. Oh, right, Cohen, I want to tell you something. What was coming was still coming. St. Hitherton suddenly felt a little stuffy. Do you mind if I smoke a cigarette? St. Hitherton asked. Okay, Cohen, my family is urging me to get married. I'm getting a little old. I wish you happiness. St. Hitherton interrupted Eleanor and planned to turn around and leave. Was this the feeling of heartache? St. Hitherton felt that he needed some alcohol to numb himself. Hey, Cohen, you jerk, didn't you say we'd go see a movie together? It's been half a year since we last met. Where are you going again? If you don't want to marry me, you don't want to marry me. I didn't force you. It's just that the pressure from my family is a bit too much. St. Hitherton slowly lowered her hand from her face. St. Hitherton saw tears in her eyes. Wait, you're not planning to marry someone else. I only want to marry you. You're my only boyfriend. Who else would I marry? I misunderstood. I didn't prepare a ring. Maybe we can get engaged? I don't know the process. St. Hitherton was a little incoherent. Marriage seemed like a good idea. He thought about it carefully. Eleanor was indeed a very good marriage partner. The two of them got along quite well. It was just a bit sudden. He thought he was going to lose her after all. He was just from a small family. Besides being a bit handsome and having a little money, he wasn't worth mentioning. If you're willing, we can get engaged first and meet my family, Eleanor said coquettishly. Okay, let's not talk about this now. Let's go see a movie after we eat. Thinking about it, he felt a little wronged by Eleanor. He really had to consider this matter after all. He planned to have 6 or 7 children to make a small contribution to Argentina's population growth. As for marriage, it would be good to be with Elena. Her family was very well off and a very powerful family. Even if St. Atherton didn't investigate, his subordinates had basically investigated the women he had been in contact with. The two went to see a movie, and then he sent her home. St. Atherton didn't dare to overstep the boundaries after the separation. St. Atherton was also a little excited. A wife, children, and a warm bed. Was this considered a winner in life? St. Atherton thought that he was going to be dumped today. It seemed that a man's sixth sense was not very reliable. Of course, there's still Elena's parents to get through. It's not certain if it will work out. St. Atherton began to mutter to himself. In fact, he hadn't really considered marriage too much. After all, he wasn't too old and hadn't achieved any great career. After all, there was an old saying, meet a good person, get married first, meet a benefactor, start a career first, meet a rich woman, get married and start a career. Chapter 155 5-Year Plan of the RAN Military Industry. Marriage? Better forget about it. There's no way I, José, would ever get married in this lifetime, not even if I jumped off the Andes Mountains. However, if I really want to run for city councilor or even mayor, marriage is essential, even if it's just for show. Moreover, if I want to help Argentina's population double in the future, besides importing immigrants, the growth rate of the native population is indispensable. And to take a step back, to form national cohesion in Argentina, a considerable native population is very necessary. Argentina is different from the United States. The United States can siphon off global elites, but Argentina is lucky if it can attract some foreign immigrants without them leaving, especially with the current poor economy. Maybe even have 10 or 8 kids to promote and set an example. But having kids is actually very troublesome, and as for marriage partners, Elena is the most suitable at the moment. José's mind was filled with all sorts of random thoughts, but soon he was distracted by other matters. People from Rheinmetall came to find him. Rheinmetall's overall progress last year was actually quite significant. Apart from not getting the Ministry of Defense order for the MG52 assault rifle, there was a constant stream of good news. In December of last year, they first developed the 107 rocket launcher, and in November, they came up with a new type of mortar. Moreover, the several decommissioned American tractor tank production lines that José secretly bought are about to arrive in Rio de Janeiro. The models of the Sherman tank produced during World War II were extremely complex, distributed among 700 companies in 130 cities across 20 states, which manufactured tanks and related equipment for the U.S. Army. This gave José room to maneuver. Even the obsolete tank models and converted models were very suitable for Rheinmetall to research and produce. After all, the most advanced tank models were impossible to obtain. Moreover, the development of tanks can be said to have reached more than halfway. Continuing to develop them further would be nothing more than that. José's approach at the time was to set up a bunch of shell companies and then, in a piecemeal fashion, continuously transport out the tank production lines that could be bought. After all, they were too cheap, and he had the money. He set up several tractor shell factories, acquiring abandoned tank production lines under the guise of producing tractors, and then declaring bankruptcy in a few years. Anyway, there were too many of these tank production lines. The United States truly possessed the rudiments of a tank industry only in early 1942, and the first tank factory was built in July 1941. The M4 medium tank was a medium tank developed and manufactured by the United States during World War II. The British came up with the name, derived from William Tecumseh Sherman, a famous general of the Union Army in the American Civil War. The Sherman tank was one of the most produced tanks in World War II, with a production volume of up to 49,234 vehicles. But in peacetime, where besides the Soviets would any country need so many tanks? He still remembered that the Soviet Army had more than 50,000 tanks in service at its peak, not including the reserve tanks and tanks under construction at the Uralvagonzavod factory. The Soviet Army's armored cluster steel flood strategy was the strongest in the world, which was why so many tanks were needed. A total of 4,070 M24 light tanks were produced, which were products of the 1940s. They were traditional turreted tanks, and their firepower and armor protection were decent, and their mobility was also okay, but of course, they were almost outdated now. However, for Rheinmetall, whose technological foundation was relatively weak, they were very suitable. The Americans sold World War II materials, and selling tanks was basically about half the cost. Conversion was actually very cost ineffective, and some were simply scrapped. In 1952, the United States still had 2,000 to 3,000 tanks in stock, and that was after the Korean War had consumed a lot. José actually preferred the latest American version of the M41 light tank, but it was impossible to get the production technology. He only got the 1940s tank technology that he could get. After all, it was outdated and the confidentiality was not good. This was a major boon for Rheinmetall, which could only produce light industrial equipment. As it stands, light weapons equipment is still not getting too many orders, but if they can develop some cost-effective weapons, they can do well. One must eat one bite at a time. The Argentine military doesn't really need any medium or heavy tanks. Apart from fighting the British, there are no so-called opponents at all. For Brazilians to fight Argentina, that was possible 100 years ago. What can be gained from fighting in South America? Resources, which are almost all surplus. Population, modern countries can no longer plunder the population. Territory, can it be held? Actually, only an excellent light tank is needed, at most a medium tank, because war is simply impossible to happen in Argentina. Purchasing foreign-produced tanks is actually not very good, and it is not conducive to the development of its own defense industry. The Argentine army currently uses British-made Firefly Sherman tanks and M3 half-track vehicles, as well as American versions of the Sherman tank. After the end of World War II, it abandoned the use of the Nahuel tank, of which only 12 were built. The EL-43 Nahuel tank was the Argentine version of the Sherman tank, and it also adopted some of the technology of the American M3 Lee Grant medium tank, which is similar to the Canadian Ram tank. In the 1960s, Argentina used the chassis of the German Marder infantry fighting vehicle to manufacture the TAM medium tank. Rheinmetall Freitag factory, headquarters office. In the half a year or so that José had been away, the research and development team had developed very quickly. The employees of several design bureaus had almost tripled, increasing to more than 200 people, and the research and development work was progressing faster. The new employees were mainly Argentinians. José and Horst were chatting idly. "Boss, this is the development report of Rheinmetall for the past half year or so. Please take a look." José picked up the complete report and browsed it carefully. Rheinmetall sales in the second half of last year reached $17 million. Storm Rifle Design Bureau, responsible for the MG52 assault rifle. Rheinmetall Artillery Design Bureau, managing the Rheinmetall Artillery Factory, responsible for the research and mass production of the 107 rocket launcher. Rheinmetall Pistol Design Bureau, under the management of the Freitag Factory, engaged in new pistol research and development work. "Boss, this is the MG52 assault rifle that we developed according to your development ideas." Horst handed José a new rifle with a silver-gray appearance, which made his eyes light up. It was really handsome. José took it. It was not very heavy, pulled the bolt, took a simple look, stamped steel and wood and plastic. The parts, lightweighting was done well, lighter and better than the original German version, pulled the bolt, smooth. "Boss, take a look at this bullet, and this new rifle." Horst took out another more streamlined, better-looking rifle from the wooden box as if by magic, much more refined. "Oh, my God, this is a 5mm bullet? You really developed it?" José recognized the caliber of the bullet at a glance, then touched the bullet, a cold feeling, without any burrs. Looking at the bottom of the bullet, it seemed to be a 5.56mm bullet. This familiar, perfect feel serving dishes. According to the guests, the research and development of bullets is not just as simple as changing the caliber. In fact, the process of early rifle bullets is not complicated, but if you want to produce standard equipment bullets with good quality, stable performance, which can serve in the army and achieve good results, it is very complicated. Currently, there are less than 15 countries that can produce standard bullets. Apart from the United States and Canada, Japan has production capacity but is prohibited. The others are the Soviet Union and a group of European countries. Argentina can barely be considered a country that can mass produce them. Even Brazil and Mexico cannot currently make qualified standard bullets, mainly relying on imports. Argentina can produce rifle bullets, mainly some large caliber old-fashioned rifle and pistol bullets. To be precise, it is 5.56mm. It was developed according to your idea, boss, and it cost more than half of the funds. Currently, the production line for bullets does not have much output, and it needs to be transformed and upgraded, and it needs a lot of money. Go, let's try the power. It seems that the Storm Rifle Design Bureau has made a great contribution. Don't worry about the money. Let's try the power first. In the future, the next goal of our Rifle Design Bureau is to develop a modular structural design concept. Of course, José would not be satisfied with the MG52, an excellent rifle. After all, It was developed by the Germans. 10 years have passed, and perhaps Rheinmetall can develop a better rifle, which is the modular design concept of later generations. The research and development time will definitely far exceed the current model. After all, the original MG52 was only improved and optimized. The general idea was still the old one, just rehashing old ideas for St. Hesser. He needs a more advanced rifle, even more advanced than the AK-47, to cope with the large demand for arms in future local wars and wars of independence. World-famous guns, such as the HK-416 and SCAR, were developed using modular thinking. In fact, modularization is a very broad concept. In the end, modular firearms are like building blocks, piecing together various different rifles through the method of building blocks. At the same time, the commonality rate of firearm parts under modularization is extremely high. For example, the gun family, which is commonly used in various countries around the world, such as the famous AK family, is actually a low-profile version of modularization. Most of the parts of the gun family members can be used in common, and it is very convenient to replace related kits to make it fire different bullets, so as to achieve different tactical purposes. At the same time, the high parts commonality greatly reduces the burden of logistics support and production costs. Therefore, modular rifles are becoming more and more popular in the future. Our future design idea is very simple, that is, to engage in modular production technology. The following is a discarded draft. I wish you all a happy National Day. There are still 2,000-2,500 words below. In the future, the next goal of our Rifle Design Bureau is to develop a modular structural design concept. St. Hesser will certainly not be satisfied with the excellent MG52 rifle. After all, it was made by the Germans. 10 years have passed. Maybe Rheinmetall can produce a better rifle, which is the modular design concept of later generations. The research and development time will definitely far exceed the current model. After all, the original MG52 was only improved and optimized. The general idea was still the old one, just rehashing old ideas for St. Hesser. He needs a more advanced rifle, even more advanced than the AK-47, to cope with the large demand for arms in future local wars and wars of independence. World-famous guns, such as the HK-416 and SCAR, were developed using modular thinking. In fact, modularization is a very broad concept. In the end, modular firearms are like building blocks, piecing together various different rifles through the method of building blocks. At the same time, the commonality rate of firearm parts under modularization is extremely high. For example, the gun family, which is commonly used in various countries around the world, such as the famous AK family, is actually a low-profile version of modularization. Most of the parts of the gun family members can be used in common, and it is very convenient to replace related kits to make it fire different bullets, so as to achieve different tactical purposes. At the same time, the high parts commonality greatly reduces the burden of logistics support and production costs. Therefore, modular rifles are becoming more and more popular in the future. Our future design idea is very simple, that is, to engage in modular production technology. In the future, the next goal of our Rifle Design Bureau is to develop a modular structural design concept. St. Hesser will certainly not be satisfied with the excellent MG52 rifle. After all, it was made by the Germans. 10 years have passed. Maybe Rheinmetall can produce a better rifle, which is the modular design concept of later generations. The research and development time will definitely far exceed the current model. After all, the original MG52 was only improved and optimized. The general idea was still the old one, just rehashing old ideas for St. Hesser. He needs a more advanced rifle, even more advanced than the AK-47, to cope with the large demand for arms in future local wars and wars of independence. World-famous guns, such as the HK-416 and SCAR, were developed using modular thinking. In fact, modularization is a very broad concept. In the end, modular firearms are like building blocks, piecing together various different rifles through the method of building blocks. At the same time, the commonality rate of firearm parts under modularization is extremely high. For example, the gun family, which is commonly used in various countries around the world, such as the famous AK family, is actually a low-profile version of modularization. Most of the parts of the gun family members can be used in common, and it is very convenient to replace related kits to make it fire different bullets, so as to achieve different tactical purposes. At the same time, the high parts commonality greatly reduces the burden of logistics support and production costs. Therefore, modular rifles are becoming more and more popular in the future. Our future design idea is very simple, that is, to engage in modular production technology. In the future, the next goal of our Rifle Design Bureau is to develop a modular structural design concept. St. Hesser will certainly not be satisfied with the excellent MG52 rifle. After all, it was made by the Germans. 10 years have passed. Maybe Rheinmetall can produce a better rifle, which is the modular design concept of later generations. The research and development time will definitely far exceed the current model. After all, the original MG52 was only improved and optimized. The general idea was still the old one, just rehashing old ideas for St. Hesser. He needs a more advanced rifle, even more advanced than the AK-47, to cope with the large demand for arms in future local wars and wars of independence. World-famous guns, such as the HK-416 and SCAR, were developed using modular thinking. In fact, modularization is a very broad concept. In the end, modular firearms are like building blocks, piecing together various different rifles through the method of building blocks. At the same time, the commonality rate of firearm parts under modularization is extremely high. For example, the gun family, which is commonly used in various countries around the world, such as the famous AK family, is actually a low-profile version of modularization. Most of the parts of the gun family members can be used in common, and it is very convenient to replace related kits to make it fire different bullets, so as to achieve different tactical purposes. At the same time, the high parts commonality greatly reduces the burden of logistics support and production costs. Therefore, modular rifles are becoming more and more popular in the future. Our future design idea is very simple, that is, to engage in modular production technology. In the future, the next goal of our Rifle Design Bureau is to develop a modular structural design concept. St. Hesser will certainly not be satisfied with the excellent MG52 rifle. After all, it was made by the Germans. 10 years have passed. Maybe Rheinmetall can produce a better rifle, which is the modular design concept of later generations. The research and development time will definitely far exceed the current model. After all, the original MG52 was only improved and optimized. The general idea was still the old one, just rehashing old ideas for St. Hesser. He needs a more advanced rifle, even more advanced than the AK-47, to cope with the large demand for arms in future local wars and wars of independence. World-famous guns, such as the HK-416 and SCAR, were developed using modular thinking. In fact, modularization is a very broad concept. In the end, modular firearms are like building blocks, piecing together various different rifles through the method of building blocks. At the same time, the commonality rate of firearm parts under modularization is extremely high. For example, the gun family, which is commonly used in various countries around the world, such as the famous AK family, is actually a low-profile version of modularization. Most of the parts of the gun family members can be used in common, and it is very convenient to replace related kits to make it fire different bullets, so as to achieve different tactical purposes. At the same time, the high parts commonality greatly reduces the burden of logistics support and production costs. Therefore, modular rifles are becoming more and more popular in the future. Our future design idea is very simple, that is, to engage in modular production technology. In the future, the next goal of our Rifle Design Bureau is to develop a modular structural design concept. St. Hesser will certainly not be satisfied with the excellent MG52 rifle. After all, it was made by the Germans. 10 years have passed. Maybe Rheinmetall can produce a better rifle, which is the modular design concept of later generations. The research and development time will definitely far exceed the current model. After all, the original MG52 was only improved and optimized. The general idea was still the old one, just rehashing old ideas for St. Hesser. He needs a more advanced rifle, even more advanced than the AK-47, to cope with the large demand for arms in future local wars and wars of independence. World-famous guns, such as the HK-416 and SCAR, were developed using modular thinking. In fact, modularization is a very broad concept. In the end, modular firearms are like building blocks, piecing together various different rifles through the method of building blocks. At the same time, the commonality rate of firearm parts under modularization is extremely high. For example, the gun family, which is commonly used in various countries around the world, such as the famous AK family, is actually a low-profile version of modularization. Most of the parts of the gun family members can be used in common, and it is very convenient to replace related kits to make it fire different bullets, so as to achieve different tactical purposes at the same time. The high parts commonality greatly reduces the burden of logistics support and production costs. Therefore, modular rifles are becoming more and more popular in the future. Our future design idea is very simple, that is, to engage in modular production technology. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156, Tank Design Bureau and Tank Factory. When SYNOPSIS announced a 5-year plan, most of the people present remained calm, not feeling that it was too difficult or anything. However, when he announced the establishment of the Tank Design Bureau, the air suddenly became quiet, and after a moment, it exploded with excitement. Boss, are you really going to design a tank? Really? I want to participate too. Do you have a candidate for the director of the Tank Design Bureau? Standing next to him, Horst looked a little excited, simply because the boss had said the word tank. In SYNOPSIS's eyes, Horst was the kind of person who wouldn't budge even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, which fit his impression of traditional Germans: serious, conservative, self-reflective, hard-working, task-oriented, and striving for excellence. It can be said that Germany is currently the strongest nation in the mechanical industry worldwide. Since the Second Industrial Revolution, German quality has always been well reputed. Industries such as automobiles, machinery, and military industries are all top-notch. Tanks can be said to be a pain in the hearts of every German designer present. They are just pitiful creatures after the failure of the war, whether it is now, in the past, or in the future. Even Americans cannot help but admire the Germans' talent for war vehicles. The German designers present, except for those from the Artillery Design Bureau, even German employees who designed pistols requested to participate in this brand new design bureau, while the local Argentine assistant designers showed no expression. Yes, it's a tank. I've already shipped the American equipment and production line back. SYNOPSIS felt a little surprised, but also felt it was normal, only feeling that there were too few German immigrants in his factory, and many things were not being carried out effectively. Boss, approximately when will it arrive? I think the gun barrel we developed can be installed on it, and we can also develop a heavy machine gun. I already have some ideas in mind. SYNOPSIS's original plan was to develop a medium-sized tank, but seeing the enthusiasm of the scene, they even started discussing ideas. He couldn't waste such good morale, and the military industry can effectively improve the development of civilian industries such as metallurgy technology, material technology, armor technology, and diesel engine technology. Everyone, please be quiet for a moment. I'll provide you with an idea. Everyone knows that current tanks are divided into 3 categories according to tonnage, but I've decided to develop a brand new tank, which is a main battle tank. As for why it's called a main battle tank, the 3 categories are mainly divided into light, medium, and heavy according to tonnage and firepower, which can basically be said to be the idea of the first generation tanks. Light tanks are below 30 tons, medium tanks are approximately 30 to 45 tons, and heavy tanks are generally above 45 tons. During World War II, the warring parties produced approximately 300,000 tanks and self-propelled artillery pieces. In the early stages of the war, Nazi Germany was the first to concentrate the use of a large number of tanks and implement blitzkrieg tactics. In the middle and later stages of the war, there were several large-scale battles involving thousands of tanks on the Soviet-German battlefield, and SYNOPSIS began to turn his attention to the second-generation tanks, which are the main battle tanks. The third-generation tanks will have to wait for the fourth industrial revolution, which is the Internet Information Technology revolution. It's not something that can be done now, but it is actually possible to develop main battle tanks. Main battle tank means that the firepower and overall protection capabilities reach or exceed the level of previous heavy tanks, while overcoming the shortcomings of heavy tanks per off-road performance. Boss, can we really develop this tank with our research and development capabilities? The performance is very powerful, and the required diesel engine may have to be designed by ourselves. Horst simply calculated the data of this tank and found that the performance of this tank exceeded the data of the German tanks produced in World War II. His research on tanks is not superficial, but he has actually drawn sketches. Yes, according to my intelligence, the Detroit tank plant in the United States has already developed a patent medium tank called the M48, equipped with a 105mm rifle gun, power of 560 kilowatts, And they are also developing the 4th-generation Patton tank, whose performance far exceeds our current tank data. The Soviets have also developed the T-54 model tank. And the improved data may be even more exaggerated than the American M48. The T-54 series of tanks is the most produced tank in history and has a large number of improved models. In addition to personnel support, my opinion on the staffing of the Tank Design Bureau is around 200 people, so everyone doesn't have to worry about personnel issues. Funds and test sites will be arranged, St. Ayres continued, adding up the several design bureaus of Rheinmetall currently only has 200 people, which will far exceed other design bureaus after all. Making tanks is a high-tech, demanding thing, which cannot be compared with those light weapons and artillery. Of course, artillery production experience is also conducive to the development of tanks. To be honest, 200 is too few. Everyone doesn't have to worry about personnel issues. We will set up a brand new tank factory specifically for our tanks, temporarily named the Rheinmetall Tank Factory. From the 2nd-generation tanks onwards, it can be said that there is no such thing as a heavy tank, because there are too many problems with heavy tanks. Of course, each country is different. In backward countries, eliminated tanks are treasures like Africans fighting. Having a gun is enough. Tanks are not that important to most African countries after independence. Even infantry tank coordination has not been learned. Even some backward tank armor cannot withstand RPG shoulder-launched rockets, so tank exports are actually very difficult for some developing countries. Tanks are not as useful as mortars and RPGs. It's better to have a pickup truck or something for St. Ayres. Tanks have a more important position. If these people can really design and produce diesel engines, then he can engage in other civilian industries in the future, jointly researching with shipyards. And tank armor is also conducive to improving metal smelting technology. If it proves that Rheinmetall can manufacture its own tanks, then it will be much easier to introduce truck, automobile, and heavy truck technology in the future. You can use the research and development of tank technology to carry out talent training work. My suggestion is to also develop an infantry fighting vehicle at the same time, using the same chassis as our tank, reducing the difficulty of research and development, and also a practice of our modular thinking. An infantry fighting vehicle is an armored combat vehicle for infantry mobile combat. It is superior to armored personnel carriers in terms of firepower, protection, and mobility. The vehicle is also equipped with firing ports, and infantry can fire from the vehicle. Infantry fighting vehicles are mainly used to coordinate tank operations. They are fast mobile infantry detachments that eliminate enemy light armored vehicles, infantry anti-tank fire points, and living forces and low-flying targets. St. Ayres suddenly felt that he seemed to have become a little shameless, but since he was here, and Argentina did develop a powerful infantry fighting vehicle and tank in later generations, although it was also imported from Germany, tanks and infantry fighting vehicles use the same chassis, and most of the equipment can also be used in common. Infantry fighting vehicles can also be exported as weapons and equipment, while tanks are more difficult to sell unless they can actually develop good tanks. What Argentina introduced in later generations was the Marder infantry fighting vehicle, which Germany began to develop in 1960, and developed the TAM medium tank and the VCTP tracked infantry fighting vehicle after the final meeting. In addition to the future 5-year plan, St. Ayres passed the establishment of the Rheinmetall Tank Design Bureau and strongly set the 2 projects of the new Tank Bureau, the A-53 main battle tank and the A-53 infantry fighting vehicle, to expand the personnel of the major design bureaus again in order to prevent research and development failure. The Tank Design Bureau still arranged an improvement plan for American light tanks, improving and developing existing tanks to make them more suitable for Argentina's needs. This is also something that cannot be helped. Although Argentina had developed some DL-43 tanks a few years ago, only 12 of them were produced and then abandoned. The factory was also directly dissolved, and it is not known whether those designers can still be found. At that time, Argentina lacked an armored force. Otherwise, like Brazil, forming an expeditionary force and going to the European battlefield could also gain some political capital. I have to say that the military government at that time was a bit short-sighted. This is also a common problem of Argentina's previous governments. Elections are a big trouble for long-term development plans. In order to achieve the goals within the term of office more quickly, they become short-sighted and pay more attention to short-term interests. The new research and development task of the Artillery Design Bureau is anti-tank equipment, the research and development of shoulder-launched rockets, and the project is named RPG-53. The research and development project of the Storm Rifle Design Bureau is the research and development of modular rifles, and the project is named MG53. The Pistol Design Bureau was renamed the Pistol Submachine Gun Joint Design Bureau to develop its own pistols, and the submachine gun project was named MP53. A research and development funding of $5 million will be allocated within this year, which will also be used to improve and upgrade major factories. So far, Rheinmetall will have 4 major factories in the future: rifle factory, artillery factory, tank factory, and bullet factory. At least in the next few years, it will basically not deviate too much from this framework. Even for tanks, it is already a bit beyond the scope. SYNOPSIS' original intention was to build a medium-sized tank, and it would be almost enough to modify the American Sherman tank. As a result, Rheinmetall's designers all maintained a strong interest in the new tank bureau, so it would be better to go with the flow. You can't dampen the enthusiasm of your subordinates. Building the Rheinmetall tank factory and developing infantry fighting vehicles and new main battle tanks will definitely take a lot of time. This is not reverse research and development, nor is it like assault rifles with prototypes, but a brand new design. SYNOPSIS is also a little worried whether he is a bit too ambitious over the next period. The focus was on recruiting more employees for the Tank Design Bureau. Tank design and development is no simple task. Tanks are mainly composed of weapon systems, aiming systems, power systems, communication systems, fire control systems, armored hulls, and other systems. Infantry fighting vehicles might be simpler, but not by much. The power system alone is complex. Argentina currently has virtually no way to produce its own tank diesel engines and needs to design them itself. Therefore, it's best to continue recruiting design members from abroad to meet the needs. However, recruiting such talent is not easy. Unlike firearms and ammunition, diesel engines are always in demand, used in shipbuilding, trucks, automobiles, tanks, and many other things. Fortunately, San Jose has a tractor factory and a shipyard. Although primitive, they provide some foundation. Tank communication systems, aiming systems, and fire control systems are even more difficult and require independent research and development. This concerns Argentina's electronics industry, where the country has no foundation. Argentina doesn't even have an electronics factory at the moment. This task may have to be entrusted to Inco Electric in the United States, a roundabout way to save the country. In fact, if the design personnel from Argentina's disbanded national tank factory could be recruited, it would alleviate some of the design pressure. San Jose asked around, but the RAIN Bureau only had a few designers who had participated in the peripheral work of tanks. Talent in this area is heavily controlled, with most going to the United States or the Soviet Union. San Jose needs military personnel to coordinate. Currently, the tanks in the country can be said to be from ancient times. If the German tank factories hadn't been dismantled by the Americans and Soviets, San Jose would definitely have preferred to acquire German equipment. The medium tanks produced by Germany were already very close to the appearance of main battle tanks, such as the Panzer IV and Panzer V Panther, which he considered far superior to the tanks produced by the Americans during World War II. The tanks developed by the Soviets also looked much better than the old American tanks. The T-34 and T-44 tanks were quite in line with San Jose's aesthetics. If RAIN Military's tank development plan can gain the support of the Ministry of Defense or the Presidential Palace, then there will be no future sales pressure. According to his estimation, as long as more than 1,000 tanks can be sold, the investment can be completely covered, and a large sum of money can be earned. Argentina also needs new tanks, as the current army tanks are outdated. The Army and the Labor Federation have a total of 250 transport trucks, more than 400 Sherman tanks, M4A4 and Firefly, 18 Crusader Mk.IIs, 6 M7 Priests, and 320 M-Series half-track vehicles. The next step is to find a site for a large factory and prepare the groundwork. The tank production line and parts from Rio have already begun to be shipped to the country. The new tank factory can only be located in the suburbs. His idea is to set it up between Boo City and La Plata City, which is conducive to the transportation of various steel and raw materials. To be honest, establishing a tank factory is almost equivalent to establishing a tank industrial system. It is difficult to complete by relying solely on RAIN Military, so several partners need to be found later, whether they are state-owned factories or private factories. The tank factory also needs a final assembly workshop and various parts production workshops, which requires a huge industrial park to complete. As far as military factories are concerned, it is most suitable to establish them inland, but San Jose currently has no way. The various high-quality reserve talents and workers needed by the tank factory are not as easy to find in the inland as in the capital. Argentina now has many weapons and ordnance factories that always eat meat themselves without seeking cooperation with others, which will inevitably lead to jealousy sooner or later. It is best to support a group of Argentine factories and have some of their own core suppliers, like Apple's mobile phones in later generations, with their own partners, especially electronic and electrical factories, which are a desert in Argentina. The establishment of new factories and new design bureaus this time is also a way for RAIN military to move towards a more open step. It needs the overall rise of Argentina. The industrial rise of Argentina can never be accomplished by San Jose's pile of factories alone. It must be a large number of industrial systems that can be formed. For this reason, he also went to Commander Thompson's site and talked about many things. The idle Commander Thompson's military rank has not actually decreased. He is still a major general, and the position of principal of the National Defense Military Academy is not too bad. At least it is much easier than the Ministry of Defense. Although Commander Thompson has been away from Córdoba for a long time, he still has close relations with the Córdoba military. He can help San Jose find some contacts, such as the personnel of Argentina's former tank factory, who may have been diverted to other weapons factories. The failure of Argentina's tank project in the first place was largely due to the large scale of the project, coupled with Argentina's poor artillery technology, so it did not develop its own tank factory like the Canadians. Even more short-sighted was that the factory was eventually disbanded, the tank project was abandoned, and tanks produced by other countries were bought instead. On March 1st, 2 Victory ships passed through the Prairie Convoy and were transferred to the port of Buenos Aires. San Jose did not actually purchase many finished tanks, but purchased 7 or 8 of each model that could be purchased, light, medium, and heavy. He mainly purchased abandoned tank production lines in the United States. After all, the difficulty of redesigning a production line is far greater than the difficulty of doing a transformation on an existing foundation. Hoster led the team to be responsible for docking. These tanks had already been dismantled into individual parts by the team in the United States and transported to Brazil under various names. Now they are arriving in Argentina by means of transportation. These parts will be transported in batches to the RAIN tank factory in the suburbs. This is not coastal, but a relatively hidden small valley, which has received some support from the Argentine military, and safety can still be guaranteed. At least it is not easily attacked directly and can also be transported externally by rail to reassemble the tanks. San Jose also tried to ensure smooth transportation. The current Argentine railway has become dilapidated, and he is really worried that the train will not be able to transport the tanks by then. Unlike the original few factories, the tank factory needs to be kept as confidential as possible in the early stage, and it must be safe. It cannot be set up on the coast like steel mills and other factories. If it weren't for the talent in the capital, he might have directly set up the tank factory in Maria City. Even if it is difficult for Argentina to have a war, the safety of these precious factories must be considered. Fortunately, this non-coastal town is an abandoned town, so it is necessary to build factory buildings while continuing to engage in construction and research and development. San Jose is also lobbying for the tank project. Argentina needs a batch of new tanks to replace those outdated goods. His tank design bureau in RAIN military has reached more than 60 designers, and has newly recruited some personnel and assistants, with a total number of more than 80. San Jose, according to the appearance of German tanks in World War II and Soviet tanks at present, and then added memories and various parameters, first came up with various sketches. Through these sketches, the 2 departments of the Army Department and the Ministry of National Defense were docked and lobbied. It really won a pilot quota from the Army Department. Although there is no actual benefit support, it also provides RAIN military with some experimental sites and tank soldiers, which may be helpful in the future. The Argentine military is very interested in RAIN military's research and development tank program. In the past 2 years, RAIN military has been a very good national defense qualified company. It is currently the largest national defense contractor of Argentine private companies, but it mainly produces light weapons. In terms of status, it cannot be compared with Argentine military aircraft manufacturing plants and other high-tech military factories. I didn't expect RAIN military to engage in tanks, which is not a small matter. Therefore, the Ministry of National Defense and the Army Department have given certain support and are willing to provide some help regarding tank research and development. There is also a not-so-good news, that is, there are currently no electronic factories in China, and it is impossible to produce things like diodes, and even telephone lines have to be imported from the United States. This can only be done by San Jose himself in the later stage. and then a joint venture factory will be established in Argentina with New York Enco Electric at present. It is impossible to find any talent in the country for the development of the electronics industry. Fortunately, the tanks currently produced involve relatively little electronics, so it is not impossible not to engage in them. The electronics industry is a long-term matter, and there are many difficulties in Argentina in the short term. Developing its own tank industry and training technical talents is also a long process. If the tanks designed by Rain Tank Design Bureau can reach the performance of the Type 59 and later generations, it will basically be considered a success. If it can reach the performance of the Type 69, then it is secretly making up lessons. The prototype of the Type 59 is the Soviet T-54. If you can get a few of these types of tanks, it will be a good reference for the personnel of the Tank Design Bureau. After all, the German tanks are outdated. The Americans plan to rearm Germany in the next few years, and then Germany will have the opportunity to rebuild its national defense industry. The data given by San Jose to the Tank Design Bureau is the Leopard 1 main battle tank, which is slightly weakened, but Argentina does not have a strong automobile, truck, and engine manufacturing industry like Germany at present. The military industry in West Germany has now been transformed and integrated into the civilian industry, and can also be turned to military research and development at any time. The Americans have also gradually relaxed their control over these factories. Countering the Soviets is the top priority. The foundations of factories such as the Bavarian Motor Works, Volkswagen, Mercedes-Benz, as well as Krupp, Rheinmetall, HGG, and MAN are still there. Chapter 157, 52nd Annual Meeting in Diesel Dilemma. On March 10, 1953, the senior executives of all factories under St. Thérèse gathered in Buchan for the overdue annual meeting of 52. The annual meeting is held once a year to summarize the experiences and lessons of the company's factories in the past year, jointly formulate future development plans, and issue rewards. It has become a routine. The number of people attending this meeting has more than doubled compared to last year, with several more factories and new faces this year. Rheinmetall Military Industries still did not participate, neither did New Argentina Media, Thunder Cross, Delta Security, or Cohen Consulting. The Rosario Cohen Brothers Company and Buchan Sprawl International participated in the name of the Human Resources Department and the Trade Department in general. The annual plan and factory development goals set last year were basically not achieved, and some sales data even regressed. The main reason was the impact of the Western European economic crisis, the economic depression, and the loss of the French-Vietnamese market. Fortunately, with the continuous financial support of St. Thérèse, production technology has progressed the fastest during this crisis, and a lot of production equipment has been acquired. The fastest growing and largest scale expansion in 1952 was Thunder Mining Company. In addition to the domestic potassium triangle, it also established two major overseas mining bases in Australia and Bolivia, mining coal, iron ore, and copper ore. If conditions permit, it can cooperate with smelting companies to produce and smelt metals to obtain higher profits. Among all the companies and factories, the most profitable is the relatively small Andes Condor cigarette factory, exceeding $10 million, which strongly supported the expansion and development of other companies. Thunder Mining's profit was less than $3 million because it needed to invest production profits in mining equipment, road construction, and other aspects. Prowl Food and Blue Cloud Shoes U0026 Clothing Textile were slightly loss-making at break-even. Fortunately, this is only a temporary phenomenon. St. Thérèse plans to develop these two companies, while this year he plans to promote several new managers. The current management of the two major companies is still developing with a factory mindset, which will only get worse and worse. Prowl Food and Blue Cloud Shoes U0026 Clothing Textile can exert greater combat effectiveness and profitability, and can also develop a more complete supplier system, especially in terms of beverages. St. Thérèse has already planned to launch a Brazilian beverage war and fight against Antarctica beverages and Coca-Cola. Otherwise, if the market at the doorstep cannot be won, future development will not be good. This is a tough nut to crack, let alone the European market. Prowl Food must evolve to cope with increasingly difficult and complex international competition. The same is true for Blue Cloud Shoes U0026 Clothing Textile. The old management personnel are also not enough to adapt to the international market. It's just that the gap in production equipment with Europe is not as big as before, but the personnel management is still old-fashioned, with some rigid tendencies. The 3Cs shipyard is still in the research and development stage. The first sample fishing boat has been completed and preparations for the dock and production plan have begun. Maya chemical industry continued to expand its production scale according to St. Arus's intentions, while continuing to develop fertilizers and explosives, and introducing the production of pesticides. After divesting the fireworks factory, the comprehensive chemical industry idea became smoother and smoother. Sean Tater has made rapid progress and already possesses the qualities of a professional manager. This is because he directly squeezed the redwood fertilizer factory to bankruptcy, with some public opinion help from the new Argentina daily. Redwood fertilizer factory itself had a lot of black material and offended many farms. The organic fertilizer they produced had no effect, and was even mixed with some soil. Under the impact of Maya fertilizer factory, it directly closed down, and the bus was also sent in for economic crimes. Leiden Industries tractor factory, machinery factory, and motorcycle factory have also been basically completed and have begun mass production. The first customer is Future Agriculture. Future Agriculture has a lot of new land and needs these guys who don't eat grass but eat gasoline and diesel. Cooperation with the Argentine National Petroleum Company has also deepened. Fortunately, Argentina is not short of oil, and the Argentine Petroleum Company really has the so-called state-owned enterprise disease. A good industry has very little profit, and I don't know if there are too many employees or the corruption is too serious. Oil and natural gas are among Argentina's richer energy minerals, along with Colombia and Brazil. For this hand that can lay golden eggs, it has now become a serious burden on Argentina's finances. Last year, the Argentine National Petroleum Company did not make a profit and lost almost $2 million, which he found unimaginable. The Argentine Petroleum Company was also sold to Americans and other countries in its previous life. For this reason, the direct reason is actually very obvious. Last December, the Argentine Petroleum Company organized 14 strikes, which seriously interfered with the company's operation and development. When he saw this, he just sighed. State-owned companies, as an important part of the national system, are now collapsing step by step due to some internal reasons, which is really heartbreaking. Last year, St. Arus's factories and companies continued to maintain a record of 0 strikes. In this regard, he is already considered relatively experienced, but the scale of employees is not comparable to the increasingly bloated Argentine state-owned companies. Future Agriculture can only continue to invest heavily, but it has also engaged in some side businesses, such as grain purchase and sale. This year, Argentina has a bumper grain harvest. St. Arus does not lack foreign trade channels. This year, Future Agriculture plans to establish a grain and oil company to do deep processing of grain. It is not very promising to specialize in growing grain. This was still Nora's suggestion. Nora is doing a good job in Future Agriculture, so she has recruited many Indians. On the other hand, the cigarette factory does not need too many Indians, and some have been diverted there. The construction progress of the industrial farm is also good. Many farming families have been recruited. And the strange requirement of encouraging men to work on the farm and women to be responsible for giving birth and raising children and doing housework has been supported by many poor farmers in the north. St. Arus even plans to have awards for heroic mothers and the like. Argentina's north itself is feudal and closed, and the idea of more children, more happiness is also more prevalent. Thinking about the current vice chairman of the Radical Party, Arturo, whose family has more than a dozen brothers and sisters, and now there are only 2 or 3 children in Argentina's cities, such as the Thompson family with only 2 children, it can be seen that once a generation moves from the countryside to the city, the birth rate is terribly declining. To have more children, it still depends on the north of Argentina. In the future, land reform can also be developed here to sweep the caudillos into the dustbin of history. The land population carrying capacity in the north exceeds 50 million people. He will not give up the northern development strategy. If the Radical Party does not support it, then he will use his own methods to change the caudillos' rule over the northern farmers with the armed support of Thunder Cross. This goal is not far away. At first, St. Arus even planned to launch and organize farmers to resist the caudillos. Anyway, he has guns and people, but this may cause national division and war, which is not appropriate. A La Plata steel plant is still under construction. St. Arus is watching closely, so he doesn't pay too much attention to it. The good news is that steel and molten iron will definitely be produced this year. After the trip to the United States, St. Arus began to plan to build a professional manager system for each company and factory, which can be said to have never appeared in Argentina as it stands. The various factories are severely castrated, which to some extent limits the rapid development of the factories and companies. After arranging the development goals of the major factories this year, The small goal this year is to acquire a bank. This will replace the increasingly bloated and complex financial center, which is St. Arus's way of controlling the major companies and factories in addition to financial and personnel power. St. Arus also plans to upgrade it and establish a consortium. Otherwise, when the company's scale becomes stronger and stronger, it will sooner or later become a monster. This needs to be sorted out as soon as possible. No need to rush, we'll take it slow. St. Arus's 53-year grand plan isn't as aggressive as last year's, making it easier to achieve while granting the management more freedom and autonomy this time. The plan also sets higher requirements for these managers. He's not paying such high salaries to support useless people. If they can't complete this year's plan, they'll be dismissed, demoted, or replaced. If a problem can't be solved, then solve the person causing the problem first. Besides, the support he provides is more than enough. After the meeting, St. Arus continued to work tirelessly. Dreaming that the factories could develop on their own just by him being a hands-off manager is unrealistic. He established his own control system, with the three major power systems of personnel, finance, and organization, along with the Falcon's intelligence network for its subsidiaries, coupled with St. Arus's development plans for the factories. Avoiding many detours. Adding up all the factories, large and small, the number of employees is already close to 20,000, and that's even before the steel mill workers are fully in place. Once the steel mill starts operating, the frontline staff alone will need to number around 30,000. When José transported American tank parts to an industrial town called Rennes, as he inventoried the various parts, it occurred to him that the United States currently doesn't have diesel-powered tanks. Most use gasoline engines, and even Germany uses gasoline engines. He assumed that the tanks produced by the United States during World War II all used diesel engines. And the people at the Tank Design Bureau didn't realize that only diesel engines are the future trend. This is truly a wonderful misunderstanding. St. Arus also realized that he had underestimated the difficulty of designing the next generation of main battle tanks. At least for a developing country, an excellent tank engine must have strong low-end torque, a wide torque range, be able to operate normally under large hot and cold temperature differences, and have a long continuous high-load operating time. This is a great test of a country's industrial level currently. Most people at Rennes Military Industries don't realize that diesel engines have a more important role than gasoline engines, especially in national defense applications. Fortunately, he now has a tractor factory and a shipyard, both of which need power systems and use diesel engines. A diesel engine is an internal combustion engine that uses diesel fuel as fuel. It is a compression ignition engine, and it is often referred to as a diesel engine after its main inventor, Rudolf Diesel. For marine, locomotive, vehicle, agricultural machinery, and construction machinery applications, diesel engines are not very popular at the moment, mainly because the technology isn't quite there yet. Sean from the United States has also connected with Spain. St. Arus happens to be developing 3C's shipbuilding and Thunder Shield tractor factory. These three things have actually converged to this point. Both tractors and tanks need more powerful diesel engines. The shipyard can currently purchase diesel engines from outside, mainly importing the previous generation of Perkins diesel engines from the UK. Not to mention the high price, the quality and lifespan can't be guaranteed, but it's still much better than the current Argentine fishing boats. Therefore, after comprehensive consideration, St. Arus decided to build a diesel engine factory, introducing foreign technology and production lines. Diesel engines are essential products for developing heavy industry. Currently, Argentina can best introduce several new generation diesel engine production lines. The countries with relatively well-developed diesel technology in the world are still the same few: the United States, Germany, and the Soviet Union. In 1951, the German MAN F8, with its V8 engine super-large 180 horsepower, became the economic miracle of young West Germany. Japan's Mitsubishi and Sweden's Volvo, with Volvo being a rising company in the truck field, but currently mainly in the light truck field. Why is St. Arus so urgent? Because diesel engines are not difficult, and have existed for a long time. Even many backward countries can produce them, and now is a good opportunity for development. Diesel engines were installed in cars as early as the 1930s. But it was heavy machinery and armored vehicles that truly provided a stage for diesel engines to perform. Of course, the Americans also realized the potential of diesel engines, and the two camps engaged in a continuous arms race in terms of tank power, which inadvertently accelerated the development of diesel engine technology. The current diesel engine industrial production lines are not very advanced, which is actually a major benefit for St. Arus, conducive to establishing a catching-up advantage. At least, even a small country like Sweden has Volvo and can develop advanced diesel engine industry, heavy truck industry, and national defense military industry, proving that small countries can also be world-class even in the 21st century. Sweden's population is only about 10 million. So why can't Argentina? The more crucial factor in Sweden's strong military technology is that Sweden has top-notch technology in the military industry and related industries. Although Sweden's total population is very small, even about the same as a city, Sweden is a world leader in metallurgy, materials, machinery, electronics, and communications. Saint Jethro is not the president of Argentina now, nor does he have the ability to formulate various economic development plans. His development ideas for climbing Argentina's technology tree are also gradually evolving. Now it has become starting from the military industry. Compared to basic industries such as steel, mining, and textiles, the military industry involves higher technology content, and military-civilian integration is the future trend, which promotes and improves each other. Argentina learning from Mexico and Brazil is more about establishing suitable systems, centralized power, and the idea of developing technology, while also needing to refer to multiple parties. There are not many ways to rise from a small country. The Nordic development model is a major reference. Mexico and Brazil are more of a negative example, representing deindustrialization. The Japanese model is also a very good development reference, as is the Soviet model, and the small country Swedish and Finnish models. Nowadays walking on two legs, and with sufficient external financial support, it is easy to develop. Countries like Sweden and Finland also have world-class advanced companies such as Volvo, Saab, Nokia, and Ericsson in later generations, which is very worthy of Argentina's learning. Sweden even planned to develop its own nuclear weapons and succeeded, developing a delivery bomber, but gave up in the 70s and 80s due to the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Which means people have to be sent to Sweden to take a look later. Sweden has its own aviation industry, civilian nuclear industry, automobile manufacturing, and the derived military industry, and is a top student among industrialized countries with small populations. For Europeans, a population of 50 million is the basis of a great power, and Sweden really doesn't have the opportunity to become a great power. This is a very good partner, a permanently neutral country, without any conflicts, and both introduction and cooperation can be discussed. This also proves that Argentina can continue to develop and become strong before developing to a population of 50 million. Small countries also have great undertakings. A few days later, Saint Jethro gathered the managers of the tractor factory, 3C's shipyard, and Rentank factory for another meeting. Everyone, we need to merge and build a diesel engine factory that belongs to us Argentinians, in order to reduce redundant construction and adapt to future development. Saint Jethro intends to independently build a diesel engine factory that does not belong to any company or factory, but will have people jointly researched by the three factories. Boss, why don't we make gasoline engines? Aren't they easier to use and easier to make? Besides, diesel engines have many shortcomings, and even fishing boats don't really need diesel engines. The British diesel engines are really not good. That's right, gasoline engines are actually very suitable for tanks. Host also said, tractors are better off using gasoline. It's troublesome to burn diesel. Your ideas are limited. Let me tell you in detail why we need diesel engines. Chapter 158. We need a diesel engine factory. I'll post first and then revise tonight, probably finishing before 2 a.m. My sincere apologies. Wishing everyone a happy National Day holiday. Everyone, take a look at these materials. To be honest, the most advanced diesel engines right now are still from Germany. Other countries are a bit behind. It's not that Saint Husser is a Germanophile, but that's just the reality. Even divided into two Germanys, their industrial strength is top-notch. Hearing the word Germany, Horst couldn't help but straighten his back. He has always been proud of his former motherland, not the anti-human Nazi Germany, but a great Germany. It's just a pity that he can't go back. But now, Saint Husser's upward-moving team has brought him back to the feeling of striving in Germany, even though he was just a young man who didn't know anything back then. Of course, the Soviets and Americans are also doing pretty well with diesel engines now. The UK is slightly worse, France is, passable reluctantly, and then there are countries like Sweden and Austria. Japan's level is still not very good, but there is a company called Mitsubishi that is alright, Saint Husser commented casually, his main goal being to start with these countries as well. Cummins in the United States currently only has annual sales of 10 to 20 million US dollars. General Electric is still the major player in diesel engines. The large-scale interstate highway construction in the United States is spawning a new batch of diesel engine companies. General Electric, in the United States, also produces engines. Their internal combustion heavy locomotives run on nearly 300,000 kilometers of railways in the United States, and as you all know, our Argentine railway system still mainly uses heavy steam locomotives, and our country has more than 10,000 locomotives. I don't need to tell you the price of a locomotive, we can also bid for it. Argentina is also a continental country with a vast territory and a sparse population, requiring railways to connect it. Moreover, in times of war, the railway is the best troop transport system. In fact, the difficulty of developing internal combustion locomotives is not too great, and large diesel engines are easier to reverse engineer and imitate than small diesel engines. The United States, which has the most railways in the world, has 2 million railway employees, which is terrifyingly large. However, the American railway is losing its original appeal, with the rapid development of the automotive and aviation industries after the war squeezing the American railway market. Internal combustion locomotives are much more efficient and cleaner than heavy steam locomotives, and are not as restricted as electric locomotives. However, Argentina no longer has the money to update its massive railway system. Picking up bargains in the United States a few months ago, I didn't expect to get slapped in the face so quickly, picking up half a load of junk. Fortunately, the other half is useful for existing manufacturers. Just use it as a training ground for newbies. I hope the three factories can cooperate, jointly develop, share technology, and then develop our own diesel engine. There are not many new tank factory management personnel. Mainly Horst is in charge of management. The tractor factory is managed by Philippe of Leiden Industries. The Sanhay shipyard is currently the only one using diesel engine technology. But because research and cracking this kind of thing is not simple, even though St. Husser provided many ideas for the development of diesel engines, in the end, in order to rush on a project schedule, they purchased ready-made British Perkins diesel engines. This was also approved by St. Husser. There was no way, the basic industry was weak, and there was no way to import a diesel engine production line all at once. At the beginning, he didn't pay much attention to it. To be honest, it was not cost-effective to build an engine production line for building hundreds of ships. In addition, there was not much spare capital at the beginning, so I had to import from abroad first. St. Husser's ambition at the beginning was to become the world's shipping magnate, but that was not just a matter of opening up new sea routes. It was the market that decided. In addition, there were too many things to do, so St. Husser gradually focused his attention on other things. But now the situation is different. Tractors and tank infantry fighting vehicles, and even trucks can be used. Also, most of the railways in Argentina use steam locomotives. When powerful internal combustion engines are developed, they can be used for Argentine railways, so there is no need to import from the UK and the US. And the most important thing is that St. Husser has sufficient funds and does not have to invest too much capital in the two money-guzzling monsters, Maya Chemical and the steel plant. It is time to make a real decision. Whether to acquire or introduce from Europe. Now, we must invest money to build our own diesel engine factory. Everyone can express their opinions, and we will bring in mechanical talents from other brother companies later. Boss, are we going to send people to Europe on business again this time? Horst asked, and Philippe was also concerned about this issue. Yes, the UK, Germany, Austria, and Sweden. Directly negotiate to introduce production lines and talents. We have enough capital reserves, so you don't have to worry about money. I will also contact the US side. Okay, I propose to set up the new factory in the tractor factory. After all, we need this diesel engine the most, and we will soon be able to develop the next generation of tractors. Horst is extremely optimistic about the future development prospects of the diesel engine factory. The boss is planning to make a big splash. Koch, you are struggling to produce tanks, and you have a tank design bureau, so you don't need this diesel engine factory, right? Philippe also strives to get a diesel engine factory that the boss values. If it can be set up on the tractor factory side, it will be very important to the tractor factory. I think our shipyard needs a diesel engine factory more. It is best to set it up in La Plata. After a series of disputes, St. Husser also had some headaches. This is considered a cross-industry cooperation under his command, and it is centered on a diesel engine. It has to be said that diesel engines are too important. Although the current technology content is not high, in the future, this power machinery has a wide range of applications. Let's follow the original idea and find a suitable place between the three factories to set up the diesel engine factory. In the end, St. Husser had to find a compromise. Moreover, for St. Husser, where the diesel engine factory is set up is not very important. The most important thing is to achieve localization through diesel engines. Diesel engines can even be used to produce conventional submarines. Even most rocket engines are based on the principle of internal combustion engines. Taking diesel engines as a breakthrough, and continuing to study them, they can be used to develop jet rockets in the future. Moreover, it has also consumed a lot of manpower and material resources, increased the difficulty of factory management. Too little autonomy and too much control are not feasible. A reform must be carried out to improve the development system, and at the same time, other methods should be used to control and manage the company. The existing system is also not conducive to talented people rising to the management level. At the same time, employee training and promotion must be done well, which is very important. The company's development must also gradually become standardized, eliminating some dangerous and illegal factors. Extensive development and wild growth are the current situation of St. Husser Company. He is also exhausted by these things. Managing 100 people is completely different from managing 10,000 people. Even St. Husser must continue to learn. Fortunately, St. Husser has good learning ability. He only needs to grasp the core management personnel to continue. At present, the trade situation between China and Europe is not very good. Relying on Prairie International alone, the situation is not ideal except for beef and grain this year. It will not be easy for Argentina to continue to open up larger European and American markets. Now, it can only rely on some inexpensive products to test the waters first. Made in Argentina is now synonymous with expensive prices and mediocre quality. It is not very popular. Now Made in Argentina is following the old path of Made in Germany and Made in Japan. Fortunately, St. Husser has not given up on quality requirements while developing. However, after all, most of the workers in St. Husser's factory are foreigners from Bolivia, Peru, Paraguay, and Uruguay. Therefore, training must also be carried out. But to be honest, in this era, the only reason people think of going to work in the city is that they are forced to and cannot survive. St. Husser took stock of his factory. Foreign laborers accounted for about half, and because everyone speaks Spanish, management is still quite convenient. The following is a discarded draft, lacking 2,000 words. Everyone, please take a look at this information first. To be honest, Germany is still the best in diesel engines, and other countries are still a bit lacking. It's not that St. Husser is pro-German, but this is indeed the fact. Even if divided into two Germanys, the industrial strength can be ranked among the top. When Horst heard the word Germany, he couldn't help but straighten his back even more. He has always been proud of his former motherland, not the anti-human Third Reich, but a great Germany. It's a pity that he can't go back, but the upward St. Husser team has brought him back the feeling of striving in Germany, although he was just a young man who didn't understand anything at that time. Of course, now the Soviets and Americans are also doing pretty well in diesel engines. The United Kingdom is slightly worse, France is barely okay, and then there are countries like Sweden and Austria. Japan's level is still not very good. But there is a company called Mitsubishi that is okay, St. Husser casually commented. The main goal is to start from these countries as well. Cummins in the United States now has an annual sales of only 10 to 20 million US dollars. General Electric is still the main player in diesel engines. The large-scale interstate highway construction in the United States is spawning a new batch of diesel engine companies. General Electric in the United States also produces engines. Their internal combustion heavy-duty locomotives run on nearly 300,000 kilometers of railways in the United States, and everyone knows that our Argentine railway system still mainly uses bulky steam locomotives, and our country has more than 10,000 locomotives. I don't need to tell you the price of a locomotive. We can also bid. Argentina is also a continental country with a vast territory and sparse population, which requires railways to connect them. Moreover, in the event of war, the railway is the best troop transport system. In fact, the difficulty of developing internal combustion locomotives is not too great, and large diesel engines are easier to reverse engineer and imitate than small diesel engines. The United States, which has the most railways in the world, has 2 million railway employees, which is terribly large. However, American railways are losing their original charm. The rapid development of the automotive and aviation industries after the war has squeezed the market for American railways. The efficiency and cleanliness of internal combustion locomotives far exceed those of bulky steam locomotives, and they are not as restricted as electric locomotives. However, Argentina no longer has the money to update its massive railway system. I picked up some cheap goods in the United States a few months ago, but I didn't expect to be slapped in the face in a blink of an eye. I picked up half of the junk, but fortunately, The other half is useful for the existing manufacturers. Just use it as a beginner's training ground. I hope the three factories can cooperate, jointly develop, share technology, and then develop our own diesel engine. There are not many management personnel in the new tank factory. Horst is mainly in charge of management. The tractor factory is managed by Philip of Rieden Industries. The Sanhay shipyard is currently the only one that uses diesel engine technology, but because research and cracking this kind of thing is not simple, even though St. Husser initially provided a lot of ideas for the development of diesel engines, in the end, in order to catch up with the project progress, it purchased ready-made British Perkins diesel engines. This was also approved by St. Husser. There was no way, the basic industry was weak, and there was no way to introduce a diesel engine production line all at once. At the beginning, it was not taken very seriously. To be honest, it was not cost-effective to build an engine production line to build hundreds of ships. In addition, there was not much surplus funds at the beginning, so I had to import from abroad first. St. Husser's ambition at the beginning was to become the world's ship king, but that was not just a matter of opening up new sea routes, it was determined by the market. In addition, there were too many things to do, so St. Husser gradually put his mind on other things. But now the situation is different. Tractors and tank infantry fighting vehicles, and even trucks can be used. Also, most of Argentina's railways use steam locomotives. By then, powerful internal combustion engines can also be used for Argentine railways, so there is no need to import from the UK and the US. And the most important thing is that St. Husser has sufficient funds and does not have to invest too much funds in Maya Chemical and the steel plant, these two money-guzzling monsters. It's time to really make a decision. Now, whether to acquire or introduce in Europe, you must spend money to build your own diesel engine factory. Everyone can express their opinions, and we will bring in mechanical talents from other brother companies later. Boss, are we going to send people to Europe on business again this time? Chapter 159: U.S. Capital Invasion and the Argentine Banking Industry. I didn't expect this day to come so quickly. After reading the announcement issued by the Argentine government, St. Husser finally realized the seriousness of the matter. American capital has always been a major enemy. St. Husser was always prepared to confront the powerful American capital and see how they were economically colonizing Argentina. From the moment Evita was laid to rest, Perón's power began to wane. An economic crisis caused by the excessive issuance of banknotes and the indiscriminate distribution of money to labor unions was already approaching Argentina, just like the economic crisis in Western Europe. The presidential palace had also begun attempting to negotiate with the United States since the end of last year. This man-made crisis was so absurd the presidential palace tried to get the United States to lift its unilateral economic blockade of Argentina, but Eisenhower had just taken office, and his task was to resolve the Korean War. Argentina, a small country, was not worth mentioning. Of course, American capital would not miss this excellent opportunity, especially the vast oil capital. To be honest, there is a particularly deceptive saying, so far from God, so close to the United States. This sentence can be applied to any country in the Americas, but in fact, from Canada in the north to Chile and Argentina in the south, the differences are ridiculously large. The decline of any country begins from within, and Argentina is such a country. External pressure is only a small part of it after all. Without military aggression, it is difficult to destroy a country in this day and age. St. Husser also sent people from the Falcon Bureau to keep an eye on Perón at the Casa Rosada. The current Perón has gradually lost the support of many people. After finishing his work each day, he likes to spend time alone with a few small dogs, often wandering on the lawn of the Casa Rosada garden, like a senile old emperor in the final days of an empire, reminiscing about the past. Normally, Perón would not step down until 2 years later, but the situation is now changing. Even the shirtless ones and the labor unions have begun to oppose Perón. They have no work and are now reduced to needing direct relief. At least they could survive back in their hometowns. During Perón's second election, Perón promised bread, jobs, and housing. Now there is nothing. Only disappointment and unemployment. They feel they have been deceived. Standard Oil of California belongs to the Rockefeller Consortium and does not have a deep relationship with the California Consortium. It listens more to the wishes of the Eastern Consortium. The California Consortium is a new major consortium that rose after World War II, including the Bank of America Group, the San Francisco Group, and the Los Angeles Group. The economic strength of these three groups grew rapidly during World War II, with the rapid development of California's arms industry, especially the growth rate of financial capital, forming a large consortium centered on the Bank of America. Argentina is currently, at its root, still an agricultural country. St. Husser cannot persuade the presidential palace. Arturo of the Radical Civic Union also believes that American capital intervention in Argentina has benefits. St. Hirsch convened the senior management of New Argentina Media. With other methods already in effect, he only had one last resort: public opinion propaganda. New Argentina Media headquarters. The reason I called everyone here this time is, for one thing, to promote the agreement between Standard Oil of California and the Presidential Palace. He plans to start with propaganda, exaggerating the amount of Argentina's oil reserves, making the Argentine people feel that they are selling at a loss, increasing the difficulty for Standard Oil of California, and preferably messing it up or delaying it. St. Hirsch still lacks time. Okay, boss, we will increase our publicity efforts. Standard Oil of California wants to obtain mining rights. It needs $500 million. This is really terrible. Each plantation of a United Fruit Company in Central American countries not only forms an economically self-sufficient system, but also formulates its own laws, establishes its own military camps, and can even arbitrarily arrest and rob workers, becoming a local country within a country. The United Fruit Company also colludes with reactionary forces in various countries to manipulate the politics of various countries. I believe everyone does not want to see such a future, right? Our Argentina is just a larger Cuba, and even the 8 million people of Cuba are controlled by the United Fruit Company. The same is true for the more than 18 million Argentines, boss. The population was probably around 19 million last year. Has it increased so much? St. Hirsch was a little surprised. He didn't expect it to increase by more than 1 million in 3 years, which is still okay. The higher the base, the better. Yes, because the growth of foreign trade has brought a lot of immigrants, plus some population censuses. Okay, in later generations, the most obvious examples of economic colonization are Ukraine and South Korea. Their countries have obviously been economically colonized, although on the surface, the locals are still in power. They have no say or sovereignty in the economy, and at the same time in politics. Just like the South Korean Samsung Group being controlled by the United States, South Korea opened up trade and finance in the 1990s, and as a result, during the 1997 Asian financial crisis, South Korean companies closed down one after another and were bought cheaply by Americans. St. Hirsch is also facing such a dilemma, but unlike Samsung, St. Hirsch is not that weak, and Argentina is not that weak either. Argentina has a large enough strategic depth, although the current Standard Oil of California is considered a low-price acquisition. It is not a direct acquisition of finished product companies. The United States has a long way to go to turn Argentina into a raw material production base and a dumping market. The real start will be after the Perón era is over. Now it's just testing the waters. They even have to face repeated difficulties from the government, such as being forcibly nationalized after building good infrastructure. Foreign investment is a good economic booster if used well, but a sharp sword towards the people if used poorly. During the privatization and foreign capital invasion process in Argentina in later generations, a large number of workers will be laid off. This is their method of saving costs and then making profits. Simple and direct anyway. If you can't solve the problem, solve the person who caused the problem. In fact, Argentine universities are like German and French universities, with no restrictions on graduation time. In fact, not many people can graduate on time within 4 years. And even fewer graduate early. St. Hirsch handed over his position as president at the new Youth League's welcoming meeting, with Powell taking over as the second president. A student club can serve as a bond, but it will take at least 10 years for them to fully develop. St. Hirsch is trying to make investments for 10 years later, as these people are Argentina's future. Some outstanding members were developed into peripheral members of the Falcon Bureau. The Falcon Bureau received a massive amount of financial support from St. Hirsch and began to recruit peripheral members on a large scale. In addition, the current employment situation in Argentina is not very good, and some outstanding graduates cannot find jobs in the end. St. Hirsch didn't spend too much energy on the matter of American capital. He was investigating a suitable acquisition target. He plans to buy a bank. Banks are a national strategic industry, directly related to the lifeblood of the country. France's rapid rise after World War II was also related to their many state-owned banks. Argentina has too many private banks and too few state-owned banks. The Argentine government simply cannot utilize bank funds, but keeps printing banknotes. I don't know if this counts as losing a watermelon for a sesame seed. According to St. Hirsch, it wouldn't be difficult for the Argentine government to solve the problem of lacking money. Stabilize the currency, open more state-owned banks, and restrict private banks. Argentina currently doesn't have many banks, only about 100. Basically, each province has at least 2 or more banks. There are not many national banks, mostly state-owned banks, but half of the banking capital is on the private bank side. This is the root of the contradiction. The presidential palace is holding a bank that can lay golden eggs, but it is not producing any results, only printing banknotes. St. Ayres wants to get rid of Paron as soon as possible in Argentina. A bank job is a golden rice bowl, stable work, generous pay, and high social status. Many bankers' sons inherit their father's businesses, forming bank families over the years. The financial district of Buenos Aires is commonly known as Law City, like Wall Street in New York and the City of London. This famous Law City street is narrow and crowded, lined with bank buildings, cafes, bars, and cigar shops. The most bank employees in Argentina are distributed here, while Redwood Investment initially set up its company outside the financial street to save money. The gap between Argentine banks and American banks is too big now. If American banks are modern banks, then Argentine banking is modern banking. The gap is still relatively large, roughly equivalent to the level of the American banking industry in the 1930s. The Bank of the Province of Buenos Aires is the oldest bank in Argentina. Cohen Consulting, Andrew collected a lot of suitable information. St. Ayres looked at the 14 suitable acquisition targets in his hand with interest. These 14 banks represent 21 Argentine business families, controlling Argentina's largest financial assets. Argentina's banking industry is actually developing quite well now. Argentinians lost confidence in the peso starting in the 1970s. That was the real madness, replacing all pesos with a more stable US dollars. Now St. Ayres is starting to do the same. He has no choice. While St. Ayres was carefully reviewing these materials, he suddenly thought of a shell company, Argentina Redwood Investment. This shell company seems to be still running. Argentina Redwood Company and the American Sequoia Company were originally headquarters and branch relationships, but later American Sequoia became independent directly. The current Argentina Redwood supports several people. He dare not speculate on stocks in the Argentine stock market. The entire market value of the Argentine stock market is less than $100 million, and it is impossible to exert the role of the financial market. The more St. Ayres looks at Argentina, the more bizarre it is. Normally, countries that lag behind should make reasonable use of many national resources. Banking, financial securities, and oil are all good things. Why don't they make good use of them, but only use such low-level methods? Issuing $1 billion of national debt is much better than selling national assets, but Paron is about to step down anyway. This is the wheel of history. St. Ayres drove to the Redwood Company. According to his memory, if the finance department hadn't shown that it was still paying wages, he would have thought it was completely abandoned. Hello everyone, I don't know if you still remember me. St. Ayres was also a little embarrassed, knocking on the glass door. Bucharest Redwood is almost the earliest established company. Now is this only my second time here? It's also my fault. I never pay attention to this, and the people in the finance department also think that Bucharest Redwood Company is really a branch of the Redwood fertilizer plant. But to be honest, Redwood Company has never lost money and has even made a little money, which is the most bizarre thing. You are the boss, St. Ayres. Cohen, boss, it's been 2 years, you finally came over. I don't know how to describe my current mood. A young man wearing glasses stood up, with a rather complicated expression. Thomas Clardy, I didn't expect you to still be here. This young man named Thomas was hired by St. Ayres. He seems to have graduated from the University of Salvador. If it weren't for his poor English, he would have been sent to American Sequoia together, mainly because we get paid every month. We are reluctant to leave. St. Ayres also seemed to intentionally or unintentionally ignore this Redwood Company, which surprised him. Now this company only has 5 people, which is indeed pitifully small compared to 20,000 people. After St. left Argentina, he also forgot about this Redwood Company. After all, he only stayed for 3 days before going to the United States, although he was nominally the general manager of Argentina Redwood, and he only returned to Argentina once. Thank you for staying here. The office here is not big, only 1 room in size, with more than 20 desks. St. took away 16 people, 9 stayed in Argentina, and 3 left. This is a forgotten corner he and Little Nix purchased and set up this decoration back then. The monthly rent is still being paid, which is probably the benefit of a unified financial center. In January 2 years ago, he came to the University of Buenos Aires in Argentina to take the exam and incidentally established an investment company for the purpose of going to the United States. Do you have any financial statements and planning statements now? This matter is still a bit shocking to St. Ayres. I didn't expect that there would be such a day. I even forgot about my own industry. Maybe this is the result of having too much wealth and too much to remember. Yes, boss, I'll get it for you to see. Thomas took out a thick report. St. Ayres carefully looked through this report, which was recorded very carefully. They even achieved self-management. Not only that, but they also used company funds to purchase bonds, investments, etc., and they could actually make a profit of about $10,000 per month, which is terribly strong. Every expense is written out. These 5 people are really good. I didn't have time to finish writing it today. The following is still a 300-word draft. It will be updated before 2 o'clock. Chapter 160 Acquisition of Baron and Chapter X27, S-Bank. As April arrived, St. Ayres spent most of his time focusing on the bank acquisition. The Americans were already here, and nothing could change that. Playing a few minor tricks was about the most he could do. Even if the sky fell, there were people from the Radical Party and the National Oil Company to hold it up. If things really got out of hand, he could always flip the table. The time to form a consortium had arrived. Any further delay would truly be too late. St. Ayres was a man of quick decisions. Acquiring a bank was beneficial for developing an Argentine consortium, and he now had the confidence to start a development bank. With American Sequoia as a significant source of support, all he needed to do was acquire it and develop it according to plan. It wasn't that Argentine banks were bad, but rather that they were quite unimpressive. Mainly, the Argentine financial market was underdeveloped, hindering the growth of banks. The lack of comprehensive regulations led to so-called wild growth. With a rapid expansion of various factories, partnering with other banks wouldn't guarantee security or risk management. Having his own bank would be much better. As the core of the consortium, the bank could help him connect and control major companies and factories. It could also handle foreign exchange and truly help his companies go multinational, as well as provide loans to itself to inject funds during crises. He sent his capable subordinates to negotiate the acquisition of Baron Commercial Bank with the Johnson family in Boo City. Baron Commercial Bank was a private family bank in Boo City, founded in 1890. It was one of the oldest banks in Argentina, even older than many American banks, and had developed step by step to its current state. Currently, it had 570 million pesos in deposits, 300 million pesos in loans, 120 million pesos in debt, and a high bad debt rate of 70 million pesos. It had over 110,000 customers and 13 branch offices in the city, making it a standard family bank in Argentina. Baron Bank didn't have a large number of employees, only over 600. In terms of bank size in Argentina, it ranked around 25th, far below several other private banks, most of which had deposit scales of over 5 billion pesos. The Johnson family came from Italy and immigrated to Argentina as a whole in 1850, starting from the retail industry and later establishing their own bank. They were now considered the 4th generation of the banking family. Their 4th generation heir, Bernard Johnson, was not skilled in banking and had no other heirs. Coupled with the worsening external environment for banks in Argentina and intense competition, they simply put it up for sale. Overall, the bank was still considered quite high quality. Baron Commercial Bank was founded in 1890, with a considerable history, even more so than many American banks initially. Many Italian immigrants had 2 choices: immigrate to America or immigrate to Argentina. The Johnson family chose Argentina. It's hard to say if it was the wrong choice. It's estimated that if the Johnson family had immigrated to the United States, they might have created a mid-sized consortium. There are actually quite a few Italian-American consortiums in the United States, and they are also first-rate at running the mafia. The external development environment of a family is also very important. Even if a generation improves just a little, the gap over several generations becomes enormous. In the past 2 years or so, the situation of Baron Commercial Bank has not been very optimistic. It was becoming increasingly difficult to develop new customers, and with less capital than other banks, its ability to resist risks during the economic crisis was poor. There had been several bank runs last year, and it was fortunate that the situation gradually became clear, allowing it to continue to exist, but it also lost a large number of deposits and customers. This acquisition went very smoothly. The Johnson family planned to move to the United States, completely disappointed with Argentina, and it now seemed that Argentina would continue to decline into chaos. St. Ayres expressed regret for the Johnson family's plight, mourning them for a second. St. Ayres eventually established a new company, Baron Finance, to wholly own 100% of Buenos Aires Baron Commercial Bank. Whether or not to change the name didn't matter, the name was decent enough, so he continued to use it. However, to display his ambition for a full-scale financial presence, St. Ayres renamed Buenos Aires Baron Commercial Bank to Baron Bank, removing commercial and the city name, and prepared to add many new businesses then. According to Saint Isida's intentions, he reorganized it. Suitable employees were retained, unsuitable ones were fired, and new employees were hired to expand the branch network. He directly reorganized Baron Bank, turning it into a company rather than just a bank. Rosa's financial center was directly merged into Baron Bank, immediately adding 300 employees. Rosa herself also served as the first deputy general manager and director of the debt center, still responsible for some financial business, but with a comprehensive upgrade plan, specifically responsible for controlling the bank. He introduced some digital banking management experience, including paying salaries by issuing instructions, which the bank then dispersed. He specifically had someone from the Radical Party introduce him to a reliable person, hiring a 66-year-old veteran banker for Baron Bank's general manager and president position, named Cicero Sorghieta. This person was also a member of an old brand commercial and political family, but only a collateral branch, and did not inherit the family business, having already left the family. The Sorghieta family was also of Italian descent, but their development in the banking industry was not deep. They mainly engaged in politics, trade, and farming, owning some large trading companies and beef companies in Argentina, a typical Caudello family, not very large, and a medium-sized family in Argentina. Saint Isida carefully sorted out the bank's business lines and carried out reforms. Saint Isida trained his bank employees in a military-style manner, while also providing the most competitive salaries in the entire Argentine banking industry, being quite generous. He recruited and trained new employees, calling it a wolf pack team to establish Baron Bank's corporate culture. Our Baron Bank needs strong execution, creativity, and obedience. Then you can get everything Baron Bank offers you: learning, innovation, benefits, and unity. In terms of Wolfpack culture, learning and innovation represent a keen sense of smell, benefits represent a spirit of aggression, and unity represents a spirit of collective struggle. Saint Isida directly applied some so-called corporate culture from later generations, firmly uniting the company's employees. We must have lofty pursuits, which is to become the strongest private bank in Argentina, and we must also have a pragmatic style, taking one step at a time. Saint Isida called this Baron culture, which was also the first bank in Argentina to have a corporate culture. Saint Isida also established an internal employee university for the bank, called Baron Financial School, where they could receive sufficient training. He also specially wrote a booklet called Baron Basic Law. At the same time, in order to improve employees' sense of belonging, he directly spent money to buy a 14-story commercial building on Roma Avenue in the Madero district outside LA Street, renaming it Baron Financial Building. To create a comfortable office environment, he directly set up the new headquarters here, and had a building team redecorate the interior and exterior. The top floor of the building was reserved for several offices for Saint Isida's exclusive use. Currently, there were not many high-rise buildings in Argentina, and more skyscrapers originated in the United States, appearing in major American cities around the 1930s, especially during Roosevelt's New Deal, which built a bunch of high-rise buildings. Currently, there are few buildings in Argentina exceeding 20 floors, and the Baron Financial Building is considered high. The famous Birala Palace is only 22 floors. Baron Bank will establish several branches in cities with Saint Isida's factories: Maria City Branch, Cordoba Branch, La Plata City Branch, Rosario Branch, Oran City Branch, and Potassium Triangle Branch. Establish a few branches in the early stage, and then prepare to establish a branch in each provincial capital, with a branch as the center, and then build business departments. Acquire the provinces that can't be entered. Anyway, there are quite a few small local banks in Argentina. Saint Isida invests funds on a large scale, opening branches like opening milk tea shops in later generations, selecting some excellent employees to be stationed, and combining market recruitment. The remaining thing is to train employees to track deposits and open accounts. This is advertising bragging. Baron Bank has a long history. Several simple slogans were immediately released, and super long advertising copy was continuously bombarded with information from the new media's major newspapers, magazines, and radio stations, even pioneeringly filmed TV commercials and put them on TV shows. Protecting customers' property with heart is a trustworthy bank around you. Saving is an effective way to fight risks. Choose Baron Bank, serving you for 63 years. The bank around you, a trustworthy bank. Baron Bank has branches in major cities across the country. Saint Isida is not idle either, mobilizing his network of contacts, Buddha and even the army, the farmers of the future farm, and all places that can generate deposit accounts. To mobilize account openings, and engage in small gift giveaways such as giving away eggs for opening an account, so that they can get the deposits into this account soon, The number of accounts at Barron Commercial Bank directly exceeded 200,000, becoming a medium-sized bank in Argentina. And the deposit business also slowly increased to 5.6 billion pesos. The other thing to do simultaneously is to apply to the Central Bank of Argentina for a foreign exchange processing license to do foreign exchange business. International remittances are stored in this bank, and the amount of international remittances has increased by $8 million, including some other foreign exchange. The third thing to do is to acquire or establish insurance companies and wealth management companies. This is Saint Teresa's own experience. Selling insurance, especially commercial insurance, is a way to significantly increase profits, and wealth management can increase the amount of funds that the bank can control. Establish a Barron Insurance Company, jointly invest in wealth management with Redwood Securities, issue new bonds to Saint Teresa's factories, and expand their development scale. On the 14th floor of the Lumba Financial Building, all the employees of Lumba Bank combined can only fill the bottom 5 floors, and most of the other floors are vacant. Saint Teresa, Andrew, Rosa, and other important confidants are chatting. Andrew, what do you think of our bank's development plan? Guerrero is still in the United States. He appointed Guerrero as the permanent deputy director, with a higher position than the other 2 deputy directors. I think it's very good. The scale of Barron Bank can already fit into the top ranks in Argentina, right? Like Garcia Bank? Garcia Bank is currently the largest private bank in Argentina. The deposit scale is about the same now, but the other aspects are far behind. Rosa is capable. After experiencing the financial center, she is already qualified to hold the position of president of Barron Bank, but now it is the 1950s, not the 21st century, so he has no way to introduce a woman to be the president. Not that he can't, but it's too high profile. Although the title of vice president is already high profile enough, this is also the reason why Saint Teresa recruited the retired Sisalo, a mascot without much threat, giving a considerable salary, and sometimes he can solve some small problems through Sisalo's network. Currently, Argentina's largest Garcia Bank has 5,000 to 6,000 employees, and it can be said to be all over Argentina. Saint Teresa is recruiting a large number of people for Barron Bank. Now there are only more than 1,800 people, including the people from Rosa's financial center. New employees still need at least 2 weeks of training and integration. Even so, the development of Barron Bank is extremely amazing. It can simply be said to be very crazy. Unlike Saint Teresa's grand goals and pragmatic style in Barron Bank's expansion speed is extremely impressive. Often, buying a floor and then stuffing 10 employees is a business department. Guerrero has made great progress now, and is one of the few people who can access Saint Teresa's huge wealth empire. It can almost be named the Cohen Consortium now. It is still relatively low-key, and many of its companies and factories are not affiliated, forming small, competitive companies and factories. They are also beginning to fully release their vitality and combat effectiveness. Yes, boss, our Barron Bank still needs to continue to rectify, Rosa said calmly, not surprised by the current achievements. After all, most of the deposits come from the funds of major factories, as well as accounts receivable and the like. Yes, we are far behind Garcia Bank. We need to continue to develop our customers. For Saint Teresa, the current development is indeed not good. Even 10 billion pesos in deposits is only equivalent to a little more than $100 million. In front of the huge American consortium, it is just a younger brother, not even in the top 20, and there is nothing to be proud of. Having $1 billion is almost the same, fully sharing the development dividend of Argentina. Only when Argentina can reach 1/5 of the strength of the United States can it be called a world power, which is not a simple matter. Everyone still needs to work hard. A group of people chatted about some other things again before leaving the office. Rosa did not leave. The two stood on the high floor and looked at the distant boot of Buenos Aires at sunset. Is beautiful. Saint Teresa began to prepare for his senior year courses. Saint Teresa, who had been taking classes for more than a month, directly skipped a grade and became Poel Senior. He also published several excellent legal papers and published them in academic newspapers and passed the school's basic review. You can wait for the second half of the year to graduate directly with the students of the class of 49, even if not many students actually graduate normally in the class of 49. Less than half. He has also been honestly attending classes during this time. After all, some basic class hours still have to be taken. Relying on his excellent memory, he often goes to the Buddha court for internships and listening. With a radical party boss covering him, the internships are basically all A+, And Saint José is even more experienced than many old fritters. He is proficient in various legal provisions and can find specific regulations at the fastest speed. The judges also think this kid is good, and he is very confident in dealing with people. Saint José has almost become a legend in Buddha. It is very difficult to graduate normally from the Faculty of Law, and the New Youth League's publicity for Saint José, the president, has never stopped. The New Youth League has become one of the most influential university associations in Argentina, spreading a great influence through football cup competitions, student newspapers, various branches, and the like. This has also brushed a lot of goodwill for Saint José. Saint José has replaced the old batch of students and became a celebrity in Buddha. Even his former seniors can compare. Saint José plans to form a think tank team, a team independent of the Falcon Bureau. The Radical Party has already given him a promise to help him seek a city councilor position in an important city in the province of Buenos Aires, most likely the provincial capital, La Plata. After all, there is also a steel factory, and there is also a foundation. It is also possible that it is Bahia Blanca, one of Argentina's largest port cities, where industrial development is not satisfactory, exporting wheat and beef and mutton ports. Chapter 161 Economic Difficulties in a Bumper Harvest. To Saint Jesur's surprise, Perón's side had indeed terminated cooperation with Standard Oil of California. Perhaps the presidential palace really thought $30 million was too little, and instead negotiated with other American oil capitals, such as trying to negotiate with a more powerful Mobil oil company. Since the beginning of 1953, Argentina's economic difficulties have become increasingly serious, and the Perón government has turned to publicly sacrificing workers' interests and relying on the United States to seek a way out. Negotiations with the Americans were intermittent and not continuous, and even often went back on their word. Even last year's new trade tariffs could not stabilize the economy. And the central bank has been printing money and easing monetary policy. The currency continues to depreciate. Saint Jesús still takes the time to visit the slums for research. Night school has not continued due to safety concerns. The overall situation in Argentina is not very optimistic due to inflation. Many people in the slums cannot support their families even with work, let alone those who have no work at all. When Saint Jesús went to the slums to offer condolences, he saw the women and children left behind at home, and their faces were unhealthy. After Mrs. Perón's death last year, the Perón Foundation has been struggling to continue, and they can only eat half full each day, which is quite absurd. Most of the clothes they wear are also tattered. They are almost like beggars, and even the beggars in the inner city look more decent than them. They cannot farm, have lost their land, and have come to the city, but have no work. It is truly pitiful. Saint Jesús, through the Future Agriculture Company, launched a self-help and equal cooperation relief association, and opened suburban farms in Buenos Aires province to help some unemployed people become employees of the suburban farms, taking self-salvation activities. Fortunately, most of these poor people in Argentina come from remote rural areas and have a strong resilience that some other Argentines lack. Some are heavily in debt and do not want to be exploited by the caudillos, so they come to the city, which is better than the life of renting land without freedom and poverty. In recent years, Argentina's agricultural development has been fragmented, and rural areas have also declined severely. Often, half of the rural population is lost, coming to the city to seek survival, but the city is also affected by the economic crisis, with increased unemployment and difficult living conditions. There are also many bankrupt ordinary people, mostly from private factories. Orders have decreased, and they can only lay off employees. Those in state-owned factories are doing better, but the overall living conditions have declined a lot. Gangs have continued to appear. For them, chaos is the best. They take the opportunity to develop their power. Even Saint Jesús was almost killed one day in mid-April. Saint Jesús sent Eileen home after watching a movie. When he was returning along the dimly lit street, 2 stray bullets from a gang feud almost hit his feet. Saint Jesús also strengthened his defenses because of this. At the same time, he conducted special training for the Delta Force. After investigating clearly, Aragon sent people to directly exterminate the 2 gangs, sink their leaders into the La Plata River, and send the rest to South Africa to mine coal. This incident also gave Saint Jesús a lesson, which is that he must bring many bodyguards when he goes out, and specially customize armored cars such as German Mercedes-Benz. Saint Jesús has also been listed as one of the people who cannot be provoked by the local gangs. Saint Jesús's New Argentina newspaper also began to slowly add some articles opposing Perón's policies, supporting radical party activities, and received some criticism from the presidential palace. Argentina's current corruption problem is particularly serious, and the bureaucratic system is corrupt, which makes Argentina even worse. It's really damn it, even if I do a good job of risk warning. The loss is still relatively large, their power is weak. Bill Bernard has shown outstanding talent and has already settled several cities, allowing future agriculture to enter development, using clever tactics to seize land and establish collective industrial farms. The bright moonlight decorates the autumn night sky, and also decorates the earth of fields, villages, trees. Future farms and tobacco farms have achieved a great harvest, especially on the future farm side. After scientific planting and mechanized production, a large amount of wheat and some rice were harvested, and dairy cows were also raised. A flour mill was built in the farm, and Prairie Foods also established a milk factory here. After all, there is no Tetra Pak yet, and fresh milk can only be supplied to surrounding cities and locals in glass bottles, but milk powder can already be made to establish a more distant market. The tractors produced by the Leiden tractor factory are supplied here. Future Farms has also trained a group of tractor drivers, and the area of cultivated land is larger. The invention of three-wheeled motorcycles has replaced the original cattle and horses, facilitating transportation. Future Farms does not directly export wheat, but grinds it into flour and then produces various noodles, breads, and other products to obtain higher profits. The Future No. 1 farm has more than 2,200 workers, cultivating 30,000 acres of wheat fields, raising 500 dairy cows, and building biogas digesters, irrigation systems, and other facilities. Bill, you've done a good job. It's developing very well. St. Hesser also came to the vicinity of Oran, where the suburbs of several cities have basically been controlled by the Thunder Cross, and jointly controlled more than 1 million acres of farmland and grassland in the vicinity, with the local Cotolo families among them. Sunshine Agriculture controls 4 large industrial farms, about 200,000 acres of land, which is more than 3 times the 57,000 acres last year. Behind this represents the withdrawal of several families, from less to more, buying farmland in large quantities, and St. Hesser is also reclaiming wasteland. There is a lot of wasteland in the north. With tractors, various agricultural machinery and equipment can be installed, saving time and effort, but the power is a little worse. The scale of the Andes tobacco farm has more than doubled compared to last year, and the profit is 1.5 times more than last year. This money can be deposited in the Orion branch of Barron Bank. After all, this tobacco fund is really a lot and can do a lot of things. It's all thanks to the boss. I'm just responsible for execution. Bill is still very humble, which is a very good and excellent quality. It's really the intoxicating taste of harvest. St. Hesser took a breath of air, as if he could smell the taste of harvest. For him, it's simply wonderful. Are there many children born on the farm this year? Not many, but there are some pregnant women. We only started recruiting more workers in the middle of last year. Everyone wants to earn more money, not have children. Bill thought about it seriously. For him, this matter is a bit difficult. After all, young men, urgent children. Fortunately, St. Teresa didn't make things too difficult for him, only asking that Sunshine Agriculture cooperate a bit, encourage them more. Offer a subsidy for having children, say, half of their working salary. What do you think? 3 months of maternity leave, 4 months of pregnancy leave, boss, wouldn't that be a bit much? We already pay pretty good wages. We won't have many female workers actually working. From the start, he'd opposed the farm hiring married couples, but St. Teresa had forced it through. Now, he was implementing these strange regulations. There's plenty of time during pregnancy to arrange some simple tasks. St. Teresa remained non-committal. As long as people are having children, we can even set up a kindergarten directly on the farm in the future, so parents don't have to take care of them during the day. St. Teresa even considered a creche system to allow parents to have children without worry to test a birth rate. St. Teresa was even planning to try out new policies. The future farms in the north had become like small, independent kingdoms, with Sunshine Agriculture as their ruler. Continue expanding the number of people on the future farms this year. Give them more work, but pay attention to safety. Actually, this experiment wasn't particularly ideal for him. The population growth plan wasn't so easy. Trying to achieve it through corporatization and capitalization might be a failure. After all, the future now felt like some kind of capitalist farm. Argentina's agricultural land area exceeds half of the country's total area, roughly 1.6 million square kilometers, while arable land is about 1/10 of the country. Currently, the rural population continues to decline, having fallen below half. Okay, boss. As you wish, this was an irreversible situation. Stimulating population growth within reasonable limits was a major challenge. Clearly, the experiment through Sunshine Agriculture Company was quickly turning into capital exploiting farm workers. Indeed, land reform is still needed. Let more Argentine farmers own land. Over 1 or 2 generations, the population growth rate can be maintained, adding at least 20 million people. At the same time, encourage urban birth rates. Have more babies, St. José said, somewhat uncertainly actually. It couldn't be said that the future farm plan had failed in the short term, but the more St. José looked at it, the more it resembled an Argentine Caudello rather than a Soviet collective farm. It seemed like the path had gone astray, as he was employing workers rather than promoting Argentine farmers' self-governance. Even though last year's harvest was bountiful, it was mainly due to Sunshine Agriculture's scientific management, not farmer autonomy. It's truly fraught with difficulties. It seems we still have to rely on political power. Capital is profit-driven, not omnipotent. To be honest, this outcome was somewhat expected from the start. After all, ideals are ideals. And a real agricultural company still needs to make a profit. Even encouraging childbirth was only because they wanted to. Mexico's agricultural reform took place in the 1920s, and it was indeed very effective in increasing the native population. Now it's the 1950s, and Mexico has nearly 30 million people, about 10 million more than Argentina. By the 21st century, the gap had widened to a staggering 90 million. The fact proves that Mexicans in later generations were much more fertile than Argentinians, which was likely because Mexican farmers had their own farmland. Argentina, on the other hand, Bill, what do you think about dissolving the future farms and giving the land to these farmers? St. José asked, somewhat dispiritedly. The effect was mediocre, and it could be sold off later. Boss, are you crazy? This is land we bought with great difficulty and at considerable expense. Why should we give it away? He was just asking casually. Whether or not to do it was another matter. Well, yes, but we need to be mentally prepared for the future. Future farms can continue to expand, but don't acquire land from small farmers. We can even give them technical support to help them develop their land. That's acceptable. We have been developing too quickly here. Bill almost thought his boss was drunk. He'd heard old Guerrero talk about the boss's past, and it seemed the boss wasn't much of a drinker. But he couldn't smell any alcohol. During your development, I can give you accurate information. Future farms don't have to make money, they can even lose money. But they must explore a suitable development model. This year, the future farms had made a profit through dairy processing, and currently, per capita productivity was still very high. That's the charm of mechanized production, but it ran counter to St. José's purpose, which was the real problem. St. José arranged inspection activities in several core cities such as Oran, the Lithium Triangle, and Morado Town this year. Besides agricultural land, the tobacco farms were doing even better, but they had to be opened up on mountains and wastelands. In terms of profit, it was actually very good. Scientific planting management had resulted in good harvests for the farms and tobacco farms, with direct income slightly better than last year and profits soaring. Making money in agriculture is indeed very profitable, but this is also due to the economies of scale. After staying for a few days, St. José returned to Buchan, because Commander Thompson had invited him to visit the National Defense Military Academy. The National Defense Military Academy was no simple institution. It was still Argentina's largest military academy, surpassing the Army Command School, the San Martin Military Academy, and others. This place had always been a disaster area for military leaders. St. José didn't stand on ceremony and planned to befriend future generals like the famous Gualtieri of later generations, who graduated from here. 2 or 3 years older than St. José, the National Defense Academy was not in the city center, but in a relatively inexpensive location. To be July 9, 1953, a glorious Argentine military parade. July 9th was a special day, also Argentina's Independence Day, and the Argentine army was preparing to show the world their strength. As President Juan Perón led them into the highest of banners in the world, this parade was Perón's high moment. The Labor Confederation would also participate. Then came the countdown to dissolution. Union leaders, on the other hand, began to oppose Perón. Cohen, did you know that our students from the National Defense Military Academy will also participate in this parade? Since becoming the principal, Commander Thompson seemed to be doing much better here. It was relatively relaxed, and there wasn't as much pressure. He was even losing less hair. Oh, is that so? That's really good, Cohen. I'll introduce you this afternoon. I have to go to a meeting later, okay, General. Chapter 162 Military Academy in Anglo-American Capital. General Thompson left 2 adjutants to accompany them, and took St. Tessa, Powell, Cicero and a few others to stroll around the military academy campus. To be honest, he hadn't been in contact with these old classmates for a long time. They were in their 3rd year, and he was in his 4th year. Moreover, St. Tessa really spent very little time at the school. The layout of the school was somewhat similar to the city garrison barracks back then. Cohen, you are indeed quite busy now. I haven't seen you for a semester last year. This year, as soon as school started, you skipped a grade, which made Teacher Scarlett a little sad, Cicero asked. He really thought well of Cohen. In fact, they only had more contact during the time they first entered university. Later, he worked on the Rain Mechanical Research Institute, then Rain Industries, and then Rain Military. He has always been there. Moreover, Cicero does have a lot of talent in the machinery industry, and he is already able to serve as a team leader. He will be able to be responsible for engine development projects upon graduation. Yes, there are too many things to do. I am applying for early graduation in the second half of this year, which is also something that can't be helped. To be honest, I am a year older than you guys, Teacher Scarlett. He had already forgotten a bit, only remembering that she was quite beautiful. St. Tessa is 21 years old this year, and his birthday is at the end of the year. Old classmates like Cicero and Powell are all 20 years old. They basically passed the Buddha University entrance exam at the age of 17, but they often have to study for 4 to 5 years. It is rare to graduate in the normal 4 years. Buddha University is considered a relatively strict university. I really envy you, being able to do so many things at a young age. Powell's family is also considered to be in good condition, and he also vaguely understands the power behind St. Tessa. This may be the case for children from poor families, who need to come out to work earlier, but the world is very cruel. It's just that we live in a peaceful country, St. Tessa said half-truthfully. Even though Argentina is a bit chaotic, generally speaking, there has been no war. Rain Military, as a small and well-known light weapons arms dealer internationally, has sold a large number of submachine guns and pistols, and now it is selling assault rifles and even rocket launchers, mortars, and grenades, providing a sufficient source of weapons for many rebel armies this year. The situation in Nanyang is chaotic. St. Tessa sold almost enough equipment to arm 8 divisions in the first 3 months alone, worth more than $19 million. In particular, some independent forces in Indonesia and Malaya attach great importance to this only source of arms, and even sent a purchasing team to Argentina. Rain Military is also doing its best to produce various arms they need. Africa also sold arms worth approximately $7 million to other non-British colonial rebel independence armies through South African mining. The cooperation with the French in Vietnam was less, with less than $2 million sold. Algeria is close to mainland France, and the number of purchases has gradually decreased. Moreover, the profits earned here are not as much as in Nanyang, and it is also necessary to manage relationships. These rain-made light weapons are inexpensive, of good quality, powerful, and very adaptable with a low failure rate, making them very popular. There are also South Asian smugglers who help with smuggling, with approximately $6 million worth of light weapons being smuggled to countries such as India, Pakistan, and Myanmar. To be honest, we still need to continue to work hard. Although Argentina is relatively chaotic now, it is also a good opportunity. Whether you join the army or enter politics after graduation, you can come to me for anything I can help with. He also did not forget to give these old classmates a little advice. Bringing them here this time can be considered as showing their faces in front of General Thompson, and also helping them if he can. These people's families are actually not too bad, belonging to the 2nd or 3rd generation type. Even if showing their faces is almost useless, it can be considered a small investment. They only lack a little opportunity, and they are all trustworthy. In autumn in Argentina, there is already some cool breeze. The group simply visited the training ground and the playground. It must be said that these guys are quite good, and their training level is also acceptable. It reminded him of some things that happened in the Cordoba Army Staff Department, and he felt a little nostalgic. He didn't go forward to say hello, just watched from a distance. They were full of energy and spirit, and they were all pretty good. These student soldiers were wearing army training uniforms and training earnestly. It's just that it would be a waste of talent to use these quasi-officer talents to fight Saint Hesse. And others saw the soldiers on the horse farm dragging out their long military songs, the neighing of horses, and the sound of empty stirrups colliding. They seemed to be preparing for a military parade. Their movements were neat and uniform, and well trained. Even when dust was raised, they still didn't stop. Only the neighing and snorting of horses remained. As expected of students from the National Military Academy, their quality is much better than the army. No wonder they can participate in the military parade. After a simple visit, about an hour later, General Thompson sent someone to pick them up for a small private meal at noon. When they were eating, a heavy rainstorm suddenly struck, and brown thick clouds shrouded the military academy, with lightning and thunder. What a weird weather, a heavy rain in the middle of autumn. Powell couldn't help but complain. Yes, it's really rare. In the end, Saint Hesse alone met several new gang members introduced to him by General Thompson, who were younger and more ambitious. Saint Hesse was particularly impressed by a man named Gregory, with a hooked nose, blue eyes, and some brownish-red skin on his neck. Back then, when the United States imposed economic sanctions on Argentina, it once froze Argentina's $700 million in gold foreign exchange at the Federal Reserve, but that was 7 or 8 years ago, and it was later unfrozen after the situation eased. The Americans and other Western countries are not monolithic, which gave Argentina the opportunity to continue developing. Argentina's exports to Canada, Chile, the United Kingdom, Mexico, and South Africa have been increasing, with most of them still being mainly beef and wheat. The British Manchester Guardian publicly stated 2 years ago, with a very interesting sentence, although we don't like Argentina's populism, we still like Argentina's beef and dislike American pork. The British really don't like American pork very much, but they like Argentine beef instead. Churchill was unwilling to completely rely on the Americans, so he did not completely join the policy of blockading Argentina, and Brazil is an important little brother of the United States, which gave Saint Hesse a loophole to exploit. It's just a pity that Churchill is old. Moreover, Saint Hesse has begun to produce some substitutes for many things that the Americans prohibit from exporting, such as locomotives and automobiles that the Americans prohibited from exporting to Argentina at the time. Saint Hesse cooperated with Europe and Japan. When merchant ships were prohibited from sailing to Argentina, Saint Hesse transshipped them through Brazil. Anyway, there are always more solutions than difficulties. If weapons are prohibited from export, then sell tractors to Brazil. Light weapons such as assault rifles and submachine guns already have domestic substitutes in Argentina. To be honest, the American Thompson is not that easy to use. Moreover, due to the American economic blockade, Argentina does not lack sellers. There are also the British, so Argentina's imports from the United Kingdom, Spain, Austria, West Germany, Belgium, and Mexico have increased a lot in the past 2 years. Anyway, it's all about making money, which is not embarrassing. Even the Brazilians, although they are challenging Argentina's position and are considered hostile countries, have also increased trade with Argentina. You should know that during World War II, the United States provided Brazil with more than $300 million in military aid. They used to have very tense relations with Argentina. Now they are honestly doing business and serving as transit stations with Argentina. The country with the largest amount of international exports from Prairie is Brazil at the door. Of course, Prairie rarely imports, mainly raw materials and minerals. Some American ships changed their flags and became fleets of other countries. Now Argentina's import and export markets have also joined the Australian and Nanyang markets. Overall, foreign trade has not been affected that much. It's just that Saint Hesse's pockets have become fatter. Although the United States has strong economic strength, it cannot stop an agricultural and animal husbandry country like Argentina. This is considered Argentina's political capital. Last year, when relations between the two countries eased, Saint Hesse used some small tricks to raise a large amount of funds, accelerating the prelude to the American financial crisis. Fortunately, Saint Hesse mostly acted as an ordinary student, but although American goods were good, Argentinians didn't like them. The credibility of Americans had been ruined by their withdrawal in previous years, coupled with Perón's propaganda for Perón to reinvite the Americans was practically like slapping himself in the face. Moreover, most companies had various complex operations, with diverse routes for transferring assets. Sequoia Capital didn't grow very large. Once it reached a certain scale, it was internally split up, while simultaneously entering securities markets in London, England, and Paris, France, to divert the attention of the New York consortium. However, The Perón government didn't recognize Argentina's advantages. Negotiations with American capital continued. This time including power and steel capital consortiums, namely Morgan's United States Steel Corporation and General Electric. They attempted to destroy Argentina's local steel industry, but due to the strong opposition from the new Argentine constitution and several Argentine steel consortiums, American capital didn't succeed in infiltrating the steel industry. This somewhat angered Saint José. Damn it, these son of a bitching Americans want to buy my steel mill for $35 million US? They can dream on, Saint José almost blurted out Chinese, ultimately muttering the sentence in his heart. United States Steel Corporation attempted to acquire a project nominally with a construction scale of only 3 million tons, but actually 5 million tons. To keep a low profile, Saint José initially declared only $32 million US, more than half the total project cost, leading Americans and Argentinians alike to believe it was just a small undertaking. Anyone who bothered to investigate would realize that this project had enormous ambitions and could help Argentina directly become one of the top 10 steel-producing nations. Argentina currently has about 10 newly invested steel mills of varying sizes, with a total scale approaching 5 million tons. Adding them together results in a steel production capacity of nearly 10 million tons, which is quite formidable. Moreover, Australia is not currently siding with the United States, making coal imports very easy during the negotiations. United States Steel Corporation wanted to acquire the large La Plata steel plant project, offering a condescending $35 million, $5 million more than California Standard Oil. Unfortunately, Saint José wasn't Argentina's oil company. How would they dare agree? It wasn't impossible that they'd be secretly dumped into the La Plata River if Saint José were truly provoked. Even the Morgan consortium behind United States Steel wouldn't be able to help. He wasn't someone to be trifled with now. Preemptively launching a military coup wasn't out of the question. Of course, he still needed to disband the Labor Federation as soon as possible. He was truly fed up with this major headache. It seems Perón is incompetent. He's really messing things up everywhere. He needs to be forced to run away early. How dare he even come and talk to the steel mill? He didn't have many objections to negotiating about oil with the Americans, as he had no way to exploit oil himself. At most, he could support the national oil company. He also had nothing to say about engaging in the electrical industry with the Americans. He was already somewhat overwhelmed by his own Maria hydroelectric power station. Infrastructure was a burden for private companies, but engaging in a steel consortium and trying to acquire his steel mill was targeting the wrong person. It must be said that Saint José was extremely dissatisfied with this incident. If you want to kneel, don't drag me, Saint José, down with you. The Americans aren't God. Why be so afraid of them? What cowards! In the 1920s and 30s, Argentina was the leading power in South America, America's biggest rival, confronting heaven, earth, and America due to its scale of meat and grain exports. Argentina had always been America's biggest rival in South America, especially in the British and European markets, even more competitive than the American trusts. Now, Perón intends to pursue a policy of surrender. Isn't that slapping the faces of the older generation of Argentinians? Saint José specifically had the newspaper write several articles criticizing Perón's surrender policy, his spineless policy, increasing Argentinian dissatisfaction. Perón's surrender policy, abandoning the third position. The third way utterly fails. Perón surrenders to America. Regarding the little matter of the Argentine foreign minister kneeling before the U.S. Secretary of State, Perón doesn't understand economics, destroys national industry, acts as a comprador government. America is powerful now, it's rich, but that's because they did it themselves. Perón is now breaking the backbone of the Argentinian people. Saint José admitted that he couldn't and wouldn't bother to kneel to the Americans. Once you kneel, you can't stand up. If your knees are weak, how can you develop the economy and become strong? Under Perón's instructions, the Argentine Trade Promotion Association and other organizations were also negotiating with the Americans, wanting to buy American agricultural machinery and win the favor of the Americans. The United States doesn't want Argentina to embark on the path of national industrialization, so it has been suppressing Argentina's development. Now, it has changed from a unilateral relationship to a triangular relationship. Britain, America, Argentina. Argentina is the weakest link in this relationship, and America is the strongest. After 45, the United States sacrificed Argentina's interests to support Britain's post-war recovery, strictly suppressing anti-American nationalism in the Western Hemisphere. That's how Argentina was messed with. Frankly, the reason why Argentina's first 5-year plan fizzled out was also related to the American economic blockade. At that time, Although Britain didn't relax imports, it did tighten exports under American economic pressure, causing Argentina to lack important equipment for industrialization. It was only through St. José's international team seizing every opportunity that they managed to obtain production equipment for several important factories, such as steel mills, tractor factories, fertilizer plants, and motorcycle factories, from other countries like Germany. These were almost impossible to obtain from the United States. What they secretly obtained from the United States were some canned food production lines, second-hand weapons, third-hand machine tools, and fourth-hand ships, these broken things. Fortunately, now that they were engaged in Enke Electric and Sequoia Capital, they could finally acquire some technologically advanced, newer, and better things. Now that Perón was acting like a hypocrite and playing innocent with the Americans, St. José was also speechless. It must be said that the American shamelessness was even greater than the British. Fortunately, relations had eased, allowing them to obtain some new goods. Blue Cloud Textile and Maya Chemical had already gone to England to buy up textile mills and fertilizer plants. The least trustworthy thing between countries is the relationship of interests, the law of the jungle. To say that the Americans' approach wasn't wrong, being backward invites aggression. It's just that 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, the Americans will always be awesome. St. José also looked for high-level members of the Radical Civic Union. Nowadays, the Radical Civic Union has started to split again. However, under Arturo's persuasion, they are still united to confront Perón in Argentina. Besides Perón, there are also various forces such as moderates, radicals, centrists, and the church. Recently, besides the Americans, the church has been jumping around the most, causing St. José's disgust, especially after Eva Perón passed away. St. José also witnessed the shamelessness of the church. The reason why the foundation doesn't have as much aid in construction of schools as before is that the church is trying to use this fund as compensation for the unrest, and the church wants to strengthen its power and enter the Argentine government. Due to the frequent labor movements, the church is greatly dissatisfied with the Perón government. They believe that Perón, who was brought to power by the church, cannot guarantee the church's rights and demands that more clergy enter the national political organs. Perón is single-mindedly trying to maintain his dictatorship and certainly cannot agree to excessive intervention by the church. Recently, the church's series of actions has also made St. José feel that Perón isn't that spineless. The labor movement is intensifying. There are worker demonstrations in Buenos Aires every day. The church feels that if this continues, the turmoil will cause significant losses to the church. Therefore, they decided to establish their own political party to participate in politics. In order to ensure his dictatorship, Perón has always resented any other political parties. The church's actions have angered him. Perón directly refused, and the church began negotiations with the presidential palace. The church said that the matter of the foundation could be put aside. The current situation is turbulent, and we want to establish the Catholic Democratic Party to protect our own rights. Perón said that if you want to establish a party to participate in politics, there is absolutely no way, unless you trample over my dead body. Argentina will never have a church party, at least at this time. Perón was very tough. In the end, the church temporarily compromised on this matter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163 Cordoba Rebel Group. As Saint Hesser became utterly disappointed with the Perón government, various rebel factions, large and small, within the country began to stir restlessly. However, those who took the lead were basically crushed by Perón. Of course, anyone rebelling at this time was generally, well, a bit off in the head. Although Perón was a sick tiger, he was still a tiger, not someone that little monkeys or rabbits could overthrow. To become Argentina's chosen one was no simple matter, and Saint Hesser was only secretly accumulating power. These past few days, Saint Hesser, in his new home, couldn't help but marvel at how affordable real estate was for him now. The prices in Boo City were less than half of those in New York. In Boo City, a 200 square meter house only cost $50,000, and it was even decently furnished. Saint Hesser directly bought a 7-story building, which turned out to be much cheaper than those estates, and he even installed an elevator. Moreover, the location was quite good, with a concealed basement that could be used for hiding and evasion. After stationing some people here, Saint Hesser moved some important items over. This wasn't Argentina's top wealthy district, but the security was quite good, not too far from the University of Boo. convenient to drive to, and close to the Delta headquarters, making it easy to get support in case of emergencies. St. Hesser stood with Andrew on the 9th floor balcony, looking at the somewhat hazy sky outside as rain began to fall. Andrew, how is the development of the new Argentina newspaper going recently? Well, you've done a good job. We can start an internationalization strategy now. Go acquire some newspapers and news agencies in countries like Spain, Brazil, England, Chile, and Peru, and expand and gather intelligence according to the new Argentina newspaper model. Okay, boss. By the way, the director has arrived in Rio. Alright, have him come see me when the time is right. Okay, to prevent the rooms from being too empty, St. Hesser transformed this place into an intelligence station dormitory. The first and second floors each housed some security personnel. The third to fifth floors were St. Hesser's domain, with some libraries and the like arranged, and St. Hesser's room was on the fifth floor. The sixth and seventh floors served as offices and other functions. Moreover, he had now arranged for cooks and cleaners, all of whom were trustworthy people now. St. Hesser rarely went out to buy groceries and cook himself. He recalled some conversations he had with General Thompson a few days ago. After St. Hesser met the group of people Thompson had gathered, he was left alone to talk with Thompson. Cohen, do you think our Cordoba military can resist Perón's police force and army? Thompson asked half-jokingly, startling St. Hesser. It's a bit difficult. After all, there are about 1,000 kilometers between Cordoba City and Boo City, and we have to pass through many cities. For example, the two armies in Rosario are very powerful. The warlord families in Rosario were also very powerful, currently about the same as Cordoba. Although it wasn't the provincial capital, it was close enough and very formidable. Most importantly, Rosario had deep connections with the army headquarters and the Ministry of Defense. The two armies had about 8,000 people. That was 3,000 more than Cordoba back then. Later, the Ministry of Defense incorporated the city guards, and now it had expanded to about 7,000 people, so its paper strength was inferior. What if they were in step with us? Little Thompson asked abruptly. Then we would still have to break through the capital garrison and the Labor Confederation. Now is not the best opportunity. St. Hesser wasn't trying to pour cold water, but rebellion had to abide by the basic rules. Perón was still very powerful now, at least before the Labor Confederation was dissolved. This worker force of over 10,000, close to 20,000, had tanks, artillery, and well-performing ordnance. Who would win or lose was still uncertain. Haha, what you said makes a lot of sense. The garrison commander has been replaced by Perón's people, and Perón also controls the police force. Yes, this could easily turn into a civil war. Argentina doesn't need war right now. Fighting is meaningless. St. Hesser spoke the truth. To him, fighting after World War II had no benefits and could be said to be benefiting others. The situation is still unclear. Perón's foundation is still quite solid. If we make a move, we will be quickly suppressed, and Perón still has a lot of prestige. He spoke bluntly, saying that they would have to wait until next year at least. Making a move now was like Argentina fighting Britain in later generations. The one who takes the lead has no chance to get to the next table. The time was not yet ripe. These are just my jokes. Little Thompson changed his expression. Now was just the time to prepare in advance. St. Hesser stretched. Rebellion required abiding by the basic rules, and wasn't easy. Cordoba had quite a few big shots. The so-called gentleman's rebellion takes 10 years to fail. Although Cordoba was just a small warlord, with a separation of military and government, its influence was still there, radiating to several surrounding provinces. Perón hasn't been investing money in military projects for a long time. The military aircraft factory is almost failing. Yes, Argentine military aircraft just lack guaranteed safety. Right. The specific situation is unclear, but the Ministry of Defense's funding is insufficient in all aspects of military spending. We have also joined forces with the Navy. The Navy's artillery is good, the Casa Rosada is on the riverbank, and a few shots can reach it. Although Buenos Aires was good, as a capital, many areas were not suitable, especially in military terms. The Casa Rosada was not far from the riverbank, and a few shots could reach the presidential palace. It was unknown whether this was due to too much self-confidence. St. Hesser regained his thoughts. If Argentina truly developed, it would need to relocate its capital, preferably inland. Coastal areas were not very safe, at least being shelled by conventional forces was very uncommon, like the Soviets moving their capital from St. Petersburg to Moscow, and the US moving its capital from New York to Washington. Paris was not located on the coast, and neither were London, Berlin, or Rome. It was estimated that this was also the reason why Perón was overthrown. The presidential palace was shelled, and the president was no longer suitable to continue. The Cordoba not only had military leaders from various places but also government personnel. Rebellion required a lot of preparation and uniting a group of people. St. Heathcock didn't worry too much, if it really came to it. He would just sell arms. The only thing he didn't know was whether it would turn into street fighting or something similar. War means death, and Argentina couldn't withstand too much turmoil at the moment. Plus, the military government wasn't very capable. St. Heathcock wasn't optimistic about these military leaders rebelling. Time slowly entered June, and St. Heathcock renewed the agreement with the Buenos Aires Province Power Plant Company. The La Plata Steel Plant and the La Plata Thermal Power Plant were being built simultaneously, forming an alliance of interests. There weren't many thermal power plants in Argentina. St. Heathcock used Thunder Mining's Western Australian Coal Mining Company, the power plant, and the La Plata Steel Plant to sign a tripartite agreement. The coal mine in Western Australia would first supply power to the thermal power plant, still using German thermal power technology, the same as in the Ruhr region. Buenos Aires Province Electric Power, La Plata Steel Plant, and Thunder Mining would invest in this large thermal power plant in proportion, with a profit ratio of 4:3:3. St. Heathcock, through the two parties' investment of 60%, was essentially running the power plant himself. Fortunately, the Perón government had subsidies for opening power plants, so it could barely manage. Most other steel plants were scattered, which also promoted the development of Argentina's power generation industry, especially the hydropower industry. However, investing in electrical infrastructure took a long time. Using private and state-owned funds was also opening a new path for development. Argentina invested in more than 20 power plant projects last year, most of which were related to the four major power groups. This year, the Americans wanted to enter the Argentine power industry, but were met with a united resistance. In fact, there was still a lot of private capital in Argentina. St. Heathcock also wanted to revitalize some of this private capital. After all, the currency was devaluing too quickly, and there was a lack of electricity. Therefore, he had been intentionally promoting these power construction projects. Since the Maria power plant, investing in electrical facilities was a win-win-win situation, a goose that lays golden eggs, and with electricity, many industries could be developed. For St. Heathcock, there was no need to run an electrical company himself. It was a thankless task. It was enough to invest in some. The only relatively difficult thing was the localization of power generation equipment. This matter could be handed over to Inc. Electric. Acquire some American electrical companies, then secretly export them and establish Argentine subsidiaries. The time was already somewhat ripe. Anyway, it was more reassuring to cooperate with his own left and right hands. Inc. Electric's Buenos Aires branch could be established in a couple of months. This wave of reverse operations was quite feasible. He could even get involved in many industries, all for the sake of investing in Argentina. Anyway, foreign investment would be open up sooner or later, so he might as well invest in himself. Things like automobiles, electrical equipment, and appliances could all be established as joint ventures for large-scale investment. When the time was right, they could become independent Argentine companies, equivalent to an incubator. Only with this link could development be faster. Inc. Electric is a genuine American company, controlled by the American Sequoia Consortium. What? You say that Sequoia has Argentines behind it? How could that be? You are slandering someone's innocence out of thin air. St. Heathcock's shell companies could slowly come in handy in the future, engaging in asset transfers, then creating Argentine joint venture subsidiaries, and finally transforming into Argentine assets. This can only prove that Argentines are too cunning and not suitable for doing business. St. Heathcock had already thought about how to shirk responsibility in the future. It was legal and reasonable, but it was just that Argentines were too cunning, and he couldn't afford to lose. Sequoia Investment was also preparing to invest in Japanese and German companies and industries to share the development dividends. In the United States, it would also try to control the scale of development. There was no need to take action now, just wait a couple of months to prepare funds to buy the dip. It wasn't easy to squeeze into these Japanese conglomerates. Slow and steady wins the race. To make money, he would slowly grind and slowly invest. The Japanese development speed was indeed fast enough. The following is a discarded draft. That's right, Argentine military aircraft just don't have guaranteed safety. Right, the specific situation is unclear, but the Ministry of Defense's allocation is not enough for military spending in all aspects. We are also allied with the Navy. The Navy's cannons are good. The Casa Rosada is on the riverbank, and it can be hit with a few shots. Buenos Aires is good, but as a capital, many locations are not very suitable, especially in terms of military affairs. The Casa Rosada is not far from the riverbank, and the presidential palace can be hit with a few shots. I don't know if it's because they're too confident St. Heathcock regained his thoughts when Argentina truly develops. It will also need to move the capital, preferably further inland. Coastal areas are not very safe. At least being shelled by conventional forces is not a very uncommon thing, like the Soviets moving the capital from St. Petersburg to Moscow, and Buenos Aires is currently too large, which is not conducive to the country's rational development. The United States moved the capital from New York to Washington, and the locations of Paris, London, Berlin, and Rome are all like this. It is estimated that this was also the reason why Perón was ousted. The presidential palace was shelled, so the president was no longer suitable to continue. The Córdoba gang not only has military leaders from various places, but also government officials. Rebellion requires a lot of preparation and uniting a group of people. St. Heathcock didn't worry too much. If it really came to it, he would just sell arms. The only thing he didn't know was whether it would turn into street fighting or something similar. War means death, and Argentina couldn't withstand too much turmoil at the moment. Plus, the military government wasn't very capable. St. Heathcock wasn't optimistic about these military leaders rebelling. Time slowly entered June, and St. Heathcock renewed the agreement with the Buenos Aires Province Power Plant Company. The La Plata Steel Plant and the La Plata Thermal Power Plant were being built simultaneously, forming an alliance of interests. There weren't many thermal power plants in Argentina. St. Heathcock used Thunder Mining's Western Australian Coal Mining Company, the power plant, and the La Plata Steel Plant to sign a tripartite agreement. The coal mine in Western Australia would first supply power to the thermal power plant, still using German thermal power technology, the same as in the Ruhr region. Buenos Aires Province Electric Power, La Plata Steel Plant, and Thunder Mining would invest in this large thermal power plant in proportion, with a profit ratio of 4:3:3. St. Heathcock, through the two parties' investment of 60%, was essentially running the power plant himself. Fortunately, the Perón government had subsidies for opening power plants, so it could barely manage. Most other steel plants were scattered, which also promoted the development of Argentina's power generation industry, especially the hydropower industry. However, investing in electrical infrastructure took a long time. Using private funds. Chapter 164. Sanjay Shipyard sells fishing boats. It was late autumn in Boo City, and winter was fast approaching in Argentina. Outdoor work like that at the steel mill usually stopped during the winter, but a long-awaited piece of good news gave him some cheer. In reality, the fishing boat technology acquired by Sanjay Shipbuilding wasn't complex, but because it was a newly established team, things were quite troublesome. The first prototype boat took nearly 11 months from design to construction. Fortunately, the dockyard was built very large. Fortunately, St. Hilaire had sent people to shipyards in countries like Germany, Spain, and Italy for learning and cooperation, so building fishing boats was just practice. He took a few people to La Plata. The sun hung in the sky, drying the rainwater on the ground. The golden leaves of some deciduous trees fell to the ground, filling the air with the atmosphere of late autumn. They passed a small hill on the plain, with large tracts of wild pine forest inside. It would take 3 to 5 people to encircle the pine trees, which covered the mountains and plains. The rainy season from May to August each year was the golden period for these things to grow. Often, after a rain, the pine forest would change the next day. For example, with Matsutake Mushroom Sanjay Shipyard, St. Hilaire saw the prototype fishing boats, a total of 3, which had cost about $500,000 to build. They were designed with a displacement of 580 tons, with a metallic texture, painted in the blue of fishing boats. The hull number had not yet been named, a metal behemoth. These large tonnage fishing boats were each 52 meters long, 9 meters wide, and 4.5 meters deep, with large cabin capacity. They could accommodate large trawls and refrigeration equipment, belonging to ocean-going fishing boats. The water volume of the La Plata River did not change much in autumn and winter. St. Hilaire visited the boat. "Boss, can this fishing boat be sold? The cost alone is $150,000. Mass production may be cheaper, but ordinary people can't afford it, right?" To be honest, the shipyard's team members didn't have much confidence. St. Hilaire planned to sell a fishing boat for $200,000, which was quite expensive, but also had great advantages. It was indeed very expensive. You should know that the cost of a Liberty ship during World War II was only $1.6 million, and the selling price was only $750,000, with even more discounts. After all, there were too many Liberty ships, And even the Americans disliked them, and the victory ships were now in greater demand, selling for $1.1 million each. That was a giant ship of 15,000 tons. While this fishing boat had such a good selling price, which was indeed difficult, don't worry, if no one wants them, we'll just build our own fishing fleet. Now marine fishery resources were abundant, and basically, recouping the cost in a year was not a problem. Moreover, these boats were equipped with refrigeration, living quarters, and various functions, all for only $200,000, which was quite a bargain. The Prairie fleet now had about 16 Victory ships and 25 Liberty ships, most of which were bought in full. This was also unavoidable. Who told him he wasn't American? Fortunately, these ships were already earning him a lot of money. St. Hilaire opened a fixed route from Western Australia to Argentina, with 10 Liberty ships each time, leased to Thunder Mining, transporting about 130,000 tons of coal at a time, sailing year-round, while helping Argentina stockpile raw coal and coke. These coal resources were stored in a super-large open-air warehouse, and also supplied to many Argentine companies. Most of the other ships were leased to Prairie International, as well as the Argentine Import and Export Trade Association, Sunshine Agriculture, and other companies, transporting agricultural products exported to Europe, as well as textiles, clothing, shoes, beverages, and importing some raw materials. The total tonnage of ships currently purchased by Prairie International in the United States was close to 600,000 tons, and there were also more than 10 second-hand freighters of 10,000 tons bought cheaply from Europe during the Western European economic crisis, totaling more than 700,000 tons, which was basically enough. This tonnage was far from the world's shipping magnates, still a younger brother. The current total tonnage of the American shipping magnate was 5.5 million tons. He owned hundreds of ships, not to mention the 20 million ton shipping companies of later generations. The main reason was that there was no way to use financial leverage, otherwise Prairie's number could very well be 6 million tons. In the future, he still had to build his own ships. The cost performance of a 10,000 ton ship was actually very poor. Single ships of 50,000 tons and 100,000 tons were his future goals. St. Hilaire actually liked to use financial leverage. Those world shipping magnates basically did the same. It was a pity that behind him stood a weak Argentina, not a prosperous America. This was also something that couldn't be helped. He couldn't pass the review when he took out a loan from an American bank, and it was impossible for him to do such self-deceiving stupid things, so he had to buy in full, which was also more reassuring. Moreover, he missed the opportunity for post-war low-price sales. At that time, the price of Liberty ships and Victory ships was even cheaper. About $400,000 could buy a Liberty ship, and $600,000 could buy a Victory ship, not even one-third of the original cost of the Americans, but the US dollar was also more valuable at that time. Now he had Ballan Bank. When he built his own ships, he could transfer money from his left hand to his right hand for loans. If he relied on accumulating step by step to buy in full, he didn't know when he would get the ticket to become a world shipping magnate. This time, 3 fishing boats were built, but it was not easy to sell them. Normally, ships were built according to orders. After all, it was considered the first time. Everyone can also look for orders. In the future, we will build ships according to needs. Everyone should bring out their best state. As long as the European team returned, he would build 10,000-ton giant ships. In fact, there was no shortage of orders at all. If there were no orders for fishing boats, then he had to start building 10,000-ton giant ships, which was the way to make money. Selling 100 fishing boats would only earn $5 million. 3 docks were started at the same time, with an annual production plan of 27 ships, 3 ships each time. Don't worry about sales. I've already asked someone to advertise. Yes, when he notified them yesterday, he also brought reporters. So he could write commercial advertisements and take some beautiful photos. One ship could buy a large apartment in New York. You don't have to worry about whether you can afford it or not. We have Ballan Bank, which can provide installment payments and loan services. Yes, he had already thought about it. If he couldn't afford it, he would pool money to buy it, or get a low-interest loan. No problem at all. A win-win situation. Take a gamble. A bicycle turns into a motorcycle soon. A wealthy tycoon came and bought one, paying the full amount after completion. It can be launched directly for installation of other equipment. Fishing is possible in autumn and winter, but mainly near the coast. After talking with St. Hesser, he discovered that there are many Argentine fishing boat tycoons. They even buy them together and sign agreements after selling a boat. St. Hesser also arranged to go home to see how things were going. The real technological upgrade in shipbuilding still needs to be seen in Europe. In 1 month, they actually sold 5 ships and received deposits, and signed loan agreements with Ballen Bank. With experience, the shipbuilding speed should be able to shorten the construction period, and it wouldn't hurt to build 1 or 2 more docks by then. With a high-tech team, it would not be difficult to build 10,000-ton giant ships. Diesel engine research and development is still ongoing. There are some differences in the field of marine diesel engines, which require high horsepower, and we can't catch up. St. Hesser also went to the newly built diesel engine factory to see the research and development. We still need to introduce technology, otherwise we really can't do it. Nowadays, it is the era of teams. Ballen Bank directly set up branches here to help with loan orders. How can fishermen engage in deep sea fishing without large ships? Last year, that is, in 1952, when the new president came to power through a coup, the Bolivian government issued a decree nationalizing the mining industry and established a Bolivian mining corporation to take over the country's mining production. It was considered a hold because Bolivia cannot mine so many ores. They also plan to carry out land reform to liberate productive forces. Bolivia as a whole is located on a plateau and has a tropical climate, making the environment relatively harsh among the foreign mining companies. Only Thunder Mining is an exception, possessing some special privileges to mine ore. Of course, Thunder Mining also provided some help for its meritorious service, and the Bolivian president, not forgetting his roots, gave Bill some help, allowing Thunder Mining to own some small mines. In fact, Argentina also has iron ore, near the lithium triangle, but the grade is average. Argentina even has coal mines, also near the lithium triangle, but the grade of the coal mines is also not good, mostly low-quality coal such as lignite. Most of the coal produced is of very poor quality, and the iron ore is also the same, with too few rich ores and mostly poor ores. South America's iron ore is mainly in Bolivia and Brazil. Bolivia is also known as the Republic on a mining cart, somewhat similar to St. Hesser's investment in another country, Australia. Brazil's iron ore is even more ridiculously high grade. High-quality iron ore. The personnel of La Plata Steel Construction have guaranteed that the first molten iron and molten steel will be produced before the end of this year. A lot of coke is now stored. In fact, whether it is coke or raw coal, it is transported to Argentina in large quantities, and it can be said to be at a bargain price because coal mines are also needed to build thermal power plants, and there is currently no ultra-high voltage power transmission technology. Buenos Aires province mostly relies on hydropower. Supplying electricity to a steel complex of several million tons is no small matter. Moreover, iron ore has also begun to be stockpiled, which is also a top priority. It can only be purchased from Brazil. Fortunately, iron ore is not expensive now, and Australian iron ore has also been successfully explored. The open pit iron ore in Australia. Western Australia Thunder Mining Company is fully responsible, buying several places where iron ore may exist. Even if it is sold in the future, it can make money now. Making a fortune in silence is the key. After all, Australia is a bit far away, and Bolivian iron ore is still the safest. However, as long as Argentina is strong enough, will the Australians dare to cut off this route? The 3 major sources of coal are South African mining, Australian mining, and Colombian mining, all of which are transported by sea. Even Indian coal mines are not impossible. The Indian Ocean is actually not too far. When Japanese steel companies did not have Australian coal and iron ore supplies, they purchased Indian coal and iron. It must be said that India does have a lot of resources. For Japanese steel companies, the distance is actually quite far. La Plata Steel's 3 major sources of iron ore are Brazilian iron ore, South African iron ore, and Australian iron ore. Bolivian iron ore cannot be mined at present through Thunder Mining. St. Hesser is slowly establishing a foreign ore transportation network and shipping routes. At the same time, by investing in several countries, he can obtain the cheapest ore resources in the future and develop the national steel industry. The price of raw materials is already unbearable. The only thing is that covering up too much can easily attract attention. After all, with so many coal and iron resources, after early intervention, it still needs to be opened up and cooperated with other countries. In the end, it is still because the country is weak. Australian iron ore is very good for investment, and it is also necessary to build infrastructure, such as railway investment, connecting ports. Fortunately, most of the undiscovered iron ore is located near coal mines, which can save investment and is more convenient than Bolivia. The climate and environment are more suitable for mining. In the future, Only enough transport ships will be needed to continuously transport enough raw materials even in the future. Large steel plants can be built in southern ports, which are closer to the shipping lanes and can save 1 or 2,000 nautical miles. Puerto Blanca is very suitable for building a large industrial base. He quickly took out a pen and drew on the map, selecting several ports. Saint Hesser looked at the shameless missionaries, but did not empathize with them. Perón is already preparing to be more thorough. Argentina does not need these social parasites. They not only possess huge wealth, but also control the spiritual world. There are too many devout men and women, and they can't be pulled back. Perón was beaten back step by step after returning to his residence. Saint Hesser was bored again. There is nothing to be busy with during this time window. The following is a discarded draft of 500 words. I will try to finish updating before 8 o'clock on the 11th. I really can't handle it tonight. Chapter 165 Breaking News. Early Graduation and Engagement. In mid-May, José was preparing some important academic papers for publication. Elena had already graduated from the physics department of the University of Buenos Aires at the end of last year, earning her master's degree today. She was keeping him company at home, studying alongside him. José rarely went to the University of Buenos Aires library anymore, preferring to study at home this time. His study was arranged to be about 100 square meters, occupying half of the 6th floor, equipped with 8 large bookshelves, each capable of holding thousands of books. José was now recharging at home, and books from special channels were also arranged to be brought in. He found himself to be more efficient at home. Elena sat at her desk, occasionally looking at José, as if she wanted to imprint the image of him studying diligently in her mind. The phone in the study suddenly rang, and José stood up and picked up the phone on the wall. Cohen, are you home? It was the familiar voice of Professor Pukins. Yes, it's me, Professor. I've added your name to the list of graduates for the first half of the year. Start preparing for your thesis defense now. Submit your thesis to me in 10 days, the unified defense will be in 15 days, and graduation will be in 16 days. Professor Pukins' tone was much faster than usual, and he seemed rather anxious. 16 days later, wouldn't that be June 1st? Graduating on Children's Day? That's interesting. Only after José hung up did he realize that graduation defense wasn't supposed to be until the second half of the year. It had been moved up by half a year. What was going on? Cohen, investigate whether Professor Pukins is facing any issues. Yes, boss. After hanging up, José began preparing his graduation thesis. He had been preparing for this all along, so 10 days shouldn't be a problem. He felt a bit dazed. It seemed he had indeed met the basic requirements for graduation, and had also published several academic papers, along with his experience studying at Harvard in the United States, basically meeting the graduation requirements. Since he could graduate, he needed to notify the Radical Civic Union so as not to miss the opportunity, because he had relinquished his position in the propaganda department when he went to the United States last year. He no longer held a position in the Radical Civic Union, but his qualifications still existed, and he should be able to directly arrange for a branch leader position, which didn't require too high a level anyway. Cohen, you can graduate now? Elena, who was beside him, also asked. Oh, yes, I can graduate. I'll tell you later, let me make a call, José replied, suddenly realizing that since he was graduating, he should arrange some things. José looked through his phone book and found the number for the Radical Civic Union in Buenos Aires. He needed to dial an extension. Hello, this is José Cohen. Please connect me to Mr. Luis, the office director. After a while, hello, Cohen, what's the matter? Luis asked calmly. It's like this, I'm graduating in the second half of the year, can you help me arrange things? José didn't have much emotional fluctuation and spoke directly. Oh? Okay, congratulations. No problem. We've already selected a few members of the Radical Civic Union. Just perform well when the time comes. Oh, and it's best to get married. I heard you have a girlfriend. You can consider getting married directly. That's a good point for the election. Then I'll congratulate you in advance, Counselor. Luis seemed to be in a good mood after hearing the news and even made a little joke. Okay, Mr. Luis, I'll take a look. José hung up the phone and finally calmed down. To be honest, studying for more than 2 years was indeed a big improvement, at least for him. Elena, what do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. I'll have Mrs. Anna help me buy groceries. Anna was a cook hired by the Falcon Bureau to help him cook and take care of the household shopping. The refrigerator at home actually had some vegetables, which were relatively fresh and generally suited his taste. José also had her prepare some Chinese dishes. Anything is fine. By the way, Cohen, when are you coming to my house? Elena, let's get engaged after I graduate, Jose said in a firm tone. Since he was going to get married, he might as well choose Elena. Their relationship could continue to develop, and there was no one more suitable than her. Jose smiled and walked towards Elena. Is that okay? He kissed her forehead. Huh? Okay, Elena blushed and nodded. Do we need to meet in advance? We can go out for dinner first. Okay, I'll take you home after dinner. Okay, Jose instructed Mrs. Anna to buy some ingredients suitable for barbecue. He suddenly wanted to have a barbecue, and hot pot would be good too. Mrs. Anna, call Luke and have him go buy a barbecue grill and a hot pot stove. Let's all have a barbecue together. Luke was his butler, responsible for managing his household affairs. What is a hot pot stove? Well, Argentina didn't seem to have that term. Just buy a pot. Also, have them clean the rooftop terrace. The 7th floor rooftop was not a completely empty platform. There was also a shed built there, which was very suitable for having some beer and barbecue in the autumn. Sir, should we buy some beer? Never mind, have them get a few cases of Mirinda soda from the warehouse and put them in the refrigerator to chill. Okay, sir. Jose's household included servants, a butler, and the Falcon Bureau's Delta team stationed there. They held a barbecue on the rooftop terrace on the 7th floor, looking at the grilled chicken legs, sprinkled with simple spices. Not bad, well grilled, Jose praised. The grilled corn is also delicious. The pork belly is also good, paired with iced soda. It's really good. You all come over, eat together, grill together. Luke arranged for 4 or 5 grills and hot pot stoves, sliced lamb, beef tripe, grilled oysters, grilled bacon, grilled squid. The barbecue dinner ended with laughter and joy. After having the Delta team send Eleanor home, Jose began some planning. With only a little over 10 days left, Jose diligently prepared and studied, and finally, after burning the midnight oil, he completed his graduation thesis of tens of thousands of words. His graduation thesis also passed the defense smoothly. Only then did he learn that Professor Pukins had been appointed as a justice of the Supreme Court of Buenos Aires province. His term of office happened to begin at the end of June. Since no one would be able to help him in the law department in the future, he simply had Jose graduate half a year early. Moreover, graduation required quite a few procedures, and being held up could take up a lot of time. Jose couldn't afford to waste time. Opportunities were easily missed, and time was precious before the real chaos began. He was immensely grateful. June 1st, graduation ceremony. Jose, wearing his bachelor's gown, sat quietly in a corner, listening to the president's speech and shaking hands. Elena sat next to him, wearing a light blue dress. Jose's expression was calm. There weren't many graduates in this batch, only about 100 people. Jose saw a few familiar faces. Guevara, a graduate of the medical department? He looks somewhat familiar. Elena, is that Guevara? Without a thick beard and cigar, only a suntanned face, he was indeed handsome and looked very similar, and he was in the medical department. It seems to be Ernesto Guevara, from the Lynch family of Rosario. It should be him. My father used to have some contact with him. An old family, they used to be colonial governors. Oh, you know him, of course. He's a popular figure in the medical department, almost as handsome as you. Like you, he's never at school all year round. Oh, it seems he took a year off, right? Well, you don't seem to count. Let me think. He seemed to return to Argentina last September, and you seemed to leave Argentina last August. Damn, it really was Guevara. A perfect miss. Jose also felt a bit excited to see the real person. This could be considered a cultural icon in later generations. Should he ask for an autograph? How do you know so much about him? Jose couldn't help but feel a little jealous. My cousin is his fangirl. Lilith is a senior in the business department at the University of Buenos Aires, always chattering away. It seems she's graduating too. Oh, her name is Delia Lilith, she's a senior. Jose was a little stunned. Could this Delia be the one he knew? The University of Buenos Aires was really small. Okay, I really am at school too little. Our Cohen is liked by so many girls, over here. Elena said playfully, waving her hand towards the back. A girl wearing a black academic dress walked over. It was indeed the senior. No, I only love you, Elena, Saint Tessa replied absent-mindedly, hugging Elena to prevent her from seeing his expression, which would surely be embarrassing. Cousin, are you finally introducing your boyfriend? Delia walked over, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, pretending not to recognize Saint Hesser. Actually, I didn't even know if we'd make it this far. Cohen is planning to marry me. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that junior brother is going to become my brother-in-law. So, You guys know each other? But isn't Cohen in the law department, and he's often not at school? Eleanor was also a little confused, to be honest. She rarely saw St. Husser at school. Even though he was famous at the school, he was like Che Guevara, only heard of, never seen. Actually, I've known Senior Delia for almost 2 years. This was like social media in later generations. You add a new friend and discover that he's appeared in the friend circles of several of your friends with only 2 to 3 million people in Buenos Aires. It seemed quite normal. St. Husser thought for a moment and felt there was nothing wrong with it. He had stayed in 2 cities with populations of nearly 20 million in later generations. This wasn't that normal? Even his hometown, an 18th-tier city in his previous life, had 4 or 5 million people. Moreover, he wasn't very familiar with Elena and hadn't seriously investigated her, but he vaguely felt that she was a rich woman, and her family seemed to be very powerful, and she was indeed not bad. At least, it was very comfortable to be with her. Whether she was from a wealthy family or how powerful her family was didn't matter. St. Husser Cohen, am a wealthy family myself. In the end, he didn't go to Che Guevara's side. To be honest, Che Guevara had a great influence in Latin America in later generations, but for Argentina, it was a bit unpleasant. Argentina didn't have a Castro and naturally didn't need Che Guevara. Moreover, it happened suddenly, and not many people knew that St. Husser had graduated. Many people from the new Youth League came to congratulate him specifically, making a big splash and attracting everyone's attention. Wolf, Eddie, Kim, Powell, Cicero, several familiar teachers, many members of the new Youth League, and many classmates from the class all came. Cohen, happy graduation, everyone said in unison, and then everyone gathered together to take a photo. St. Husser and Delia, the 2 graduates, stood in the middle, with Elena standing next to him, along with others. Haha, happy. Let's all have dinner together tonight. It's on me, yay. St. Husser had people find a hotel nearby and had a simple meal there amidst a chorus of farewell blessings. St. Husser also sighed with emotion. He had graduated. In June, St. Husser also learned about the city he would be running, and he was to go to Bahia Blanca at the end of August to run for city councilor. The name of the city means White Bay, an Argentine port city located on the northern shore of the Bahia Blanca, 900 kilometers from the port of Buenos Aires, bordering the southwestern side of the Atlantic Ocean. It is Argentina's largest wheat export port. Founded in 1828, the port developed due to the rise of agriculture and animal husbandry in the late 19th century. It is a maritime center and railway hub in southern Argentina. Last year, the population was only 150,000, similar to the upgraded Maria city, but its status was quite important. Now that he knew the city he was going to, he needed to conduct preliminary research and prepare. St. Husser convened a Falcon Bureau meeting and directly arranged for an action team to go to Bahia Blanca to gather intelligence. Delta Security sent 50 people in advance to be placed in Bahia Blanca. Prahl International had a branch there, and the Prahl fleet was also one of its home ports. He also needed to prepare the engagement ring and engagement gifts properly. This was his first proposal, and he had no experience. To be honest, he was a little nervous. Moreover, he didn't have any elders or anything like that. He simply sought advice from Aragon, who had been married for less than a year, and Lucia of the Cohen brothers, his young subordinates. Because there were no suitable elders, St. Husser finally went to his hometown to find his maternal uncle and younger maternal uncle, which was barely enough. Although St. Husser's parents had both passed away, his mother's side still had relatives. In fact, there were quite a few uncles and aunts, but the relationship was too bad, so he simply didn't call them. His mother's side rarely contacted him, and his mother's Harley family seemed to be quite decent among the Italian descendant families. Yes, St. Husser's mother was not a gaucho. St. Husser's bloodline was actually quite complicated. Since 4 years ago, St. Husser had basically not returned home. This time, he didn't go back either. He only planned to go home and take a look after the engagement. The Johann family on his mother's side could only be said to be a small family, but there were 6 or 7 younger cousins. In fact, families like St. Husser's were very rare among gauchos. After all, a family of 3 was very rare in the late 1930s, even in Argentina in the 1950s. It's just that it was rare for someone like St. Husser to not return to his maternal grandparents' home for several years. It had something to do with gaucho customs, but the custom wasn't very prevalent in his maternal grandparents' home. Perhaps the previous owner was also somewhat naturally unfeeling, and Aragon almost never returned to his hometown. In the eyes of the gauchos, the little eagle should fly to the distance alone and should not be bound by family affection. This time, St. Husser still let Aragon go. Time was tight, and he couldn't make it in time. The Johann family was in a small town. Saint Hesser often went there when he was a child, and he trusted Aragon to handle things. June 28, at 7 p.m., he drove his German-imported Mercedes-Benz, wearing a suit, with several cars following behind Aragon, Aragon's mother, Mrs. Dillett, two maternal uncles, John Lucev, John Senna. A total of 5 people went to the Sofia family, parked the car, arrived at Elena's house, a luxurious villa in the upper district of Buenos Aires. This was the official residence of the Sofia family, and was led into the study. Elena's father, mother, and Elena's grandfather were waiting for him. Elena's family also had 4 or 5 siblings, as well as Elena's uncle, Signor Delia, cousin Joseph Nick, and many other juniors and relatives. According to Elena, if everyone came, there would be at least 80 people. It is said that Elena also has 4 paternal uncles, 6 paternal aunts, 3 maternal uncles, 5 maternal aunts, a very large family. Signor Delia's surname follows her mother's, which is relatively rare in Argentina. After all, the awakening of women's rights in Argentina was only a few years ago. Not too many family members came this time, and Saint Hesser still felt a little sweaty palms. Fortunately, there were no surprises at this dinner, which was good news for Saint Hesser. It was quickly coming to an end. Good evening, Saint Hesser stood up and said, I hope I'm not disturbing you, but there's something I must tell you. He turned to Elena, his eyes looking at Grandpa Sofia, who was holding a cane, and said formally, I know this is a very old-fashioned approach, respected Mr. Sofia. I ask for your permission to propose to your granddaughter. I love Elena, and I firmly believe that she loves me too. If you can bless us, we will feel immense happiness. Sofia IX, also Elena's grandfather, is currently the highest-ranking elder in Elena's family, and is over 70 years old. Saint Hesser reached into his pocket and took out a foreign exchange deposit certificate from Baron Bank and placed it on the table in front of him. I plan to use $500,000 as an engagement gift. She will not need any money from you, but we need your blessing. With a peso devaluing now, Saint Hesser didn't have many valuable things to take out as for company equity. Forget it. If Elena is really interested in managing it, he can just give her a company when the time comes. Money is not lacking anyway. Just right. $500,000 is not a small amount now. And he can barely afford it. Saint Hesser took out a ring from his pocket, knelt on one knee. Elena, will you marry me? Chapter 166, Wedding in San Jose. Before Sofia could respond, Saint Hesser directly proposed, I accept. Just like when Elena agreed to be his girlfriend, Saint Hesser was very excited. You should hold the wedding tomorrow. Old man Dallas seemed to think for a moment before speaking. This immediately caused a burst of exclamations. It was unclear whether they were dazzled by Saint Hesser's $500,000 or Sofia's words. I think it's a good idea. How could the Rocks family not have investigated Saint Hesser? They had even investigated him a long time ago. Born into a farmer's family, but with a clean background, and very smart, he had also served as a junior officer. Most importantly, he was able to get into the University of Buenos Aires and has a lot of property. Superficially, he is already a good match for the Rocks family's eldest princess. Elena is indeed very favored, and doesn't need any family alliances or anything like that. The Rocks family is not a large family, but it has a long history. Rumor has it that they were related to the Spanish royal family. I believe that they should get married as soon as possible. We support it. Saint Hesser was a little stunned, but still agreed to hold the wedding. Originally, he had planned to wait until the end of the year or next year. Grandpa, we're not in a hurry. Elena turned around to face her grandmother, her eyes full of pleading. Originally, she and Saint Hesser had discussed not doing it so soon. Grandpa, are you in such a hurry to marry me off? Yes, I've always been afraid of not being able to wait for the day you get married. Delia looked at the two of them standing together and felt that she could no longer refuse them for a moment. She really envied them. I bless you, she said softly. Elena's father smiled and walked towards Elena, placing her hand in Saint Hesser's hand. Bless you, we will call all of Elena's brothers back. No problem, Saint Hesser agreed. To be honest, he also wanted to see this family. He kissed Elena's cheek. In the next 2 hours, the entire Rocks family was excitedly discussing the wedding plans. It made Saint Hesser suspect that they were eager to marry Elena off, and that he might have missed the opportunity if he had proceeded step by step. I don't want to have a grand wedding, Grandpa, Elena finally said. We don't have to do that, do we, Grandpa? I agree. Delia supported Elena, saying, love is a personal matter, okay, but the church is a must, the etiquette is a must, the scale doesn't have to be that big. In the end, They decided to have a small ceremony, presided over by a cardinal, and the church was chosen to be the Metropolitan Cathedral, which was close, and they were familiar with the bishop. The wedding was scheduled for 3 days later. Come if you can. It doesn't matter if you can't. Saint Husser also didn't want to invite so many people. Time was running out, but important figures were a must, so he invited everyone. There was no way to do it in the United States, but he had many friends and subordinates in his strongholds in the Potassium Triangle, Córdoba, Rosario, Maria City, and La Plata. However, people like Cairns, and even Cross after becoming mayor, were quite busy. Constantine, Bill, and the others had to stay put and couldn't leave. Some others would come if they wanted to. In addition, people from the Radical Party and the military could also be invited, although the ceremony was relatively small. The Rox family's face had to be maintained. They had been waiting for this day for 2 years. Saint Husser felt that he was about to step into the grave of marriage. On the afternoon of the 4th day, at the Buenos Aires Metropolitan Cathedral, Saint Husser was wearing a black suit, with a strong build, a standard hanger figure, and was definitely the main character. Today Eleanor was wearing a long white chiffon wedding dress, paired with delicate silver shoes, and a gemstone necklace around her neck, which was a birthday gift from Saint Husser. Large blue sapphires were strung together with a platinum chain, constantly shimmering in the candlelight. Eleanor also wore a white silver crown on her head. Looking like a real princess, Saint Husser felt that Eleanor was indeed very beautiful. Today several important figures attended the scene today, including General Barton Thompson, Arturo Frondizi, the first vice-chairman of the Radical Party, Luis Pena, the director of the National Office, and Professor Pukins, who was about to become one of the National Chief Justices. Some unknown big shots also came to participate, obviously invited by the Rox family. The wedding was held on time in the church hall. With a melodious music, Eleanor walked away from the gate. There were flower girls behind her, and her father-in-law handed Eleanor's hand to Saint Husser. As time slowly passed, a cardinal was presiding over the wedding. As the ceremony slowly progressed, the two were completely bound together. In addition to these important guests, there were also many heads of Saint Husser's companies: Luciette, the head of the Rosario Cohen brothers; Cruz, the head of Rheinmetall; Sean, the head of Maya Chemical; Philip, the head of Leiden Industries; the head of New Media, La Plata Steel, Blue Cloud Apparel, Plary Foods, New Youth League, Import and Export Association, Thunder Mining, Barron Bank. These people represented Saint Husser's position in the Argentine business world, giving him tremendous momentum, not inferior to those traditional large families at all, and even in terms of assets, he had already begun to catch up and surpass them. The photographer took many photos for this grand wedding, but the flash was too dazzling and smoky. After the wedding, the couple went on their honeymoon. Saint Husser directly set the place in Bahia Blanca. Bahia Blanca is also a tourist attraction. In fact, they should have gone abroad to Brazil or Central America, or even the United States and Europe, but time did not allow it, and they might have to come back to watch the Independence Day military parade. The honeymoon can be said to have been wonderful, and Saint Husser completely emptied himself. The 900-kilometer railway journey can directly reach Bahia Blanca, and you can also enjoy the scenery along the way. The railway security in the south is much better than the Baco line in the north. Saint Husser chartered a carriage. He also brought a team of Delta Force personnel. The journey was thrilling. Bahia Blanca in July is not too cold, and it does not snow. The temperature can be maintained above 5 degrees Celsius. However, the current Bahia Blanca is just a small city with a small population. Fortunately, the city is well built, a small southern town, with clean and tidy roads. In fact, Viedma in the south is more suitable for tourism. October is the tourist season in Bahia Blanca. Saint Husser had people buy a villa in advance, which happened to be located in the middle of 20 or so beautiful private bungalows. These bungalows with balconies are distributed on a small mountain, extending to the clear blue sea. The villa had been bought a long time ago, and there was a swimming pool in the house, and 2 maids prepared breakfast for them, and they could eat in the outdoor restaurant. The cook Anna and the housekeeper Luke also came together, and Saint Husser might even stay here for a while in the future. During most of the honeymoon, the Cohen couple did not go out. They read books, played chess, and enjoyed a rare leisure time in the villa with Guerrero in charge of the Falcon Bureau. There was no big problem, and in winter, there were indeed fewer people causing trouble. Eleanor tried her best to please Saint Husser in bed, and she was excited that she could bring him such great happiness. It is worth mentioning that Eleanor was the first time, which made Saint Husser feel guilty, but he was quickly relieved. Chapter 167 Vision of Bahia Blanca and the 53rd Parade. On July 8, I spent what could be considered a honeymoon in Bahia Blanca. which was really just driving around the city for a few days. The environment in southern Argentina is actually a bit worse than in the north. Affected by the Falkland Current, the Iva Perón province, formerly La Pampa province, near Bahia Blanca is one of the least populated provinces in the country, similar to Bahia Blanca itself, with only 170,000 people, which is just over 1 person per square kilometer. The Rio Negro territory further south, currently not a province, has a slightly larger population, about 250,000 people, and is Argentina's southernmost wine region. The grapes produced have a relatively balanced sweetness and acidity, reminiscent of European grapes, and there are valleys suitable for growing high-quality grapes. The capital is Viedma. San José has a strong impression of the name Viedma, because this small southern town almost became the capital of Argentina in later generations. Although it's a bit ridiculous for such a small city to become the capital, because according to last year's statistics, Viedma only had a little over 10,000 people, which is less than the small town San José built on the plateau. You should know that the small town of Morado now has 10,000 people, mainly workers from Thunder Mining, supplying raw materials to Maya Chemical and many other partners, with an investment of several million US dollars in production equipment, and is expected to be profitable in the second half of the year. The Rio Negro territory is a stronghold of the Radical Civic Union, and most administrative officials come from the Radical Civic Union. The military's influence in the southern provinces is also relatively weak. Further south, the Chubut territory, the Comodoro Rivadavia territory, and the Santa Cruz province are all sparsely populated, and Argentina's harsh lands, the Iva Perón province and the Rio Negro territory, actually don't have too bad of an environment. According to San José's estimate, they can accommodate 20 to 30 million people, and they are very suitable for development, close to Australian and South African coal mines, suitable for developing shipping. It's just that the Iva Perón province doesn't have a sea outlet, so Bahia Blanca has great development potential. Setting up factories here is very promising, and the land around Bahia Blanca is flat. Building a few large thermal power plants, setting up a textile factory, establishing a textile industry, is close to raw materials, and then setting up a chemical plant to develop the processing of petroleum, etc. Establishing a southern industrial base is not a problem. Originally, Blue Cloud Clothing Textile mainly produced cotton textiles and wool textiles, but the chemical fiber industry is what can really achieve results. Argentina is not lacking in oil resources. It is a pity to just export fuel or burn it. Maya Chemical is just engaged in synthetic ammonia and the production of some plastics. Only by developing a complete petroleum industry can it resist the American Mobil Oil and Standard Oil of California. Moreover, Patagonia has very rich oil resources, and there are also more difficult to extract shale oil, which can also be developed like the current shoes, pants, and clothes. Most of them are imported Brazilian natural rubber, and the pants and clothes are produced with fabrics imported from other textile factories, without much industry. Printing and dyeing industry, textile industry, as well as large-scale chemical industry and agriculture. Blue Cloud Textile Factory only produces cotton and wool, and the quality of the produced fabrics is average. Fortunately, there are some machines brought over from the British side, which can already be used for industrial upgrading. By then, setting up a few chemical plants, textile factories, clothing factories, power plants, steel plants, and machinery factories in Bahia Blanca will allow a simple heavy industrial system to be initially established. If the chemical plants are well managed, pharmaceutical development and deep processing of chemicals can be developed in the future. San José spread out the map of Bahia Blanca, and he was already a little impatient establishing an industrial city in the south, with real heavy chemical industries and other basic industries. Can embrace the future. The heavy chemical industry is a basic raw material industry with high capital and knowledge content, requiring huge investment, and it is not easy to develop. San José's factories currently mainly involve electricity, petrochemicals, smelting, machinery, and shipbuilding. Fortunately, the investment is not too large, and it is barely acceptable. As long as the steel plant is put into production, he can basically breathe a sigh of relief. The heavy chemical industry is the backbone of a region's economy and a strong material foundation for the modernization of the national economy. The Argentine South needs a locomotive for development, and Bahia Blanca is very suitable as for polluting the environment. There's no way around it. If he could make a fortune from the American economic crisis and then buy a few bankrupt automobile companies and transport them to Argentina, there would be a foundation for developing the mechanical industry. By then, building a few universities, Bahia Blanca will truly rise. San José began to prepare some collected urban development data, preparing to introduce his own factories in the name of investment promotion, provided that the basic infrastructure construction is done well first. For example, the roads in Bahia Blanca are currently dilapidated and need to be repaired. Road repairs require cement, steel and other materials, as well as electrical facilities and factory buildings, all of which need to be extensively repaired and built. Tax revenue will definitely not be enough in the early stage, so loans are needed. Barron Bank has money for loans, floating interest rates, which can be used. It's best to have a 5-year plan or something like that. Everything can be done simultaneously. It's not good to have too much domestic population migration. It's best to find international labor. There are also people in places like Brazil. Moreover, it is necessary to expand the scale of Bahia Blanca and incorporate several surrounding towns, which involves political reform issues, and it is necessary to unite the surrounding cities and develop together. It is also possible to establish a port industrial zone, processing with supplied materials, and compensation trade. It is necessary to support other small factories, let people invest, and bind them to the chariot. The prerequisite for all of this is to run for councillor this year and mayor next year, otherwise you can only wait for the next term, or pull the current mayor down, which would be too arrogant. Currently, there are 4 major families in Bahia Blanca, who basically control the current industry and commerce of Bahia Blanca. They are the Bariloche family, which is also an industrial family, mainly controlling Bahia Blanca's flour processing industry, owning 3 processing plants, and 100,000 acres of farms, growing wheat and raising 40,000 cattle. The Hector family, which controls 2 local beef processing plants, and also owns 50,000 acres of grassland in the Pampas, 200,000 cattle and sheep. The Martinez family, a traditional Cotelo family, is also the wealthiest family in Bahia Blanca, owning 3 beef processing plants, 20 wheat storage warehouses, an international trading company, the largest trading company in southern Argentina, Martinez Trading Company, which almost controls the largest wheat import and export share in the south, second only to the Argentine Official Import and Export Association, Pralery International, and Andes Trading. The Gray family, considered a Cotelo political family, has begun to transform, but also owns many industries, such as a lumber processing plant in the city, and also owns about 30,000 acres of agricultural and pastoral farms, as well as a small ship repair yard and a wharf. The political forces in Bahia Blanca are not too complex. After all, the population is small. But it is, after all, one of the cities with a very high status, far surpassing Mar del Plata. Mar del Plata's current unconventional development means its political status doesn't yet match its economic strength. Someone like Cross is still working hard to gain status. For example, he has proposed merging General San Martin Partido completely with Mar del Plata, then renaming it and expanding the city limits, with the aim of establishing the second largest city besides Córdoba. The population, including satellite towns, may already exceed 180,000. The majority are from the Radical Civic Union, holding approximately 80% of the seats in the city council. These families are also mostly affiliated with the Radical Civic Union. There is only one outsider, a councillor named Adler Krellane, representing the Justice Party's presence in the area, essentially a representative sent from Buenos Aires province, but he holds little sway and cannot shake the dominance of the 4 major families overall. These families can be considered major Argentine families with considerable strength. Outsiders are easily marginalized or assimilated. This honeymoon was somewhat rushed, making him feel a little guilty towards his wife. He needed to be back in time for the Independence Day parade on May 25th, in which the Radical Civic Union would participate, followed by the handover of his position in the Bahia Blanca branch and then the campaign for councillor of Bahia Blanca on July 9. The Argentine armed forces and various other military units held the Independence Day parade. Chilean, Uruguayan, Paraguayan, Bolivian, and Venezuelan troops also sent 50-man contingents to participate in today's parade. Military attachés from various countries stationed in Argentina were invited to attend today's celebration. It can be said that Argentina currently holds great prestige in South America. Since mediating the Chaco War, it has been at its peak. Brazil barely holds its own, and now even the Americans sometimes find Argentine opinions more persuasive. July 9th is a special day for Argentinians. It is Argentina's Independence Day. The Argentine army is preparing to showcase its strength to the world because President Juan Perón is leading them to the highest banner in the world. San Jose was also invited by the Radical Civic Union to participate in the parade. Perón also invited the presidents of Chile and Uruguay to attend. The entire venue is filled with approximately hundreds of thousands of Argentinians, A sea of people. Perón himself also put on his military uniform. Because it was relatively cold, he also wore an overcoat. Several generals around him were also wearing military overcoats. San Jose even saw General Thompson, although he was not on the main platform, but on a slightly lower area next to it. San Jose watched from a regular viewing platform. He even saw Guevara watching not far away, his brow furrowed, wondering what he was thinking. He would soon be leaving Argentina for Mexico. This parade was indeed well executed. The Navy, Army, and Air Force all participated, as well as military academy cadets, cavalry divisions, and motorized divisions. It was arguably the best parade in all of Latin America. This must be the peak of Argentine military parades. After Perón's overthrow in a couple of years, even such decent parades could not be organized. The goose-stepping was also well executed, just not comparable to the world's #1 army. The main thing is that it didn't look fierce enough. Having seen those parades after the Vietnam War and later generations, San Jose believed that a real killing aura existed without the experience of blood and fire. Coupled with these officers interfering in politics and the military engaging in business, the Argentine Army's combat effectiveness was greatly undermined. Units such as the Buenos Aires Police Department, the Labor Federation affiliated with the Argentine General Confederation of Labor, and even some militia units also participated in the parade. Naval formations patrolled the Rio de la Plata. Some old battleships didn't look very threatening. They were the thin-skinned with a big filling type. There were also old tanks that looked like mobile coffins. There were also some more advanced tanks that drove through the Plaza de Mayo, adorned with a blue and white national flag. However, this was already one of the two strongest armies in South America. The primary target of the Argentine army was the Brazilians. The Brazilian army had American support, so its equipment was still quite good. It can be said that the current Argentine army is also one of the more powerful in the world, but the economic crisis cast a shadow over this parade. There were also infantry fighting vehicles, military jeeps, and other equipment of various types. The performance of the Air Force formation was the best, with domestically produced aircraft and foreign imports, and the quality of the Air Force pilots was very good, very spirited, very good. The scale is so large, it feels like the entire Argentine army has come, San Jose said sarcastically. This grand parade brought almost 1/10 of the Argentine army, costing a huge amount. It's just that the military and Perón are currently maintaining a superficial peace. It's also hard to believe that the now powerful Perón would be overthrown by a few local military factions, then begin the long era of military governments. A flourishing age, a dangerous situation, must be prevented, but there was also some bad news, such as the Argentine military aircraft factory canceling military orders due to insufficient funding and aircraft problems. The current Argentine military aircraft factory is not weak. In fact, it is very famous in the world, ranking after Canada's aerospace industry. Built on a solid economic foundation, Argentine industry and manufacturing were still very strong in the 1940s and 50s. A notable example is Argentina's aviation industry. Not long after the end of World War II, Argentina began to develop an independent aviation industry based on the Argentine Military Aircraft Factory, FMA, established in the 1920s. With the help of German engineers, the FMA developed its first jet fighter, the IAE-27 Polk I. In 1946, the successful development of the IAE-27 fighter marked Argentina as the sixth country in the world to independently develop a jet fighter. After the IAE-27, the FMA also developed the IAE-33 Polk II fighter, the IA-58 Pucara attack aircraft, and the IA-63 Advanced Trainer aircraft, among other models. But now news has come from the Cordoba Falcon Bureau that Perón intends to cut the military aircraft factory project. We can't let these Germans go, but the money needed to invest in aircraft manufacturing is too much, possibly even more than the investment in developing the atomic bomb. San Jose was a little worried. If these German design teams were gone, it would be difficult to reassemble them. But the investment in aircraft manufacturing is huge, and these Germans are likely the same ones who helped India develop its aircraft manufacturing industry, except that due to some secrecy, it is still unknown who they are. We must take action to save Argentina's aviation industry. Should we send someone from Rematal Industries to Bahia Blanca to contact them and preserve this industry? If the aircraft manufacturing industry collapses, it will not be easy to rebuild it in the future. This matter still depends on General Thompson's opinion. If he can be persuaded, it will be half the battle. Chapter 168 Saving Argentina and Chapter X27, Aviation Industry. After participating in the military parade, Saint-Ayres began preparing for the Blanca Port Council reshuffle in October and planned to directly take over the local Radical Party branch starting in June of this year. Saint-Ayres' luck began to turn for the better. The Argentine economy had declined to a certain point, and many factories went bankrupt this year. These factory owners could no longer support themselves due to frequent strikes and the fragility of the overall economic environment. They didn't have Saint-Ayres' strong international sales capabilities, and surviving for another year or two was already difficult according to statistics from the Socialist Party newspaper Avant-Garde. Argentine prices have doubled in the past year, but workers' wages have not increased at all. Coupled with the currency devaluation caused by the excessive issuance of banknotes, over a longer period, from 1943 to 1953, Argentine prices increased fivefold, while wages only increased twofold, resulting in severe inflation. The economic crisis prompted the Perón government to prepare to surrender to British and American monopoly capital. The parliament prepared to pass a foreign investment bill allowing foreign capital to transfer 8% of its profits abroad. By June, the government's internal debt had exceeded 65 billion pesos, and its external debt had reached 1.2 billion pesos, while the country's foreign exchange reserves were less than $400 million. Of course, Perón, ever the opportunist, was still negotiating with the Soviet government to sell scarce Soviet agricultural products, such as grain. Unusually, a Soviet diplomatic ambassador attended this military parade. Farms on the Pampas were being sold off in large numbers, and many farmers were going bankrupt and becoming unemployed. Saint-Ayres, with his ample funds, directly engaged in bottom fishing. In June alone, bankrupt farmers in Buenos Aires province sold more than 100 farms. Since the end of last year, the number of farms had been more than 400, but at that time, he was not prepared to make waves on the Pampas. There was more land in the north, and it was cheaper, while the situation in Buenos Aires province was too complex. Sunshine Agriculture acquired more than 20 small and medium-sized farms in July this year, while others were divided up by large cuadrillos. Future Agriculture's farm area has directly doubled. Maya Chemical also expanded its industrial scale amidst frequent strikes. Since April, monthly sales have increased at a rate of 50%, with no signs of the recession from January to March, giving Saint-Ayres renewed confidence. There was great potential in heavy chemical industry, preferably with domestic production. After all, India in later generations was a good example. It was better to buy than to build. India's green revolution in fertilizers relied entirely on imports. Importing these chemical equipment was too expensive and not cost-effective at all. If they could produce synthetic ammonia and other chemical industrial equipment themselves, that would be the real way out. According to Saint-Ayres' estimate, a set of synthetic ammonia equipment would only cost $1 or $2 million, but importing it would at least double the cost, to $6 or $7 million. Of course, researching and producing this equipment themselves would require a very strong metal smelting industry and mechanical processing industry, which would take time. The recession in Argentine agriculture was beneficial to Eagle Tobacco. This year's profits are likely to exceed $18 million, and funds have begun to slowly flow back. This money is enough to do a lot of things. The country's external environment was also very harsh. As everyone knows, Argentina has no coal mines, and it cannot extract oil, so Argentina has to import coal and oil from Britain, in a so-called beef for oil and coal arrangement. However, the prices charged by the British were 70% higher than the market price. Fortunately, Thunder Mining would soon be transporting cheap coal from Australia. The oil problem could not be solved for the time being. The devaluation of the pound sterling caused Argentina to lose a large amount of foreign exchange resources, especially since the price of beef sold was more than £100 per ton cheaper than the contract price, leading to a stalemate in Anglo-Argentine relations, giving the Americans an opportunity. Saint-Ayres did not comment on the cooperation with the Soviets. It was beneficial for Argentina, but so-so for Saint-Ayres. Only Prairie Foods and Future Agriculture could export to the Soviet Union. The others were competitors. Steel, machine tools, military industry, tractors, and textiles were all things the Soviets did not lack. On August 21, the Argentine Congress passed the Foreign Investment Law, showing goodwill to the United States. It can only be said that Perón was indeed playing with fire. One cannot play the opportunist game. During this military parade, Saint-Ayres also met some people from the Mexican consulate and had in-depth and pleasant conversations with them. This had not happened before, as he rarely contacted people from foreign consulates to maintain a low profile. Now, reality forced him to become more high profile. Previously, he only had a preliminary understanding of Mexico through the United States. He knew that it was more prosperous, and the Mexican consuls were quite talkative and seemed to have indigenous ancestry. The indigenous people of Mexico have a completely integrated into the Mexican nation. For him, among the major Latin American countries, only Mexico currently has the fastest natural population growth rate, with 25.76 million in the 1950 census. Now, it is increasing by almost 1 million people every year, and it is getting faster and faster. By the 1960s, it is likely to reach more than 37 million people, and Mexican immigration is far less than that of Argentina, averaging a few thousand people per year. This made St. Tyrus very interested. Currently, Mexican agriculture, through several large committees, is building water conservancy projects, developing modern agriculture, and irrigation. At the same time, land reform is accelerating population growth. This is also an experience that Argentina can learn from. Argentina has too many provinces, often resulting in sparsely populated provinces with a lack of funds, making it impossible to develop local industries. Mexico can be divided into 4 regions: South, North, West, and Core region. Currently, Mexico has achieved unprecedented unity, and centralism has reached a high level of development, which can be seen from the president's power. Moreover, Mexico's land reform can be said to be very successful, and the federal fiscal revenue has also increased rapidly. Government budget expenditures are also high, which is in stark contrast to Argentina. Moreover, Mexico is more fortunate than Argentina and Brazil in that it has both coal and iron mines. The strength of a country ultimately depends on the production of steel. Fortunately, St. Tyrus has sufficient reserve funds. Not only is the tobacco industry rising against a trend, but also major factories have finally begun to develop by leaps and bounds, reversing the decline that began in the second half of last year. A large amount of external funds, coupled with the establishment of Barron Bank, have made St. Tyrus's factories invincible. Even many newly established and acquired factories have been regarded as models of work for relief, and have been praised by President Perón, which is a huge irony. Argentina currently imports about 1.5 million tons of coal every year, mainly from Britain. Thunder Mining has begun negotiations with the presidential palace, preparing to kick out British coal and replace it with Australian coal. Thunder Mining purchased a mine near Brisbane with a potential reserve of more than 1 billion tons for less than $1 million to expand the transportation scale faster. The Prairie Fleet, in addition to purchasing ships from Spanish shipyards, has also begun to lease ships. Once the steel plant is built, the annual demand for tens of millions of tons of coal can maximize the strength of Thunder Mining. As long as he can successfully establish a foothold in Blanca Port, then mining oil in the south and establishing an oil company will not be far away. St. Tyrus is best at grabbing meat. He also needs to conduct a thorough investigation into this Argentine aviation crisis, and sent a team of experts to negotiate with the city government and provincial government of Córdoba. If things are impossible or the resistance is too great, he can only give up. As a result of a conversation with General Thompson, it seemed there was a good chance regarding this matter. General Thompson was not on good terms with the Córdoba military, mainly because Thompson had been transferred to the Ministry of Defense, and Córdoba had re-elected their leader. Currently, a fellow named General Lunardi in Córdoba was accusing Thompson of making a mess and siding with the presidential palace, and secretly reorganized the Córdoba National Defense Force into the Córdoba Garrison Force, which was quite arrogant. Garrison forces were usually only found in the capital. Previously, Córdoba at most had city defense forces. Perón didn't even dare to offend these local warlords, choosing to turn a blind eye. Therefore, St. Hilaire's opportunity had arrived. It was even possible to swallow the aircraft manufacturing plant whole. Anyway, in the eyes of many, the aircraft factory was just a huge money pit, a money pit with no output. It could be said that Argentina's aviation industry had entered a death countdown. Time was very tight, and this was also the case for St. Hilaire. He had to run for city councilor, and he was unwilling to let Argentina's aviation industry fail completely. The aircraft manufacturing industry was an industry with a relatively large industrial chain, involving materials, engines, machining, and other aspects. Currently, St. Hilaire was involved in the metal smelting industry through the La Plata Coal and Steel Consortium, and machining through Leighton Industries' machine tool factory. However, the basic equipment and talent were mainly acquired with the help of Germans and Japanese. Rheinmetall also had some involvement in machine tools. The La Plata steel plant was about to produce its first molten iron. Recently, the steel plant invested heavily in establishing a metal research institute to study metal smelting technology. Rheinmetall Industries also began to study machine tool technology. Argentina was currently extremely short of aluminum alloys and machine tools, which could cooperate well with the aircraft manufacturing plant. Thunder Mining's investment in Australia had exceeded $10 million, and it had begun mining iron ore, coal, and a large amount of bauxite, which could develop the aluminum alloy industry. There were many rivers in the provinces surrounding Blanca port, most of which originated in the Andes Mountains, which could be used to generate electricity. The demand for electricity for electrolytic aluminum was enormous. Now the Five Eyes Alliance had been established for a long time. Fortunately, Argentina was not a weakling now. Investing in Australia was also in line with the interests of the current Australian government, and Western Australia had not completely submitted to the Australian government. Therefore, there was not much opposition, but it was hard to say in a few years. Another important importer of coal and steel was South Africa, where costs would be much higher than Australia, mainly because South Africa's coal and iron mines were not on the coast. The electricity problem was indeed a major issue that needed to be worried about. Currently, electricity was generated nearby, and there was no such thing as a long-distance power grid. To develop Blanca Port's industry, a large amount of electricity demand had to be resolved. Hydropower required a large one-time investment. For example, the Maria hydropower plant had been under construction for 2 years. The number 1 unit had already generated electricity and could meet the needs. It would not be completely completed until the end of next year. Once the hydropower plant was fully operational, Maria City would be the city with the largest power generation in the province, far exceeding Córdoba, and the economy would be able to develop further. The operating period of hydropower can be as long as 50 years or even a century, and the operating cost is low, making it the longest-lived of all power stations. In contrast, thermal power plants have lower construction costs and can quickly meet demand. This was the method Saint-Hilaire thought of to quickly expand the power generation of Blanca Port in the short term. That is, the amount of coal transported out of the mine was relatively small. Starting next month, 10 ships loaded with coal will depart from Brisbane in eastern Australia every month, pass through the Strait of Magellan in the Pacific Ocean, and then head north to La Plata City to store it in the warehouses of the nearly completed La Plata thermal power plant. These coal transport ships were specially modified American freighters. Coal transport ships had to be specially modified, and the deadweight tonnage basically did not exceed 12,000 tons. Each transport could only transport about 120,000 tons of coal, and transporting coal was actually more troublesome, and safety could not be guaranteed. It was more troublesome than transporting iron ore. Therefore, Thunder Mining has also placed an order with a Spanish shipyard to design and produce 550,000 ton seaborne ore ships, provided that Sanjay Shipyard must be an assisting unit, and subsequent production must be authorized by then. These giant freighters could be produced in Argentina. In the future, even 100,000-ton freighters would have to be designed. Otherwise, those with an annual steel production of several million tons would not be able to transport the raw materials. The future aviation industry has a large volume and scale, and the driving effect is obvious. It is an industry with a high degree of concentration of technology, talent, and capital, which can effectively promote the rapid development of the social economy. Military aviation and civil aviation are also related. If these laid-off technical personnel can be temporarily gathered again and turned to civil aviation such as helicopters and feeder aircraft design, production, and manufacturing, that is also possible. It would be a pity to give up directly. Saint-Hilaire obtained a confidential document. Currently, the chief person in charge of Argentina's ROI project is Kurt Tank. During World War II, he led the design and manufacture of Germany's famous Focke-Wulf FW-190 fighter. At the end of 1944, he and his colleagues at the Focke-Wulf Design Bureau developed the second-generation jet aircraft for the 3rd German Air Force, the Tu-183 Crow. At that time, the Argentine government found Tank and commissioned him to design a better fighter than the ROI for the Air Force. In fact, Argentina was already at the forefront of the world's aviation field. In fact, just after the end of World War II, the presidential palace began to implement a plan to expand its Air Force strength. With Perón's support, the military aircraft factory sought help from abroad to develop jet fighters. Soon, in 1947, Argentina successfully developed the first jet aircraft in Latin America. In 1946, Tank smuggled himself to Argentina. After a short rest with other German technicians, he immediately invested in the development of the Argentine version of the Tu-183, the IA-33 Aero II Kurt tank used the British Rolls-Royce Nene II centrifugal jet engine. The output power of the Nene turbojet engine was greater than that of the HE-011A, but it used a centrifugal rather than an axial compressor. It was larger and longer, requiring a completely new fuselage to accommodate this determined tank's work procedure, designing the fuselage around the engine, and then designing the entire aircraft with the fuselage as the core. The Aero II was designed as a fighter, so its armament was very powerful. It was planned to install 4 20mm cannons in the nose. With a gyro aiming device, the Aero series of jet fighters was an impact Argentina made on the jet field. It almost had the opportunity to bring Argentina's industry into a new era. Some preliminary intelligence reports showed that this jet engine project was an industrial investment involving $200 million, which even exceeded the hydrogen bomb project abandoned last year. For Argentina, it could indeed be said to be cutting flesh, and Argentina's current annual fiscal revenue is less than $500 million. The tax problem was an important problem that plagued the Perón era. Although centralization had been ongoing, the tax base had not expanded, and the tax amount basically remained at the scale of $300-500 million. The first economic crisis after the war hit Argentina, greatly slowing down the modernization process of the Ministry of Defense's weapons and equipment. Many projects were urgently called to halt. And the costly Aero II project was also among those suspended due to design flaws in the Aero II and Argentina's substandard manufacturing technology. The plan for this type of aircraft was completely cancelled, and Tank and other German technicians were all dismissed by the Argentine government this year and planned to leave Argentina. The aircraft manufacturing plant was also dissolved and stagnated due to this project, and Tank is currently in Buenos Aires. Under the introduction of General Thompson, St. Hilaire met with Tank, and the two shook hands simply. "Hello, Dr. Tank, I am St. Hilaire Cohen, the general manager of San Martin Aircraft Manufacturing Plant." Chapter 169 Street Martin Aircraft Factory. Sheng Hexi had people register an aircraft industry company in Buenos Aires a few days ago, and then had Constantine set up the San Martin Aircraft Manufacturing Plant in Maria City. He had to keep this design and development team. Currently, Maria City's hardware environment is one of the best in the country. The number of people has increased several times compared to before, most of whom are workers and their families. The current employed population of Maria City has exceeded 20,000, while Córdoba has about 50,000 workers currently. Due to the economic crisis, the national industrial employment population is less than 1.5 million, which is 350,000 less than the peak in 1947. The scale of foreign trade is only $2 billion, which is $1.2 billion less than in 1948. In terms of trade, the import and export trade volume of Pralier International is less than $100 million, which has great potential. The rapid increase last year was also due to the import of a lot of steel smelting equipment, tractors, and motorcycles. The total export value is about $60 million, mainly from light weapons, food, tobacco, and clothing. The only thing that Maria City lacks is a scientific research environment, but the situation is changing. Now it is also preparing to set up a formal university, and the name has been decided, San Martin Institute of Technology. Currently, Maria City and San Martin County have been integrated. By arranging for each factory to donate some funds, and with funding from the Maria City government, it can be set up. Maria City is very close to Córdoba City, and can make full use of Córdoba City's academic and scientific resources, such as the cooperation between Pralier Foods and the Department of Bioengineering of the University of Córdoba, researching various additives. The Maya Plastics Factory, formerly Maria Plastics Factory, and the Department of Chemical Engineering of the University of Córdoba have established a research institute, which are both models of industry-university cooperation, as well as the Department of Mechanical Engineering and the like. The level of universities in Argentina is not too weak. Several companies under Sheng Hexi have also established cooperation with several major departments of the University of Buenos Aires. Through the New Youth League as a newly emerging industrial city, there are almost no so-called Caudill families here. Even if there were, they have been expelled or even purged by Sheng Hexi. Even though Córdoba province is already considered one of the most rampant provinces in Argentina for Caudill forces, expelled the family forces represented by the original mayor as soon as he became mayor. They once occupied most of the farms in San Martin County, which now basically belong to the city hall. Churches and church schools have not flourished at all, because Shanghai doesn't like them, and strictly restricts missionary activities. In just a few years, it has become one of the most dynamic and advanced cities in the country. After more than 2 years of construction, the city has expanded greatly, filling in a large number of buildings, but the height of the floors is not very high, and there is a lack of basic steel such as rebar. As long as the La Plata steel plant is successfully built, it will further promote the construction of Maria City. Sidex cement plant has also set up a branch here, with a production capacity of 500,000 tons. Maria City has also been wooed by several political parties. Finally, under the instruction of Shanghai, the Radical Party won, but the existence of the Republican Party and the Socialist Party is also allowed. This negotiation with Tank is to retain this elite design team and keep the entire aircraft manufacturing industry in Córdoba province. Córdoba province takes into account national defense security and a certain economic scale, and is currently the third largest economic province in the country, second only to Buenos Aires province and Santa Fe province. Now Maria City has almost completely become Shanghai's independent kingdom. In addition to the police department led by Constantine, the Maria City Defense Force has also been established. This is the right that all Argentine cities have, as stipulated by the Constitution. The police force and the Maria Defense Force currently have a scale of 500 and 1,000 people respectively, and are secretly managed by Shanghai's people. Maria City's fiscal revenue has risen against the trend, increasing more than 20 times in less than 3 years, from less than 1 million pesos a few years ago to 22 million pesos, mainly contributed by several large factories. The gross national product has also exceeded 270 million pesos. With sufficient fiscal revenue, it is second only to Córdoba City in Córdoba province, and is likely to reach 500 million pesos this year. Maria City's development in recent months has also started a new round of construction and expansion with Shanghai's large-scale investment, especially in the textile industry, clothing industry, chemical industry, mechanical processing industry, and food industry. A large number of industrial equipment is transported here by rail. Argentina has always had a Greater Argentina plan, which has now completely gone bankrupt. The so-called Greater Argentina is to establish a South American group led by Argentina, including Chile, Bolivia, Paraguay, and Uruguay, and eventually become a political entity. This idea appeared in 1909, and was proposed again in the 1940s, but now it is completely over. Hello, Mr. Shanghai. Tank looked haggard. He tried to persuade Villain, but failed. Now he can't even see him. San Martin Aviation Industry Company, he had never even heard of it. If it hadn't been for the contact from the former Córdoba boss, he would have thought it was a scam company. He was a little surprised by Shanghai's fluent German, but he didn't care too much. He planned to leave Argentina anyway. The death of the test pilot and the disbandment of the project were a big blow. Argentina is not Germany after all. Even France is much stronger than Argentina today. It's an honor to meet you. I wonder if Dr. Tank has heard of Ryan Arsenal? I am the owner of Ryan Arsenal. Shanghai didn't care about Tank's attitude. For him, it's right to bow your head before you have strength. He directly added a layer of weight to himself. The San Martin aircraft factory is an empty shell, but Ryan Arsenal is not. Ryan Arsenal is already one of the most important military factories in Argentina, with a mysterious background. Oh? I have heard of Ryan Arsenal, but the quality of the weapons produced is not very good. I heard that there are still many German descendants working there. Tank did know about Ryan Arsenal. It was just a factory producing light weapons, producing imitations of the Stormtrooper assault rifle. Even the technology content of the ROII's autocannon is much better than the STG-44. What if I can solve the material problem? I can build an aluminum alloy factory within 2 years to produce the materials needed to manufacture airplanes. I will also have the most powerful mechanical processing plant. Now, Argentina's Perón's ambitious second 5-year plan has vanished without a trace. This large-scale, yet impractical, heavy industry plan was truly a pipe dream for the Argentinian people in the past few years. When the financial situation was better, Argentina's military expenditure accounted for 1/4 of the national fiscal expenditure. Now, it is unsustainable, but without war, the huge military expenditure cannot be converted into economic benefits, or rather, the return cycle is too long, and Argentina's economic development cannot keep up, so it has fallen into a stalemate. Saint Hesser wasn't just boasting. The metal smelting industry chain, steel, aluminum, and the machinery processing industry are the key industries to break through in the next few years. He plans to open a new factory in Bahia Blanca, a huge investment with huge risks. Is that true? Argentina's current industrial base is too weak, with many problems, but the ROIII project can actually be further optimized through design and improvement. I think it only needs $10 million no, $8 million to continue optimizing, provided that we use the equipment of the Argentine military aircraft factory, and the support of the Air Force. In fact, the biggest problem with the dissolution of the aircraft factory's design team is the lack of funds. I can also solve the military cooperation. I will set up the factory in Maria City. I can provide enough funds. As for the equipment, don't worry, I am negotiating with the Cordoba military department, and I can solve the Air Force's problems. Making money has never been a problem for him. The financial crisis in the United States has already begun, and you can make another fortune. Moreover, this year's established goals can definitely be overfulfilled, and Ballon Bank is accelerating its expansion, which can provide loans to the aircraft factory with General Thompson in the military. There is no big problem. The most difficult thing is the military aircraft factory. It is very difficult to swallow an elephant with a snake. The Aero 3 is a very excellent aircraft. We Argentina needs this aircraft. Rhine Military Industries can also provide the necessary equipment. By the way, we have cooperation with La Plata Steel Plant. We can provide more metal materials starting in the second half of the year. In the future, the fuselage shells of combat aircraft will basically be made of high-strength aluminum-magnesium alloys. The main body of the fuselage will be manganese steel, and the more powerful one is titanium alloy. The Soviets used stainless steel, the famous MiG-25, which the Americans thought was black technology, but most fighter jets still use aluminum-magnesium alloys. These German designers are not particularly expensive in terms of salary. The main investment is actually in raw materials and processing production lines, which need to be re-recruited, and the education level cannot be low. Then, happy cooperation, I am willing to join. Tank stood up and shook hands with Saint Hesser. After all, Argentina is a very suitable place. The weather in Córdoba province is similar to that in Germany. Even a little better. The two had a long conversation, talking about future plans. Tank was very interested in Saint Hesser's unconstrained thinking. Saint Hesser revealed to him some future development directions of aircraft, which made Tank completely take it seriously. Superpowers the United States and the Soviet Union are developing a new generation of fighter jets. Others including Canada, France, and the United Kingdom also have excellent aircraft industries. It has been almost 10 years after World War II, and the aircraft industry is developing rapidly and updating quickly. For Tank, it is difficult to start over in other countries, and it is difficult to lead a project. The wealthy Saint Hesser allocates 8 million pesos to the San Martin aircraft factory every month to maintain the work of this team. The factory will also slowly add various equipment, draw drawings, and restart the project at the same time. Saint Hesser sent senior executives from Rhine Military Industries to continue negotiating with the Argentine aircraft manufacturing factory and the military, intending to purchase or even directly procure their equipment, hollow out this aircraft factory, or even directly merge it, which would be the best. As for the price, it would be the real bottom price. With the help of General Thompson, I believe there will be no big problems. The big problem of the military engaging in business still needs to be solved. After communicating these things, Saint Hesser also completed a wish and directly prepared to go south to Bahia Blanca. Now the opportunity is just right. Dr. Tank also reassembled most of the original staff of the aircraft factory and arranged them to a newly built large industrial park in Maria City. Rhine Industries still has mechanical processing equipment here, and some metal materials will also be imported from abroad. As for the Bahia Blanca City Council, there is no big problem. Several local families have also been severely damaged by the economic crisis, and their strength has been severely damaged, and they are looking for someone to take over now. The opportunity is indeed very good. The Radical Civic Union did not perform very well in this economic crisis, with many problems, which disappointed Saint Hesser. The Radical Civic Union is not only internally divided, but also has other problems. The people of the Radical Civic Union also pin their hopes on the Americans, but they do not realize how harmful the British and American monopoly capital is to the Argentine economy at present. Argentina's food exports are mainly meat, and almost more than half of them are joint ventures of American capital slaughtering and processing plants. Most of the profits are earned by the Americans. The most terrible thing is that the United States itself is Argentina's largest competitor in the meat processing industry. This is almost equivalent to sending bullets to the enemy. In addition, the church has also begun to collude with British and American monopoly capital. It can be said that the whole country feels a bit precarious. Internal problems are greater than external problems in St. Hesser's view. This is a huge opportunity. Seeking wealth in danger. On August 22, St. Hesser led his newly formed staff team to Bahia Blanca, setting off a storm in the south. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170. Hello, Mr. Congressman. In the month leading up to the Blanca Port City Council election, St. Hurst also needed to engage in some simple campaigning, going through the motions and putting on a show, with the Radical Civic Union branch cooperating with his efforts, relying solely on the so-called populist approach, and listening to opinions from later generations wasn't enough. He also needed sufficient money and influence. Now, he didn't lack a background, at least enough to bluff, and he had the money to make things happen. This was good news because, in a capitalist country, money could solve 99.99% of problems. As a complete newcomer to the Argentine political ecosystem, implementing policies wasn't as simple as he imagined. He had to abide by the rules of the game, rather than trying to break these conventions from the outset. Wherever there are people, there is a world of struggle. In a country like Argentina, with its imperfect system, politics holds the top position. Even the most powerful capital cannot compete with the state machine. Capital will only attach itself to the state machine, making it serve capital. This time, he was well prepared and even brought in the Maria City campaign team to gain experience. The only difference was that the situation in Maria City wasn't as complicated. The Radical Civic Union in Blanca Port was actually a small party, or rather, severely weakened, not the powerful force it once claimed to be. Under Perón's virtuous resurgence, or rather, a flash of brilliance, the Justicialist Party ruled one of the most important cities in the south. The Justicialist Party still dominated the entire country. It could be said that the Radical Civic Union hadn't even managed to hold on to Eva Perón's city, La Plata. Of course, securing a council seat in Blanca Port was still achievable, as the Radical Civic Union represented the interests of some capital. This was the problem with being an opposition party. Argentina was currently a country dominated by a single party, completely different from the two-party system of the UK and the US. The Radical Civic Union's influence had declined significantly. Currently, Blanca Port has 5 districts, each with approximately 20,000 people. Each district has 3 councillors, making a total of 16 councillors, plus a council speaker. Overall, it's quite well organized, with participation in government affairs being quite impressive. This election involves half of the councillors, who are already too old and need fresh blood. The Justicialist Party in the Blanca Port City Council holds 11 seats, the Radical Civic Union holds 2, the Republican Party holds 1, and the Socialist Party holds 1. Most of them come from local families who have joined the Justicialist Party to represent their voices. The Justicialist Party is also divided into several factions, making Blanca Port quite chaotic. The so-called council elections are not that transparent, quite different from the elections of later generations, but they still have to put on a show. This aspect began in the late 19th century when the Argentine political landscape changed, formally establishing a capitalist system. St. Hurst was running for an ordinary city councillor position. Ordinary councillors are also elected by popular vote, but the Municipal Legislative Council does not participate. As long as the citizens of Blanca Port vote for you, the City Council can directly proceed with a review process. If the Radical Civic Union candidate doesn't have any major scandals, such as committing a crime, the Legislative Council won't bother you. The election is directly conducted by the citizens of Blanca Port, with approximately 30,000 eligible voters, accounting for just over 1/3 of all citizens. Basically, as long as the person is nominated by a major party and doesn't have any other major issues, they can generally enter the council. After completing the basic procedures, they can become an ordinary councillor. In the month before the city council election, St. Hurst mainly planned to consolidate the Radical Civic Union first, and then slowly start making moves. The Radical Civic Union gave him considerable authority in this regard, directly handing over the branch to him. As a form of reciprocation, the original intention of the Radical Civic Union was for St. Hurst to come to Blanca Port to gain experience, But he didn't think that way. He felt that he had to create his own world and expand the base. The first thing St. Hirsch's team did in Blanca-Port was to help boldly canvass votes in the 5th district. The entire 5th district was a newly established urban area of less than 10 years, with only about 10,000 people. It was the weakest district with the fewest people, but it was close to the sea and had good overall conditions, even suitable for developing a port. The era when the Radical Civic Union had more than a dozen councillors during its peak had long passed. These families were all opportunists, joining whoever was the strongest. Previously, St. Hirsch had not held any public office or entered any Argentine government departments. Being a staff officer was a plus. His main educational experience was at the University of Buenos Aires, which was indeed a useful credential, along with a series of experiences in the Radical Civic Union's propaganda department, and Professor Pugin's recommendation. He was completely a brand new political newcomer. To show a certain degree of maturity, St. Hirsch started growing a beard in July, and the team also had 2 makeup artists and stylists to help him with simple grooming and clothing coordination. Combined with his naturally mature appearance, the whole package worked, making him look about 30 years old. With a good image, St. Hirsch was actually quite good at putting on a show. He rarely gave speeches, but it wasn't difficult for him. Campaigning also required investing some real money, such as for advertising and some shady operations to buy votes. In addition to financial and background competition, campaigning also involves intangible things like personal charisma. Most of the people on this team were quite good, enabling St. Hirsch to avoid most pitfalls. There was no need to worry too much about publicity. New Argentina media had already established itself here at the end of last year. The New Argentina Daily was already one of the top 3 newspapers in Blanca-Port, sharing the advertising market with local newspapers, ensuring that St. Hirsch's voice wouldn't be a problem. September 1st, Blanca-Port Radical Civic Union branch, a 2-story wooden building. The belated St. Hirsch changed into the clothes prepared by the team and headed there with the driver. "Hello, Mr. Thomas, I am St. Hirsch from the Blanca-Port Radical Civic Union." Thomas Stevens, a 57-year-old man with a grizzled beard, was currently the head of the Radical Civic Union and also the person in charge. Next to him was Rost Klederman, 45 years old, also a councillor, but an inconspicuous fellow who looked quite low-key. St. Hirsch casually glanced at the building, which could be said to be quite rundown. The people from the Falcon Bureau had already thoroughly investigated it. "Cohen, this is Stevens, also a city councillor." Thomas introduced Stevens somewhat listlessly, clearly indicating that the two had an average relationship. Rost, a 35-year-old graduate of the University of Manchester in England, once served as a councillor in Buenos Aires. Later, he was sidelined and assigned to the bitterly cold land of Bahia Blanca. He divorced last month and rarely appears at the council, essentially an invisible man. However, his ability to serve 2 terms as a councillor indicates he is a formidable figure. But as long as those in power continue to suppress him, it will be difficult for him to achieve anything. These details flashed through St. Hessa's mind as he recalled the Falcon Agency's information. St. Hessa and Steve exchanged a brief handshake without much conversation. The decision to take over the Radical Civic Union branch was also directed from above. Although Thomas retained his position, he was not allowed to become the party leader, and St. Hessa, a young man, was given the role instead. Clearly, most people in the local branch were not convinced, but St. Hessa didn't mind. Thomas gathered all the branch staff, which numbered only 14. The Radical Civic Union's decline into an opposition party led many local families to join the Justicialist Party, causing the local branch to weaken. "Everyone, put down your work. This is St. Hessa Cohen, who will be the head of the Radical Civic Union branch in Bahia Blanca from now on." The entire branch erupted in an uproar, clearly put off by this slick and flashy fellow. "Hello everyone, I am St. Hessa Cohen. I'll look forward to working with you. This time, the Radical Civic Union sent me here." St. Hessa spoke eloquently for nearly an hour, fully demonstrating his ability to talk nonsense and clichés, surprising the 2 councillors beside him. In fact, Thomas and Stephen were not councillors with real power. The political situation in Bahia Blanca was mostly controlled by the Justicialist Party and independents, who attacked each other while also cooperating. After having a simple dinner with the entire Radical Civic Union branch, St. Hessa left. Although the Radical Civic Union was small, its overall spirit was quite good. He acted like Arturo's Jr., quickly becoming familiar with the staff of the Radical Civic Union, but this was far from enough to that end. He visited several heads of other coalition parties in his capacity as branch leader, using his abilities to win over some people. Most left feeling satisfied, These local power brokers, the arrival of several of his company's subsidiaries, stirred up the local four major families, especially when Plary International announced its intention to purchase stockpiled agricultural products at a high price, making Bahia Blanca lively as a rising star in the trading world. Plary International was already a golden brand, and Bahia Blanca was its home port. Saint Hessa attended several gatherings and reached agreements with two of the families. For him, it didn't matter who he cooperated with, as long as he had the channels. Right now, Southeast Asia was short of grain, and Americans and British dominated the grain market there. Saint Hessa's fleet could sell scarce goods through some secret channels. This trade route brought him very generous profits. He had already thrown out the bait, and the small pond of Bahia Blanca was beginning a new round of fluctuations. The economic crisis had severely damaged these local families backed by British capital, causing them to bleed heavily. Their beef and mutton couldn't be sold, making them only slightly wealthier than ordinary farmers. Even their British masters were in crisis. Yes, these four families had basically become rich by relying on British capital. Now the British were screwing over the Argentinians, and grain and beef couldn't be sold at a good price. Selling a ton even meant losing tens of dollars. Not selling meant losing storage and refrigeration fees every day. Fortunately, the arrival of winter had improved the situation a bit, but they were quickly becoming unsustainable. But Saint Hessa also had a cannery. Even if he couldn't sell the meat fresh, he could make canned meat and sell it to the Soviet Union, which would be good too. They were just simple comprador families for the local families. Saint Hessa was indeed a timely reign. Although these families had a lot of assets, selling them off in a desperate attempt to survive would definitely mean selling them cheaply. The big families in the province were even more ruthless than Jack. While Saint Hessa simply didn't want to let them have their way, even if it meant offending some international capital. He didn't care, anyway. It was all about licking blood off the knife's edge. After a series of operations, Saint Hessa successfully became a popular candidate in the new Bahia Blanca councillor election. With the promotion of the new Argentina newspaper, Saint Hessa's reputation quickly spread throughout Bahia Blanca. Hey, this new councillor seems pretty good. If we elect him, he promises to bring jobs. Probably lying. They've all been elected before without delivering. This one seems real. Look at this photo. Several big company bosses have a very good personal relationship with him. They promise to open new factories and create a whole new market if he's elected. Maybe we can try it. This guy looks a lot better than those other people, and he's young and capable. He's also been a soldier and a staff officer, and he's highly educated. He graduated from the University of Buenos Aires. I think he's good. I'll listen to you. I'll vote for him when the time comes. In addition, Saint Hessa intentionally visited residents, giving some food and clothing to the citizens in the slums. Several company branch staff cooperated, while constantly amplifying the voice of the Radical Civic Union. First, he donated a large amount of political funds, allowing the Bahia Blanca Radical Civic Union to obtain funds and move to an 8-story building. Then, he recruited more Radical Civic Union members, promising to build more schools and the like. The election campaign finally kicked off, and the citizens, who had never seen such a spectacle, mostly voted for this newcomer. Saint Hessa organized and planned a campaign speech that was very effective. The speech was carefully polished and published in major newspapers. If it weren't for his lack of experience, Saint Hessa suspected that he could directly run for mayor or speaker of the council on October 3rd, when the votes were counted. Saint Hessa's vote rate was very high, taking 60% of the votes in this district. Now everyone in Bahia Blanca knew this candidate for councillor. Without much surprise, Saint Hessa was successfully elected as a city councillor in Bahia Blanca. Then came the meetings and handovers. The speaker of the city hall called all the councillors to a city council meeting and held a meeting. Saint Hessa also gave a brief statement of his duties. It must be said that the Bahia Blanca council did have a bit of a lifeless atmosphere, similar to the town of Santa Maria back then. You could almost smell the despair in the air as a port city. The scale of import and export trade had shrunk again and again, and even the salaries of many councillors and government employees had begun to be cut. Saint Hessa's expression didn't change much, and he quietly listened to the entire changeover meeting. The Radical Civic Union still had 2 councillors, the Justicialist Party took 8, and the Republican Party took 2. Obviously, the Republican Party's Radical Labor Union Reform Act had also won some popular support and was very marketable in times of social unrest. After the meeting, Saint Hessa was one of the last to walk out of the city council hall, and Saint Hessa's security guards quickly followed. "Hello, honorable councillor, may I bother you for a moment?" A person dressed as a reporter walked out of the roadside very abruptly and blocked Saint-Hessa's path as security guards next to him were about to scold him, but Saint-Hessa stopped them. Chapter 171 Blanca Porto Industrial Zone Proposal. Saint-Hessa waved his hand, signaling the security personnel to step aside. "Hello, is there something I can help you with?" He was somewhat puzzled, as the young man didn't seem to be one of his subordinates. He had visited the Nueva Herald branch a few times and hadn't seen this reporter, and he'd already done several interviews. "Hello, Counselor Saint-Hessa, I'm Tommy Reynoso, a reporter from the Vanguard. May I ask you a few questions?" Tommy quickly seized the opportunity, speaking faster than usual, as his sole purpose for being there was to interview Saint-Hessa. The Vanguard was the Republican Party's newspaper, with which Saint-Hessa was familiar. It was currently gaining momentum, and its circulation was the fourth highest in the country. The Radical Civic Union and the Republican Party were still allies. "Certainly, Mr. Tommy. Shall we find a place? I have half an hour to spare." Saint-Hessa glanced at his watch and nodded. He still had to give the Republican Party some consideration, though his time was quite valuable at the moment. The two arrived at a newly opened cafe outside City Hall, which was actually one of the new businesses established by the Falcon Bureau. To support their network of informants, they had to allocate some funds, otherwise, it would have been difficult to expand the intelligence system so rapidly. A significant portion of the Falcon Bureau's funds was converted into commercial enterprises to gather intelligence under the guise of legitimate businesses, such as supermarkets, bars, fast food restaurants, and coffee shops. Fortunately, with Saint-Hessa's planning abilities, it was difficult to lose money. Although the profits weren't substantial, they were sufficient to support a segment of their personnel, which was crucial for managing their financial strain. After a while, the two formally began the interview. "Then, let's officially begin with the questions. All right, Counselor Saint-Hessa, what are your thoughts on yesterday's meatpacking plant protest?" The question was sharp right from the start. Saint-Hessa briefly organized his thoughts. "I am not very familiar with the protest, but I believe the city government and Mayor Carrancho will provide us with a satisfactory answer." The meatpacking plant protest was not Saint-Hessa's concern. Let the city government and their families deal with it. It was likely just a matter of layoffs and wage cuts. "Counselor Saint-Hessa, I've heard you graduated from the University of Buenos Aires. Having become a city councilor just over 2 months after graduation, I wonder if there are any unclear reasons behind this." Good heavens, he dared to ask such a question. This is an opportunity the country is giving to young people like us. As far as I know, this year, the nation has seen a considerable number of recent graduates enter government agencies in various aspects of the government and parliament, and I am just a negligible one among them, serving the citizens of Bahia Blanca. As for my background, it is the support of the citizens of Bahia Blanca. I was born in a small village in the Pampas. Saint-Hessa spoke eloquently, elaborating at length. "All right, understood. I wonder if Counselor Saint-Hessa has any good solutions to the current unemployment and other problems in Bahia Blanca." Finally, a question with some substance. "This is a very good question. I believe that the free and brave citizens of Bahia Blanca will quickly restore the economy. Regarding this, I have also prepared a specific recovery plan, which I intend to submit to the council this month. Could you elaborate?" Tommy sat up straight, diligently taking notes. "I believe that for Bahia Blanca to prosper and develop, it must develop its port economy and vigorously promote industry to better overcome the crisis and establish a large-scale industrial zone." The interview was coming to an end, and it had gone well. Tommy was also very satisfied. The two shook hands and said goodbye. As for the proposal, Saint-Hessa was indeed preparing it, and the external support of the Nueva Herald, the Radical Civic Union, attracted many new members. With a boost of political funding, the Radical Civic Union was revitalized, and its overall organizational structure was updated. The Radical Civic Union branch underwent a series of reforms, giving many members hope. Saint-Hessa creatively introduced some of the Republican Party's systems and made changes, such as work methods, cooperating with labor union organizations, connecting with Saint-Hessa's factories, and even developing worker members for Saint-Hessa. What was he best at? Of course, it was developing the economy. Other things could be put aside. As long as he could enlarge the pie and develop Bahia Blanca, everything would be fine. Cutting off someone's financial path is like killing their parents. He had already conceived a rough plan in his mind. As an industrial party keyboard warrior who had experienced the greatest industrial revolution in global economic history, hadn't he seen pigs run even if he hadn't eaten pork? So, after briefly reviewing the historical council proposals for Bahia Blanca, He prepared a Bahia Blanca coastal industrial zone proposal. He didn't have much time, and the window of opportunity for the Argentines was also limited compared to the high-intensity competition in the capital. Bahia Blanca was like a blank sheet of paper that could be freely drawn on. Moreover, it had convenient transportation, and the various industrial equipment needed could be transported via railway. Currently, foreign capital was entering Argentina. This year alone, 5 foreign tractor factories were about to set up operations, not to mention other factories. Fortunately, SYNOPSIS factories had weathered the economic crisis and now possessed sufficient production capacity and greater competitiveness, and with the support of the banks, they had no fear of competition. Bahia Blanca could establish cement plants, petrochemical plants, coal chemical plants, metal smelting plants, fertilizer plants, machinery plants, textile mills, garment factories, 3 acids and 1 alkali plants, steel plants, and shipyards, turning it into the strongest industrial city in southern Argentina, a more powerful, upgraded version of a heavy industrial city than Maria City, integrating the south and becoming an industrial base. Bahia Blanca's southern Patagonia province had oil. Deep water port terminals could be developed here, with cheap and flat land, and a future stream of Australian coal and iron ore, Chilean copper ore, and Brazilian iron ore, with convenient sea and land transportation conditions, making it more suitable for developing heavy industry than Maria City. It could also develop foreign trade processing industries, away from the complex competition in the capital, making it less likely to be targeted. The economic prosperity of a foreign trade city depends critically on an open world trade system, and the prosperity of a heavy industrial city can promote the strength of the country. Establishing this coastal industrial zone, both market and technology are important. Fortunately, South America actually has a market that is not too small. It has long been occupied by major powers such as Britain and the United States. For Argentina to rise, it will need to challenge their economic colonial hegemony in the future. Besides the South American market, there are also the Southeast Asian market, the European market, and the future African market, all of which require arduous development. The initial planning and construction of the Lingang Industrial Zone will cover 10 square miles, with 10 large factories introduced in the first phase, followed by the cultivation of related industrial chains. St. Husser scribbled and drew, still planning to engage in heavy industry. Instead of a steel plant, he would focus on other metal smelting, such as aluminum alloys and copper alloys. Copper ore could be sourced in cooperation with the local governments of Chile and Peru, while bauxite could be sourced from Australia. The San Martin aircraft factory also needed higher strength and lighter alloys. October 18, 3 p.m. Boss, there's an urgent telegram from Montevideo, and La Vanguardia has also published it nationally. St. Husser had just finished planning the Lingang Industrial Zone when an intelligence officer from the Falcon Bureau brought him a telegram and a newspaper. St. Husser first looked at the newspaper and found it in a small article on page 7, along with interviews with several new officials and councillors from other regions. Clearly, it wasn't an isolated case and basically didn't deviate from St. Husser's talking points. St. Husser Cohen, successfully elected as young councillor of Bahia Blanca, he says, "I only have gratitude." There were some sensational headlines, but the overall article was well written. Though St. Husser wasn't very satisfied turning to the Falcon Bureau's telegram, he glanced at it casually before excitedly standing up and exclaiming, "Good news, really good news. Finally, we don't have to be at the mercy of the Brazilians." St. Husser was so excited that he danced around for a few minutes before slowly putting down the telegram. The Uruguay branch of La Plata International reported that a large iron ore deposit, estimated to exceed 200 million tons, was likely present in the Treinta y Tres department of Uruguay. "Draft 2 telegrams for me, and send them to the heads of Thunder Mining and La Plata Steel, instructing them to assemble teams to go to the Treinta y Tres department." This iron ore discovery in the central province of Uruguay was significant because, compared to coal mines, iron ore deposits were much rarer and closer to the La Plata steel plant. Making transportation more convenient, Thunder Mining was more internationally oriented, investing in Australian coal, iron ore, and bauxite mines, and already had some experience in mineral development, making it very suitable for mining this iron ore deposit. La Plata Steel also needed a stable supply of iron ore and needed to invest some money to smooth things over, since it wasn't in Argentina. "Yes, boss." Watching the intelligence officer leave, St. Husser calmed down and sat down quietly. He was determined to secure the Uruguayan iron ore, which was estimated to have reserves of at least 300 million tons, enough to supply a large steel plant for 10 years. Although the price might be slightly higher than Brazilian iron ore, he instructed Thunder Mining to prepare personnel to compete for this large iron ore deposit, and La Plata Steel to send people to jointly form a team. It had to be said that this iron ore deposit came at a very opportune time. Uruguay fell within Argentina's traditional sphere of influence, and with the Uruguayan iron ore as a pretext, St. Hesser planned to increase investment in Uruguay, mainly in mining and trade. As the saying goes, a close neighbor is better than a distant relative. And security can also be better guaranteed. Mining in Uruguay was also more convenient than in Bolivia. Mining iron ore in Bolivia might take longer because their facilities were too backward. As for the Brazilians and Australians, they seemed friendly now, but if they suddenly raised prices or created bottlenecks, it would be disastrous. He couldn't put all his eggs in one basket. This could truly be considered a double blessing. Uruguay was flat and had railways that could transport iron ore to Argentina faster than from Bolivia, Australia, or Brazil. The only question was the grade of the iron ore. Moreover, Argentina and Uruguay currently had very good relations, and they were happy for Argentinians to invest in mining. Although the Uruguayan government was currently stable, it was quite poor, with poor employment and a small population. St. Hesser thought for a moment and continued to refine his construction proposal, also planning to have Thunder Mining strengthen domestic mineral resource exploration. To be honest, he wasn't very clear about what resources were actually under Argentina's soil. The Argentine National Coal Company, established 3 years ago, had not made much progress in exploration. Currently, coal was still mainly imported, with only some coal mines being mined in Patagonia. Mineral exploration work in other places was also very inadequate. There were also some coal reserves in northwestern Argentina, but the grade was low, otherwise St. Hesser would have had Thunder Mining exploit them long ago. The same was true for iron ore. The reserves were low and the grade was low, far inferior to Brazil and Bolivia, and probably not even as good as Uruguay. The copper mines in the Andes were good, but with Thunder Mining's current mining technology, it was difficult to get involved, and the mining cycle was too long and the investment was huge, so for now, it could only rely on foreign imports. Time and investment did not allow it. After a period of preparation, St. Hesser hooked up with a few counselors and attended several cocktail parties with Elena. With Elena's help, these cocktail parties felt like a fish in water. Through some released goodwill, he reacquainted himself with more powerful officials and some counselors, and also brought Klederman along. He didn't really care what the upper echelons of the Radical Civic Union thought. Klederman was a talent, and also one of the few people in the Bahia Blanca Radical Civic Union who could stand alone. The two had several specific exchanges. The situation in Bahia Blanca as a whole was relatively simple. He only needed to get more than 2/3 of the votes to pass this construction bill, and St. Hesser had a lot of confidence. This construction plan had to be able to fully mobilize the forces of Bahia Blanca. To his advantage, he also basically understood the operation and basic methods of the council. He also made further upgrades to the proposal, not only expanding the scale a lot, but also having a package of specific construction plans, including finance, debt issues, financing platforms, and other aspects. Further improving his plan, he also added some implementation ideas that were conducive to the development of agriculture and animal husbandry, as well as some specific measures, and even planned to open up some sales channels and release beef inventory, wheat inventory, and mutton inventory in order to get their passage. October 24th. Bahia Blanca City Council Standing Committee Meeting. The Bahia Blanca Council Standing Committee meeting is generally held once every 2 months, lasting for a week, usually in the second half of even-numbered months. St. Hesser attended the Bahia Blanca Standing Committee meeting as a newly appointed councillor, intending to promote his economic recovery and reconstruction plan. Hello everyone, the purpose of this standing committee meeting is to show you a huge construction and recovery plan that I and Councillor Ensep and several other councillors have developed. Ensep Alexander was a famous centrist councillor in Bahia Blanca. St. Hesser had put a lot of thought into persuading this councillor. With his endorsement, the matter was half done. I believe everyone is aware of the power of this economic crisis. Bahia Blanca is backed by the Pampas grasslands, and this is a very good opportunity to help our city develop. Chapter 172 Bill Passage and Investment Attraction. I call these measures investment promotion, and I propose that the Legislative Council pass our city's first formal investment promotion law. St. Hesser confidently stated these regulations and rules, which were extremely common in later generations, causing some ripples among the attendees. Obviously, they had given some thought to St. Hesser's words, and at least they sounded pretty good. Currently, Many countries in the world do not have written investment promotion laws, and rely more on municipal authorities for independent operation, just like the former Maria town. If the council holds legislative power, it must extend it through the passage of a series of bills. If Saint Hesse wants to become a powerful councillor, he must win over some people and cultivate power in Blancaport. Most councillors appear as spokespersons for interest groups. The powerful councillors of the Blancaport City Council all have at least one interest group or family behind them. The Republican Party itself barely represents the interests of the labor union in Saint Hesse's situation. With his weak power, he must pass a series of bills to tear open this gap in Blancaport. The power of the mayor and the municipal government is greater than the power of the council, which is also the result of the decentralization of power in Blancaport City. This time, the City Hall also sent people to listen and record, but the main stage was handed over to these councillors and speakers according to the principle of separation of powers in the Argentine Constitution and the laws of Buenos Aires province. The judicial organ of Blancaport is the weakest, and the council and the municipal government are the two most powerful power organs, respectively holding legislative and administrative power. The main purpose of this meeting was to pass some new bills and local regulations. Saint Hesse had people distribute some specific bills printed by the new newspaper. Yes, I have already discussed it with Councillor Saint Hesse. The provincial government has no way to take care of us, and we must carry out self-rescue activities. Councillor Ensep Alexander also raised his hand to speak, expressing his support for Saint Hesse. He represents the interests of some local emerging capital, which is also why Saint Hesse can get along with him. He is a newly appointed councillor in his 30s. I think this bill is very good, but the possibility of its realization is very low. I think the most important thing is to restore production, especially the local beef and flour mills, which are relatively weak. If they are impacted by foreign countries, it will cause unemployment. I think so too. Councillors from the Bariloche family stood up to express their opposition, and people from the Hector Gay family echoed it is normal for someone to object, and it is also a necessary procedure. I think we can try it. After all, it will take too long for us to recover with our own strength, at least 2 years, which is not enough to complete this arduous task. Moreover, we can introduce book bar industries, not necessarily flour mills or the like. A Republican councillor named Bailey Oslo also raised his hand to express his support. Even though the Republican Party is already the biggest troublemaker in Blancaport, he also recognizes that this bill is pretty good, but the possibility of its realization is too low. We Republicans believe that this is worth a try. Blancaport has been established for so long, and its development speed is not as good as some emerging towns in the country. This shows that times have changed. We must communicate and exchange more with the outside world. I know there is a small town in the north that has developed in just a few years relying on foreign capital, and our Blancaport has many advantages, and our unemployment rate is very terrible. At least half of the workers are unemployed, although Republicans like to organize strikes and are hated by most Blancaport dignitaries. They also know that strikes can only be carried out when capitalists have profits. Now Blancaport factories are very difficult, and they can't get any money even if they strike again. Several Republican councillors had just had a discussion. Although they had won many votes, they were resented by others, and most people did not take them seriously. Councillor Saint Hesse, you can continue to persuade us. I am very interested in your bill, Bailey continued, trying to find a sense of existence, but no one paid attention to him, which made him a little embarrassed. Okay, I think Blancaport has great potential and can be built into the largest industrial city in the south. Moreover, various factories can be built here, such as chemical factories and clothing factories, not flour mills or meat processing plants. There are also some machinery factories, which do not conflict with local factories and can increase employment. Saint Hesse nodded and continued, perfecting his statement. Republicans and some other councillors nodded frequently, expressing their agreement. After Saint Hesse spoke, he sat down, and other councillors began to discuss. The entire meeting was like a huge vegetable market. It must be said that in addition to having someone behind them, eloquence is also very important for councillors. Most of these people are debate masters, but there is a lot of nonsense. Finally, the new speaker, Hiranto, knocked on the table, and the entire venue suddenly quieted down. Everyone in the venue turned their attention to Hiranto. He stood up calmly. Hiranto is from the Martinez family, named Hiranto Martinez, and is also the largest capital force in Blancaport, which has suffered the most damage, so he is very interested in the new proposal. Okay, Mr. Speaker, I think what the councillors said makes sense, But I think the most important thing is not whether to introduce it or not, but that the city must develop. I think only development can solve the problem. The reason why all the problems are exposed now is because development has stagnated or even regressed. If we don't develop well, we can't improve. We must develop our city through various means, and many problems can be solved very well. Saint Tessa spoke eloquently. There is also a question, where's the appropriate location for this industrial zone, and how to raise construction funds? One councillor asked. This question is indeed very critical. My idea is to raise funds ourselves through multiple channels. At any time, the issue of money is the top priority, and it is also a task that offends people. In the past, raising funds mainly relied on taxes and donations. The tax revenue of Blanca Port can be said to be a mess, similar to the original Saint Maria town. It would be very remarkable to collect 10 to 20 million pesos a year. The current situation in Blanca Port is also the current situation of all Argentine towns. The tax system is not complete at all, or it does not exist. Then who is responsible for leading this investment promotion issue, the municipal government or the city council? This councillor continued to ask. After the final inquiries, Saint Hilaire convinced the majority of the councillors, and the Investment Promotion Act was passed by a show of hands. 5 or 6 other bills were passed at the same time, most of which were corrective bills. There weren't many constructive bills, and a lot of them were just nonsense. It had been decades since someone like Saint Hilaire had initiated a new bill. Most councillors wouldn't offend people unless their own interests or the interests of the groups were affected. In addition, Saint Hilaire had won over some councillors, and this new bill didn't infringe on any other local interests, so it was normal for it to pass. Furthermore, Saint Hilaire's remarks did sound somewhat reasonable. The day after the meeting, the council held a banquet, inviting leading figures such as the mayor and deputy mayor of the city hall. It was Saint Hilaire's first time attending. As usual, he brought Elena. At the banquet, Saint Hilaire also met some people from the municipal system and engaged in friendly and in-depth exchanges. This banquet was much larger and more prestigious than any he had attended before. Representatives of some local forces or family heads also attended. Saint Hilaire, holding Elena's hand and a glass of red wine, walked towards Mayor Otto and his wife, who were standing by the balcony. They shook hands briefly and exchanged pleasantries. Councillor Saint Hilaire, thank you for your contribution to the Port of Blanca at this legislative meeting. Otto Leif, 47 years old, a member of the Justice Party, is currently the mayor of the Port of Blanca and is in his last term. Otto also saw Saint Hilaire's potential from this new bill, as well as the benefits it would bring to the Port of Blanca. Although Otto was unable to resolve the conflicts between the various forces in the Port of Blanca, he could be considered dutiful and had a good reputation. Mr. Mayor, this is what I should do as a councillor. Saint Hilaire's expression was gentle and unassuming. Elena and the mayor's wife chatted beside them, Elena being skilled in such matters, which helped Saint Hilaire a lot. This Investment Promotion Act is well done. The City Hall will send people to cooperate. I wonder if you are interested in taking the lead and becoming the person in charge. Mr. Mayor, wouldn't that be against the rules? Saint Hilaire really wanted to get this position. After all, he was paving the way for his company. Others wouldn't do a good job, lacking the resources. However, he didn't show any happy expression on his face, but instead frowned. There's no problem with that, and you don't just want to be elected as a councillor, do you? Even becoming the speaker wouldn't have much of a future. Besides, to be elected speaker, you must have more than 10 years of experience. Why not consider developing in the city hall? Some necessary experience is essential. Otto continued to persuade him, as no one in the city hall was willing to take the lead. They preferred mature plans, while pioneering work was thankless. The city hall team doesn't reject the leadership of some powerful councillors. For example, Herlanto once oversaw some visiting projects, which was very helpful for him to become the speaker. Otto's words were 7 parts true and 3 parts false. If you didn't know him well, you could easily be led astray. Besides, no one is more familiar with this project than you. Maybe I can give it a try? But after all, this is too difficult and requires more support, Saint Hilaire said, pretending to be embarrassed. He needed to fight for more benefits. Of course, I will send a team to you. It doesn't matter if you don't achieve results, anyway, it's just a try. In the Port of Blanca, the council and the city hall have a close relationship and haven't had too many conflicts. This is because although the Justice Party can be said to control the city hall, no one wants to see the executive power become too dominant. On the surface, they go back and forth, But there are many secret alliances. Large banquets like this are important channels for their communication. Saint Hilaire was the most dazzling person at this banquet. Many people came to make friends and become familiar with him, making him a hot counselor in the council. Some people were waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Some people also noticed the mayor's behavior. Otto had a way of winning people over. Saint Hilaire also acted appropriately grateful, making many people laugh secretly. Otto wasn't a good person. Saint Hilaire certainly knew that. As for why he did this, it was for his own purpose. Who would win? It was not yet certain who was using whom, who knows. After this legislative meeting and this banquet, the city hall, seeing Saint Hilaire's potential, didn't mind adding icing to the cake. Saint Hilaire directly became Mayor Otto's honored guest, becoming a councillor lord who could freely enter and exit the city hall. There were probably only 10 such councillors in the Port of Blanca. While Saint Hilaire was promoting investment promotion legislation, he officially became the first person in charge of the Port of Blanca investment promotion team, connecting with the 5th district of the municipal government and establishing the Port of Blanca Trade Processing Zone. The Trade Processing Zone covers an area of 15 square kilometers and will be built into a new industrial zone in the Port of Blanca. Saint Hilaire set up the headquarters of the investment promotion team here, and Otto did send many people over, mostly young civil servants. He led these members to visit the streets, appease the citizens of the Lingang industrial zone, and promised employment and other things. Soon, Saint Hilaire's industrial zone established a construction engineering department, using commercial loans provided by Baron Bank to carry out preliminary construction. On November 8, Baron Bank and the Lingang industrial zone signed a loan agreement for the construction of industrial zone infrastructure. On the day of the signing, Mayor Otto personally supported Saint Hilaire. Saint Hilaire put on a show and held some press conferences, followed by a series of signing ceremonies. On November 12, the first investment promotion signing was successful. Maya Chemical and the Port of Blanca Lingang Industrial Zone signed an agreement to invest $2 million to build a large chemical plant, shocking the entire Port of Blanca. Major newspapers also carried out large-scale publicity. This guy seems to have some connections. Otto looked at Saint Hilaire, who was busy. As a ribbon-cutting tool person, he chatted with Sean, the general manager of Maya Chemical, but didn't get much useful information. Saint Hilaire's background in China was still relatively mysterious. A small mayor of the Port of Blanca certainly couldn't find out, so many people just regarded Saint Hilaire's signing as good luck. Saint Hilaire continued to sign a contract with Blue Cloud Shoes and Clothing without stopping. On November 15, the investment promotion team officially signed a contract with Blue Cloud Shoes and Clothing. On November 18, signed a contract with Lead and Heavy Industry. On November 20, signed a contract with Southern Energy. Southern Energy is a private power generation company established by Saint Hilaire at the La Plata thermal power plant. Now it plans to build a second thermal power plant. The future investment scale of the Port of Blanca power plant will be larger, and the technology will be more advanced. The entire Port of Blanca was completely boiling. Chapter 173 Lingang Industrial Zone Construction. Blanca Port City, 5th District, Lingang Industrial Zone, Outer Beach. Here, a simple 3-story building stood alone. It was originally a seaside resort villa, but it had long been abandoned. The overall framework was good, and after being requisitioned by the Blanca Port City Hall, it belonged to the Investment Promotion Department. After being renovated, it was able to be used again. The exterior walls were painted with white lime, and the interior was also painted. The floor was replaced with brand new wooden boards. Outside the window, in the distance, was a large construction site being leveled, dust flying. Some excavating machines were working, exposing the soil beneath the vegetation. The Lingang Industrial Zone is 8 or 9 kilometers away from the center of the 5th District, which is inconvenient for office work, and 5 or 6 kilometers away from the nearest town. To facilitate employees commuting, the Investment Promotion Department has laid a simple concrete road here, and purchased 3 second-hand buses in the name of the City Hall, which can travel back and forth to the city, allowing workers and Investment Promotion Department staff to commute. Investment Promotion Department, 3rd floor. The energetic Saint José drove from the 5th District to here at just after 7 in the morning. He was wearing a blue-black suit and sitting in a chair, holding a cup of coffee in his left hand and twirling a steel pen in his right hand, listening attentively to Pusey's work report. Now he is trying to build the Investment Promotion Department into a powerful department, a third-party institution that is independent of the City Hall and the Council. Behind the chair is a huge industrial park planning map, with black lines drawing building plans, green representing lawns and trees, as well as roads, new ports, docks and other buildings. The Lingang Industrial Zone is close to the coast, but it is a barren beach. Argentina, with its vast land and sparse population, has too much land like this. There is a lot of it in the northern pampas grasslands, especially after the farmers went bankrupt. The cut reeds and shrubs were placed aside, piled up into mountains, ready to be dried and burned. After all, it would cost a fee to transport them out. The entire Blanca port is relatively short of supplies, and there is not even a formal cement factory. Cement bricks need to be transported from outside, and the factory's electricity is also insufficient. Pusey Kimmerer is a talent he discovered from the team that the City Hall packaged up for him. He currently holds the position of assistant, and is relatively reliable in his work. Young people like Pusey work on the first and second floors, and building an industrial zone is also a training for these subordinates. There are many frustrated young people on the City Hall side. They are new to society, young and energetic, but have no room to exert themselves. Blanca Port itself is a bit dull, and the power is basically monopolized by the older generation. The newly established Investment Promotion Department is a very good place for these young people. The economic crisis has caused Argentina's bureaucratic system to continue to expand, and the scale of civil servants has expanded a lot, one of the reasons being to prevent these energetic young people from causing trouble. Counselor, this is a further plan for the industrial park. Recently, several local families have also tried to participate and share some of the benefits. They also have cement factories, construction companies, etc. Currently, the power plant in the 5th district has begun to erect power lines, and it is expected that electricity will be available in 10 days. At the same time, the initial construction of 5 factories will put a lot of pressure on us, as well as the port construction. Pusey is a local, graduated from the University of Rosario 2 years ago, but has been doing odd jobs in the City Hall. This time, the mayor brought a bunch of young people to the Investment Promotion Department, giving St. Jose a chance to pick up a bargain. He just needs a large number of people to implement the operation of the industrial zone, and people within the system are more suitable than people outside the system. Very good. The power supply problem must be resolved as soon as possible, so that it will be convenient to carry out some night operations in the future. Review the specific conditions, don't worry too much. In the early stage, build a canteen, dormitory building, and warehouse to meet the needs of workers and Investment Promotion Department staff first. The port must be built as soon as possible, otherwise the transportation cost of various materials will be too expensive, and the construction speed will not be fast. Most of the hundreds of workers on the construction site eat in an abandoned village outside the construction site, setting up pots and cooking, which is indeed quite hard. The Investment Promotion Department is a bit better, with a small building. If the salary was not high, it is estimated that many workers would not be willing to come here, so improving housing and dining is the first priority. Moreover, after the construction of the industrial zone really starts, the number of construction workers will be in the thousands or tens of thousands. It is too hard to travel back and forth to the city, and it is not conducive to rotation and speeding up the construction progress now. More than a dozen trucks are used to transport the excess mounds back and forth, and the excavated soil is directly dumped into the shallow sea to fill the sea for port construction. When the port is built, many of the initial materials needed can be transported by sea from Buenos Aires, Rosario, Maria and other places to speed up the construction. With the recent series of factory signings and landings, St. Jose has become a rising new industry agent in Blanca Port, becoming a powerful counselor with heavy power. The only difference between him and other local capitalists is that he is acting as an agent for himself, in a relatively concealed way. The development of capitalism in Argentina naturally has some defects. This is a legacy from the Spanish colonial era. The Pampas grasslands themselves were a famous barren land in the agricultural civilization era. It was not until the advanced European production methods and various new agricultural technologies were transmitted that there is the current South American granary. The ways in which local capitalists influence the government and the council are relatively limited. Either they personally take the field, or they find their own agent to speak for themselves. Education is the patent of the church, and they cannot get involved in the media industry, and St. Jose's complexity is more confusing. His capital has become mixed ownership. The capital forces he originally belonged to have become somewhat complicated with a barbaric expansion this time. Signing various cooperation agreements in Blanca Port is also an implementation of a part of his company's restructuring concept, and it is also a balance between him as a capitalist and a junior politician. The trade union problem is somewhat apparent. Currently, the Argentine Republican Party's way of fighting is very low level. They have no fighting power like the Soviet Republican Party at all. Arrange for the cement factory, power plant and brick factory to land as soon as possible. Don't worry about the construction engineering team. I will ask these factories to speed up the construction progress. For St. José, who has planned the construction of 2 cities, he has accumulated a batch of experienced and well-trained engineering construction teams. The various building materials lacking in the early stage can also be transported back from outside. The most important thing is local production. There is no shortage of limestone mines nearby. The Thunder Mining and Subic Cement plant teams are also very active. As long as there is enough production equipment, as well as a leadership team, recruit miners and train them, mining operations can be started. Yes, counselor, St. José watched Pusey leave, got up and stood in front of the window. The weather is not very cold today. He glanced at it and it was 15 degrees Celsius, which is very suitable for outdoor construction. The climatic conditions in Blancaport are indeed not bad. Because it is close to the ocean, the temperature difference is not very large today. In addition to reading these reports, he also has to arrange some new construction site, office, factory construction plans, arrange foundations and factory construction, and plans to start construction at the same time. Otherwise the speed will not keep up. Even the simple cement roads needed to be repaved, and the La Plata steel plant would produce steel before the end of the month. Then, there would be cheap rebar available, greatly reducing construction costs. The new cement plant and brick factory were not located on the coast, but in a more remote town. Fortunately, there was a railway for transportation. Establishing a cement plant and brick factory with an annual output of 1 million tons would be sufficient to meet the urban construction needs of Puerto Belgrano. With a previous experience of building a cement plant, the process could be accelerated significantly. To protect the numerous islands and the long coastline, the Argentine presidential palace has always emphasized naval construction. Currently, the Argentine Navy is one of the 2 major navies in South America, on par with the Brazilian Navy. The Puerto Belgrano near Puerto Blanca is the largest naval base, alongside the Buenos Aires base, known as the 2 major naval bases. The Colorado River south of Puerto Blanca has abundant hydropower resources, making it suitable for building various hydroelectric power stations. Transmission is conducive to developing various energy-intensive industrial sectors, but the investment is enormous. The initial investment for a hydroelectric power station is basically over $10 million, requiring large-scale financing. Moreover, he had a discovery that wasn't really a discovery. The area around Puerto Blanca was actually quite suitable for rice cultivation. As the southern edge of the Pampas grassland, the lightning here was not as dense as in the north. This was a small surprise for him. He planned to have sunshine agriculture develop it and give it a try. Rice has a high yield, capable of feeding a large population. As long as there is enough fertilizer, the weather conditions in Puerto Blanca are also good. It is indeed a pity to use all the surrounding areas for livestock farming, especially the Great Plains between the Colorado River and the Negro River, which have enormous agricultural potential. According to the estimates of Sunshine Agriculture's chief agricultural expert, Pietro Esenk, at least 50,000 square kilometers of land in the southern plains could be used for rice cultivation, which is 5 million hectares. Assuming a low yield of 3 to 4 million tons of rice per 1 million hectares, this area has the potential for 15 million tons of rice, or even 20 million tons, which is more than the annual output of the Philippines last year. It is enough to feed the entire Argentina now and more, which is extremely important for population growth. This requires the media to change customs and habits and can even be exported as food diplomacy. Of course, the investment required to fully develop it into farmland is also enormous. He can make some preliminary attempts. As the saying goes, with grain in hand, there's no need to panic. The conditions in southern Argentina are actually slightly inferior to those in the north in terms of water and heat, but developing intensive farming with 2 crops a year is entirely possible. Eva Perón City, formerly La Plata, inside the La Plata steel plant, Krupp from the Belgian steel plant, Jelinek from the Austrian United Steel plant, and Ian from the La Plata steel plant were excited. They were witnessing the birth of Argentina's first single steel plant with a capacity of over 1 million tons. With the injection of large amounts of funds from Syntesa, many European technicians were dispatched during the economic crisis last year and the first half of this year to provide technical assistance to the La Plata steel plant, accelerating the construction speed. In particular, the technicians from the Austrian steel plant were known for their diligent work due to the economic difficulties. Ian also lived up to Syntesa's expectations, living on the construction site. His presence was everywhere in the construction of the steel plant, training a large number of qualified steel plant workers and implementing quasi-military management under the heavy lure of high salaries. The La Plata steel plant had the most combat-effective worker group in Argentina. It was also SYNOPSIS' first factory built with militarization and standardization, with wages 50% higher than other Argentine factories, and various benefits. The construction of the steel plant area was getting faster and faster. Blast furnace number 1 was nearing completion, and the 120-ton converter had also been basically completed, taking a year and a half. Once completed, it can basically achieve an annual output of 1.5 million tons of iron and 1.5 million tons of steel. This directly made Argentina a medium-sized steel country, which basically met SYNOPSIS' initial needs. Now, it is also necessary to start transporting and storing iron ore and coal with all efforts. Thunder Mining has also reached cooperation with coal and iron ore companies in British South Africa, and transportation is relatively fast. Thunder Australia's early iron ore has not yet been mined. Ian, this cooperation has been very pleasant. Krupp was planning to return to his country at the end of the year. Belgium has gradually emerged from the economic crisis and started a new round of economic construction. The cooperation with the La Plata steel plant has also basically ended. The remaining 2 batches of construction work are basically handed over to the La Plata steel plant, except for the converter aspect, where cooperation with Austrian steel is still needed. Krupp, the steel plant was built so quickly this time thanks to your help. Our factory will continue to cooperate in the future. Belgium, as the second largest of the Benelux countries, was not deeply affected by the economic crisis and has joined the European coal and steel community. The steel industry continues to develop, and there is a lot of construction going on in the country now. It's also sad that Jelinek is leaving. The help that Austrians and Belgians have given to Argentines will always be remembered in my heart. Ian has completely regarded himself as an Argentine, humble and polite. Yes, now Europe is gradually emerging from the economic crisis, and Germany is also developing very rapidly. We also have to work hard. After the economic recovery after the war, Western Europe has entered a true golden age. The Federal Republic of Germany, France, the Benelux countries, and Italy are all developing rapidly. Argentina is no longer their destination for immigration, and decline seems inevitable. Ian, you are actually quite capable. If possible, I invite you to work in Belgium, with wages only higher, not lower. Krupp was very optimistic about Ian, and they had a pleasant time together for more than a year. I haven't considered it yet. That's a pity. Speaking of which, Argentina doesn't have its own iron ore and coal mines, so developing the steel industry in the future will be relatively troublesome, especially since it has to be imported from very far away, which is too expensive. Jelinek also said, yes, but things are being worked on to solve. If Argentina doesn't build its own steel industry, the future will be even more miserable. Ian strongly agreed with SYNOPSIS' industrial argument, and the benefits provided by SYNOPSIS were not just this seemingly decent salary. His ability to make promises was also getting stronger and stronger, and he also had hidden income. Working in Europe was not that great. Hopefully, after sending the 2 away, Ian looked at the towering blast furnace in the distance, and the thermal power plant even further away. The ground was covered with a layer of coal ash, and he suddenly coughed. The dust pollution is a bit serious. Ian frowned. Due to technical problems, the thermal power plant was working on solutions, but it hasn't been resolved very well. It is said that citizens are protesting about pollution and environmental protection issues, but the electricity brought by this thermal power plant has also made the economy of the entire Eva Perón city flourish. Many factories with large electricity demands have moved from Buenos Aires, and this has become one of the cities with the highest employment rate in Argentina. Hopefully the boss can solve it. It was indeed a bit tricky. The city council was considering whether to restrict the power generation of the thermal power plant. The pollution problem was a bit serious. Especially the treatment of some coal. If iron is smelted, the pollution will be even more serious. Although it is far from the city, it is indeed a problem. SYNOPSIS had considered the pollution problem of the steel plant and thermal power plant at the beginning. The La Plata steel plant was actually quite far from the city, but it couldn't withstand some people with ulterior motives, and indeed, for some reasons, the dust was now a bit serious. Chapter 174 South American Depression and North American Baby Boom. On Saturday evening, SYNOPSIS returned from the Lingang industrial zone to his residence in the 5th district, where he had dinner with Elena. Sunday was a day off, and the workers also rested. with a few remaining on duty and shifts to handle some odd jobs on the construction site on Sunday morning. An intelligence officer from the Falcon Bureau delivered some telegrams and secret intelligence. He ate breakfast while reviewing the telegrams, noting that most of the other factories had nothing major to report. He mainly focused on reviewing and approving the telegrams from the steel mill, making arrangements for the next steps. The air pollution issue is quite interesting. Don't count on those swayed by public opinion. Have the new newspaper publish more articles about the benefits of electricity development and employment, while also confronting those behind the scenes. Find some new spokespeople, and then improve the production technology of the thermal power plant and steel mill. The existence of air pollution does require the thermal power plant to make some improvements. Currently, this is limited by technical issues. At the same time, to facilitate convenient connection with the newly established steel mill, the original rolling mill itself was located in the suburbs, with its area expanding from over 1,000 acres to over 3,000 acres. The new factory area is located on cheaper land in the east, away from the city center. The thermal power plant is located 3 kilometers east of the rolling mill in an open space. A coking plant is also located there, with a distance of 5.7 kilometers from the easternmost part of the city. Therefore, it is highly likely that the pollution problem does not entirely originate from the La Plata thermal power plant. Most citizens use low-quality brown coal or even firewood from Patagonia for heating in winter, as well as another large thermal power plant located west of the city, bordering Boo City, the Lannis thermal power plant. St. Hesse knows a thing or two about who is behind this, just some clowns. As for the reshuffle of the Eva Perón City Council, the original councillors have stepped down. St. Hesse did not respond in a timely manner, and now needs to arrange for some remedial action. In the past year, the situation in Argentina has been turbulent, with incidents of power grabs occurring from time to time. Even several warlords have been brought down by Perón. However, with the warlord forces still existing, it actually doesn't have much impact on the military. On the other hand, if there is a reshuffle in the Argentine provincial and municipal governments, the situation becomes very difficult to predict. This itself represents the increase or decrease of various forces, so he also needs to rearrange his layout. Facts have proved that this location choice for the steel mill is beneficial to the steel market and workers in the later stages. It is relatively close to the city center. As the city with a large population in the country, it can recruit a large number of local workers, and it is also convenient to introduce foreign labor. Argentina has a developed railway transportation system, which can transport steel to all parts of the country through nearby railway stations. In addition, the construction of the new trade port is also very fast. In the later stages, river-sea intermodal transport can be carried out, and steel can also be exported to Uruguay, and even Brazil, Paraguay, Chile, and other places. It does have some impact on the later urban expansion, but the problem is not very big currently. The thermal power plant has stored a large amount of coal, and the coking plant has also begun to prepare coking coal for iron making. The thermal power plant mainly supplies electricity and residual pressure steam to the steel mill, and the various factories of the steel mill supply fuel gas and high-pressure steam to the thermal power plant, forming a small cycle. It adopts the world's mainstream British technology, and the designed power generation scale is 500 megawatts, with a power generation capacity of up to 500,000 kilowatt-hours per hour. Currently, with such a large power supply, before the steel mill has started construction, cheap electricity has attracted many small factories to settle in. In the later stages, the steam generated by the various links of the 1 million-ton steel mill is expected to have an installed capacity of 70 megawatts for recycling. Cheap thermal power has effectively promoted the local urban economic development, and the employment rate in the entire Ava city is very high, with a very active private economy. Although British thermal power generation technology is globally leading, the pollution problem is still somewhat serious. Even in the UK itself, London's pollution problem is quite well known. Since the last century, with Dickens' Oliver Twist, London has lived up to its nickname of Fog City Orphan. From December 5th to 9th last year, the London smog event caused more than 4,000 deaths, and another 8,000 deaths in January and February this year. The British House of Lords and House of Commons are still arguing about it. The main problem with the La Plata thermal power plant is more dust. The problem is not big after technical improvements. After all, the thermal power plant uses imported high-quality Australian coal, which is much better than Argentina's domestic brown coal. The target of their attacks is very problematic. The air in the city is much better than many cities in the country that burn brown coal, and the thermal power plant has also made a lot of contributions to winter heating. It's just that there was a lack of publicity in the early stages. Cohen, this is a steel mill that many countries are begging for. What they are doing is a bit too much. This problem really needs to be solved. Eleanor has recently been involved in some of St. Tessa's affairs, helping him advise on some matters. There are no universities or physics research institutes in Puerto Blanca, so she basically rests at home. St. Tessa basically eats and lives on the construction site from Monday to Saturday, which is indeed quite busy, or he is on the road arranging factory signings. This makes St. Tessa feel a little guilty. He asked people to purchase some physics materials and books and send them over for Eleanor to pass the time. There is also some less important intelligence, which the two discuss and handle on weekends. Eleanor has been influenced by her family since she was a child, and handles things very appropriately. It can only be said that the citizens of La Plata are relatively short-sighted. The decision to set up the steel mill in La Plata was also due to the requirements of the previous city council. As a result, after the reshuffle, they started to settle accounts. St. Tessa said somewhat speechlessly, Argentina's reshuffles are just repeated wrangling. And various policies and systems change and are abolished too quickly, especially in some areas where power is fiercely contested. Let the La Plata Steel Mill and Southern Energy jointly establish a coal research institute to study and deal with dust pollution problems, and at the same time establish a metal research institute and an energy research institute to cooperate with the University of La Plata. He is familiar with the matter of industry academia research. Currently, Argentina's research in various basic materials, energy, and chemical industries is indeed too little. Higher education is a huge blank in this regard. It would be best to establish a batch of steel colleges, coal colleges, petroleum colleges, textile colleges, electrical colleges, geology colleges, and the like to promote research in this area. The Soviets did a very good job in this regard. Their specialized university system has also influenced many countries. Law schools and business schools cannot save Argentina, but industrial development can. As soon as St. Tessa finished speaking, Eleanor next to him suddenly covered her mouth and gagged. He quickly put down the report in his hand and patted Eleanor's back. I don't know what's going on lately, but I always feel a little nauseous. Could it be that I'm pregnant? It shouldn't be this fast, Eleanor muttered and began to calculate the time according to the method her mother taught her, but she was not too sure in her heart. St. Tessa heard Eleanor's words and saw that she was not choking, so he got up and poured a cup of hot water from the kettle next to him and handed it to Eleanor. This was a good habit inherited from his previous life, as Argentinians only drink hot water when drinking métis during the day. You drink some hot water first. I may still be busy this morning, or I'll have someone take you to the hospital for a checkup later. If it's in the afternoon, I'll have time to drive you there. St. Hirsch had to continue reading telegrams and making approvals later, so he could only apologize to Eleanor. He estimated that the masterminds behind the pollution issue were the main opponents, possibly the British or the Americans. The construction efficiency displayed by the Argentinians this time was too terrifying. It was also St. Hirsch who was too anxious, exposing his strength too early, but time was running out. Calculating the time, it should be possible. There are too many problems in backward countries, not only from the outside, but also from the inside, and even mainly from the inside. Everyone wants you to be good, but no one wants you to be better than them. Eleanor felt that this was possible after calculating. After their marriage, St. Hirsch was particularly vigorous for a period, and he was also relatively free then. After making the approvals, he no longer looked at these domestic reports, but turned to the telegrams from the United States. The layout effect of Sequoia Investment Bank and Blackstone Fund in the brief economic crisis in the United States had begun to slowly manifest, reaping a wave in secret. The funds could be invested in his affiliated companies through Argentina's newly passed foreign investment law, increasing the foreign exchange reserves of Barron Bank. In fact, the United States had already begun the rehearsal of their most glorious economic miracle after the war. The main manifestation was the birth of the American baby boom. This was a very dazzling term. And it may not have been invented yet, or it may have been invented already. St. Hirsch didn't care too much about this issue. Starting in 1946, the number of newborn babies in the United States basically remained at around 4 million each year, which was equivalent to giving birth to Argentina's population in 5 years, which was extremely alarming, showing the potential of this world's largest economy. St. Hirsch knew that some of the geniuses in the United States in later generations were basically born in the baby boom era, such as Bill Gates and Jobs, And also the more famous figures active in the American political arena in later generations were these people. The population growth of the other two important countries in North America, Canada and Mexico, was also extremely rapid, as were other North American countries, such as Cuba, whose population growth was also very fast. On the contrary, South American countries, represented by Argentina, which was prosperous during World War II, except for Brazil, basically began an unprecedented stage of Great Depression. Although the birth rate was still good, should we consider using the media to influence public opinion and legislate to lower the marriage age for men and women, like the Germans? Then encourage preferential treatment for older women who have more children? Maybe we should start with the current factories, and not recruit young people? In the afternoon, St. Hurst, who had finished his work, drove Elena to a private hospital in Blancaport. The road conditions in Blancaport were not good, and the cement roads in the 5th District and 4th District were also a bit bumpy. They even encountered robbers on the road, but fortunately they had security guards, who decisively struck and escorted the two burly security guards directly to the police station. Fortunately, the robbers in Blancaport were relatively weak, and a strict gun ban was implemented here. The $0 purchase was generally for money, using weapons such as sticks and knives. Now the unemployment rate in Blancaport is also quite serious, especially in the 4th District and 5th District. This private hospital is located in the 1st District and must pass through the most chaotic 4th District, and the increase in the unemployment rate has made many young people take risks. St. Hurst and his party arrived at Carlo Private Hospital. The environment here was good, and the security measures were good. It was the main medical center for the local upper class and wealthy citizens. The 1st District, as the oldest urban area, had a very good overall public security environment and a very good environment. The streets were clean, and it was simply heaven and earth compared to the adjacent 4th District, just lacking a wall. After a careful examination by the doctor, Elena was indeed pregnant, but the time was not yet 3 months. The doctor was also a little strange. Maybe the equipment and medical skills were not up to par. St. Hurst didn't know whether he should be excited or not. He felt rather calm and didn't know what to do. For a moment, he called his parents-in-law in Boo City from the hospital, informing them about the situation here. The medical environment in Blancaport was not very good, so he still had to go to Boo City, and there was Delta security to protect them, which was safer than in southern Argentina. Some of St. Hurst's actions in Blancaport had also offended some people, and the two of them would probably be separated for a while. Elena had already been examined, and the two of them returned to their residence under the escort of the police. He planned to let Elena return to the capital next week. Fortunately, he already had several houses in the capital, and he could arrange for people to take care of her. After learning that St. Hurst had encountered robbers, Police Chief Sanchez was so angry that he almost pulled out the revolver from his waist and shot the two young men. If it weren't for the two subordinates stopping him, he would have rushed over to apologize to St. Hurst and personally escorted him back at the residence. He let Elena go back to rest. St. Hurst then looked at Sanchez Bill, who had a big belly and thinning hair, and was sweating on his forehead in the middle of winter. "I'm really sorry, Honorable Councillor St. Hurst, we will definitely strengthen public security management, but as you know, the unemployment rate in our Blancaport has been very high recently. There are too many things to do, and the police station doesn't have enough manpower. In fact, the position of the chief of the Blancaport police station was still quite high. If it were an ordinary person, it would be fine, but St. Hurst was indeed the red man of the entire Blancaport at the moment, and also the red man of the mayor. Solving the employment problem depended on this god of wealth. If something really happened, it was estimated that it would not be as simple as being dismissed, but being dismembered into 8 pieces. "Well, I understand, Chief Sanchez, you can go and be busy, it's not a big problem." St. Hurst waved his hand, indicating that he didn't care too much. He would just arrange more security guards next time. He had actually seen a lot of this kind of scene, and the public security in Boo City was not much better. St. Hurst returned home, and the housekeeper said that several calls had come through. St. Hurst returned the calls one by one. Most of them were just greeting St. Hurst. After all, it was quite strange for robbers to attack a counselor. It was outrageous for a counselor to be attacked. In fact, the most fundamental problem was the large-scale unemployment rate in Blancaport, which was also a headache for the mayor and the city hall. Blancaport did not have any state-owned enterprises, and most of them belonged to the 4 major families and factory owners. Layoffs and salary reductions were actually their main ways to overcome difficulties, and they were not afraid of strikes at all. After all, they were really in trouble. As of now, the unemployment rate in the entire city had reached about 30% to 40%, reaching over 1 to 2 million people. Young people of the right age graduated from middle school, were not married, and did not have jobs, so how could public security not be chaotic? Depression and unemployment were almost everywhere in Argentina and even throughout South America. Except for Argentina's public enterprises, which were not allowed to lay off employees, and even could not reduce salaries, even if salaries were reduced. Due to the excessive issuance of currency, the peso depreciated, and inflation, wages were only about 2/3 of the original, or even lower, struggling to support themselves. The huge financial expenditure proved that Perón's economic policy had completely failed. Most South American countries were in a recession, and the economic crisis swept across the entire South American continent. The only country with a relatively good situation was Brazil. After World War II, American capital massively invaded and invested in Brazilian industry, although it slowed down the development of Brazil's own industry. For example, Mobil Oil Company controlled Brazil's oil industry, which objectively promoted Brazil's economic prosperity and temporarily the crisis. Brazil's current investment in infrastructure such as electricity and factories, although not specifically aimed at the economy, had the meaning of Roosevelt's New Deal. Brazil's employment rate is still decent, and the economy has basically emerged from the crisis, but the crisis in Brazilian politics is closing and the Vargas presidential palace is nearing its end. News has arrived that Vargas and his minister, Goulart, have taken measures to protect national resources, which have caused strong dissatisfaction among American monopoly capital. American capital is seeking local Brazilian personnel to plot the overthrow of Vargas, and local military leaders also want to stage a military coup to rise to power. Of course, the Labour Party led by Vargas has the deep support of the people, but Vargas is already unable to lead Brazil today. This man named José Goulart has played an important role on the Brazilian stage. Born into a ranching family in Rio Grande do Sul, he graduated from the Faculty of Law at the University of Porto Alegre in 1939 with a doctorate in law. He began his political career in 1945 and joined the Brazilian Labour Party in 1946, becoming a state assemblyman in 1950. He was elected to the Brazilian Congress as a member of the Chamber of Deputies. Last year, he became the head of the Labour Party, and this year, he serves as the Minister of Labor, Industry, and Commerce of Brazil, already the de facto number 2 figure in the Labour Party, presiding over many important matters of the presidential palace in Colombia this year. General Pinilla came to power through a military coup, serving as interim president and commander-in-chief of the National Armed Forces, and was warmly welcomed by the Colombian people. Although this person is also called Commander Pi, he is not the Commander Pinochet of Chile in later generations. This president, named Pinilla, still has high prestige, but when he tried to expand his dictatorship, he also exacerbated Colombia's economic crisis. The situation in Chile is slightly better. On July 8, the Ibanez presidential palace signed a cooperation treaty with Argentina. The contents of the treaty include forming an economic committee to study ways and methods for the two countries' economies to complement each other, reducing excessively high taxes and tariffs, revising foreign exchange regulations to facilitate trade between the two sides, relaxing border controls, improving transportation conditions between the two sides, establishing free ports, and developing tourism between the two countries. The relationship between Argentina and Chile has greatly improved, although it's not very useful, as Argentina itself is struggling to survive. Peru is currently under military rule. In 1948, Adria, the Minister of Police, launched a military coup and came to power, overthrowing President Bustamante. After his success, Bustamante was forced to flee to Argentina. Like most military governments, they are not very good at managing the economy. The only good news is that the Peruvian economy is already in that state, so it's not too serious. Venezuela is also currently a military government, and a pro-American one at that. In November 1948, the United States supported Pérez Jiménez in launching a coup and establishing a pro-American military dictatorship. Venezuela is the territory of Shell Oil Company, and the economic situation is actually quite good, also due to the large-scale entry and control of American capital. After all, the oil reserves here are too large, much more than the United States. The world's largest oil reserve country is not a joke. As for Bolivia, there is still no improvement. Although Bolivia has carried out nationalization and economic reforms, and began to distribute land to poor landless farmers, it has been welcomed by most Bolivians, but the national foundation is too poor, and without the help of foreign capital, development is quite difficult. Although President Victor succeeded in seizing power as Minister of Economy, he is helpless without resources. Saint-Ayres mainly focuses on Bolivia's mineral resources, but Victor is not easy to deal with, and thunder mining has only eaten some scraps, and is temporarily in a stalemate. Ecuador and Paraguay are also the same. The population is too small, and the infrastructure is poor. Engaging in agriculture and animal husbandry doesn't result in much unemployment. Although the political situation in Uruguay is stable, except for an iron ore mine that thunder mining is still fighting for, it is only an agricultural and pastoral country, and the reason for the recession is the sharp drop in exports, and many agricultural and pastoral products cannot be sold in general. The whole of South America is somewhat depressed this year, with military governments in power everywhere, or on the road to power. The situation in Puerto Blanca is the same. Even though Saint-Ayres has tried his best to recruit some local construction workers and construction site workers, it cannot be completely resolved. They are also not very willing to do it, mainly because the conditions in the port industrial zone are somewhat poor. It will be much better after the factories are established, and it will be much better after the canteens and dormitories are built at 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening. Saint-Ayres personally cooked some of the food that Eleanor liked, some appetizers such as soup. The relationship between the two became deeper and deeper, but they could only be separated temporarily. However, it is his pleasure to make a small contribution to Argentina's population growth. Elena, this time when you return to Boo City, take a good rest. It has already been arranged. Puerto Blanca is indeed not as safe as Boo City. Wait for me to build Puerto Blanca, and then you can come here. Saint-Ayres could only say apologetically again, okay, Cohen, I'll listen to you, Elena said with a happy face. The two sat on the edge of the bed, leaning together, their thoughts blank. Currently, Argentina's population base is too low, and there are no policies to encourage population growth. There is no more children, more happiness. Traditional culture in West Asia, the Middle East, India, and East Asia. Even Paro messed things up by stuffing all the rural people into nominal cities, which are actually slums, further reducing the birth rate. The rural areas of northern Argentina have already begun to decline. Saint-Ayres has always been anxious about Argentina's population growth problem. The Perón couple messed around, leading to the decline of Argentina's rural areas, and the population migrated to the cities. However, later generations know that urban and industrial development will actually only consume the population. Now countries and regions such as Japan, New China, India, the United States, Europe, Nanyang, and even the Soviet Union have begun to experience rapid population growth. The first baby boom after the war has begun, but Argentina's population growth has stagnated somewhat, and such a huge contrast makes people feel uncomfortable. The massive population born during the baby boom is mostly beneficial to the national authorities, among which can generate massive demand during this stage. Later, the Soviets ultimately lost to the Americans. In addition to some political and economic factors, a major reason was that the war wiped out an entire generation of young and middle-aged people in the Soviet Union. In the end, the regime lacked successors, and in the 1980s, there was a leadership of 80 and 90-year-olds, and there was no successor. Even garbage like Gorbachev could take the stage and become the Soviet. As for the shock therapy and other things that followed, it was a feast for capital to divide up, and the strange practice of Russia abandoning Ukraine and Belarus core territories at the time of the dissolution, it is also somewhat confusing. It is estimated that there was more opposition from the Ukrainians at that time. Their subsequent stupid practices were watched by the world. This also led to Russia being known as an armed gas station for a long time after the dissolution. If Russia had retained the territories of Russia, Belarus, Ukraine, and even Kazakhstan, it would not have been so miserable. The Americas are also different fates now. The three countries of the United States, Canada, and Mexico are doing well. Brazil, Chile, and Venezuela are okay, and the others are basically in recession. Chapter 175 Employment Issues in Bahia Blanca. October 28, Wednesday, clear skies. Spring had arrived in Bahia Blanca, and winter was a distant memory. Saint Hessa was also planning to make a grand showing, remotely arranging construction matters. These past few days, he had been peacefully staying at home with Elena after sending Elena off on the train to Buenos Aires. Surrounded by security personnel, he didn't need to worry about her safety. He waved goodbye in front of the train window. As the train started and disappeared from sight, Saint Hessa turned to leave. His expression turned somewhat lonely. Beside him was Buston Osler, the head of the Falcon Bureau in Bahia Blanca, along with 5 Delta security personnel. Recently, he had strengthened his security detail. Buston had an excellent memory, like a precise human storage device, which was a great help to St. Hesse. He was extremely loyal to the Falcon Bureau and had been thoroughly tested. The only downside was his lack of leadership skills, making him unsuitable as the head. Fortunately, there weren't many things happening in Bahia Blanca at the moment. He had already begun to transfer in a more suitable head after exiting the train station. St. Hesse sat in the back seat of the car. The driver, Bragtheo, was slowly driving through the city, and he looked at the scenery outside the window. Presente Bahia Blanca already resembled a tourist city of later generations, except for the high unemployment rate, which had recently caused many homeless people to appear on the streets. Summers in Argentina, especially in the wealthy north, are quite hot. Places like the coastal areas of Buenos Aires have unremarkable scenery and are crowded with people. Wealthy Argentine tycoons would come to Bahia Blanca, Mar del Plata, and even further south to places like Ushuaia to escape the summer heat or for leisure. This year was much more desolate than in previous years. St. Hesse noticed that trains were one of the main modes of transportation, but there were hardly any passengers at the train station. It seemed that even wealthy people weren't very well off this year. Boss, the City Hall has invited you to participate in a discussion tomorrow about solving the employment problem. Also, the president of the National University of the South, Durant, has invited you to visit the school. Buston also took on some extra secretarial roles, such as handling some urgent matters for him. Intelligence work in Bahia Blanca was still ongoing, and there was also a shortage of manpower in Buenos Aires. St. Hesse personally handled most of the affairs while also looking for fresh blood to join the National University of the South. Is there a university in Bahia Blanca? St. Hesse asked with some surprise. Yes, this university was only established 2 years ago. The enrollment scale is very small. Next year's enrollment plan is only 200 people. It seems they want to expand the scale, but they can't find funding or appropriations, so it's very difficult. Okay, I didn't really notice it. I originally thought it was a middle school, that school in the 14th district. Did they not put up a sign? That's right, they didn't put up a sign. It mainly recruits teacher training students, and the scale is only a few hundred people. It was originally established in the old campus of the St. Anxious Church Middle School. Okay, I understand. Bragg, go to the seaside now. I haven't properly looked at the scenery of Bahia Blanca in the spring. I want to see enough this time. Yes, sir. Bragg turned at the intersection ahead and drove towards the port and docks. On the way to the port, St. Hesse saw a large basketball court. St. Hesse sat next to the basketball court. The Argentine youths on the basketball court were sweating profusely. St. Hesse watched a basketball game with great interest. That's wonderful. St. Hesse said with some lingering interest. Basketball's status in Bahia Blanca was not low. This southern seaport town was a bit of an anomaly in Argentina. The people here liked both basketball and soccer. Many local clubs, in addition to soccer, also engaged in basketball. After watching the game, he got back into the car and arrived at the Bahia Blanca docks. There were some cruise ships parked here, but they were all empty. Showing desolation, he looked into the distance and saw many islands. In the distance, he could see Trinidad Island and Barrameda Island, 2 large islands, each with several hundred square kilometers, but uninhabited. Closer were Wood Island and Embudo Island, which were relatively smaller. More than 20 kilometers east of Bahia Blanca was another small town called Punta Alta, or Alta for short. This was a naval base, and the next stage of the Falcon Bureau's infiltration direction. There were some small islands to the south across the bay. Strictly speaking, the port industrial zone was located between Bahia Blanca and Alta. It was a brand new port industrial zone. Compared to the old port in the north, it was more suitable for deep water port construction, and it didn't have to go through a narrow bay, making maritime transport more convenient at present. The urban area of Bahia Blanca was not large. The 5th district, as a newly established district, was actually a suburb, or a backward new town. Due to the expansion of the urban area, the merged area had a relatively high status. Like the 4th district, it was one of the 2 districts established last and had the weakest foundation. It would be completely perfect if Bahia Blanca had a river, a perfect Argentine Bay area, St. Hesse said to himself with some emotion. This could be regarded as a nearly perfect bay area in Argentina. The only regret was the lack of a river. The Colorado River flows into Bahia Blanca Bay, more than 200 kilometers to the south. It originates from the eastern slope of the Andes Mountains. He even suspected whether the Colorado River had changed its course. The Colorado River was also Argentina's 800 mm rainfall line, 0-degree isotherm, humid and semi-humid line, and subtropical temperate zone line, just like the Kinling Mountains and Wire River in New China. Seen from space, the area from the west of Bahia Blanca all the way to the Curacao River, where the Salado River and the El River meet, actually had many lakes and low-lying areas that looked like abandoned river channels. At most, it was only 600 kilometers away, and it was obvious that the rainfall near Bahia Blanca was more than in the south, which could also gather some precipitation. Bustin, do you think Bahia Blanca needs an artificial canal, such as diverting or splitting the Colorado River from the south? Anyway, there aren't even decent cities downstream of the Colorado River, and the rainfall in the south isn't good either. St. Tessa looked at the narrow bay to the west. In fact, there was a lot of silt accumulation where the bay met the shore. Otherwise the port potential here would be even greater, which was quite similar to the middle and lower reaches of a river. He asked Bustin next to him, "Boss, I don't really understand these things, but what's the point?" Bustin asked with some confusion. "Okay, it doesn't seem to make much sense." St. Tessa pondered slightly. Digging a 600-kilometer artificial canal to divert the Colorado River, just to give Bahia Blanca a river, was simply too extravagant. It would be better to build a few more hydroelectric power stations upstream to generate electricity, but St. Tessa seemed to be obsessed, feeling that Bahia Blanca really needed a river, as if it were the devil calling to him. Maybe it's really possible to have people survey it and try it out? If a large bay area with a population of 20 to 30 million people is formed near Bahia Blanca, then the amount of water needed would be incredible, and river water is much better than lake water. Flushing out a deep water port, St. Tessa's mind became active. This was not impossible, and he even vaguely felt that it could be realized, as long as the river was diverted, and then some artificial channels were dug downstream to form a true Bay Area city. In his plan, Argentina could have at least 3 large industrial zones and urban clusters. In the central region, the city of Córdoba and the city of Maria would form an inland industrial zone. In the east and north-central region, the La Plata River coastal industrial zone would be centered on Buenos Aires. The third would be the Bahia Blanca Bay Industrial Urban Cluster in the southern Pampas, forming 3 locomotives. Why worry about Argentina's economy not rising? It should be known that the diversion of rivers is actually not uncommon in nature. Straightening bends, natural diversion, flood seizing river channels, and artificial construction are also numerous, and if Bahia Blanca really had a river, then it could indeed be expanded and developed upstream very well, and there are indeed many lakes along the way that could be connected after all. If the Colorado River is calculated from its tributary, the Salado River, it is 1,430 kilometers long, and the average annual runoff is 4.3 billion cubic meters. Although it is indeed a bit worse than the large rivers such as the La Plata and Paraná, it is also considered a medium-sized river. There are actually many rivers in southern Argentina, mainly restricted by the narrow land area, so the flow is relatively small. If Bahia Blanca could really have a river, then it could definitely raise Bahia Blanca by several orders of magnitude. After all, this is nature's masterpiece. It would be great if there were dredgers. St. Tessa's voice became smaller and smaller. They could be used for dredging and piling the silt onto the outer islands, or connecting those islands. Would the development of these islands be like Long Island and New York? These dozen islands together are 1 or 2,000 square kilometers in size. He leaned on the railing of the dock, blowing the cool breeze. Bustin spread out a map next to him, and St. Tessa wrote and drew on it with a pencil, and then outlined the approximate river channel and the connection of the various islands. Only then did he contentedly have the people next to him put away the map. "Boss, you've been looking south since just now. Those small islands don't seem to have anything to see. There are many islands in Bahia Blanca Bay. The largest is Trinidad Island, which is most famous for its fishing industry. The second largest is Bermeja Island. The west side of the bay is a small bay. The bottom of the small bay is relatively shallow and cannot dock large ships, but the wind shelter effect is very good. That side, like the coast of the 5th district, is completely undeveloped industrially, and the beaches are also white. Haha, actually, sometimes it's nice to quietly look at the scenery. Bustin, go find a boat. I want to go to that island over there to take a look." St. Tessa pointed to the farthest sea island and said, "As you wish." Bustin found a local old fisherman, and after 10 minutes, he came over with a sailboat. St. Tessa and his party also jumped on the white sailboat, and after a while, they set off. The sailboat slowly left the port and headed towards the Atlantic Ocean. "There seems to be a big fish over there," the fisherman said with a smile. "It's a whale." They're preparing to go north. Saint Hesse turned his head to look, but didn't see anything, only a calm sea surface. There are many islands in Bahia Blanca Bay, so there are many kinds of marine animals. You can see penguins, sea lions, seals, and the like. The sailboat moved slowly forward, passing a few islands. Trinidad Island in the distance was getting closer and closer, maintaining a certain distance from the coast. A large blackbird suddenly popped its head out of the sea to the right of the sailboat, seemingly with a fish in its mouth. It looked like a penguin, but didn't quite feel like one. Saint Hesse then heard a donkey-like braying sound, like "Hugh," entering his eardrums, startling him. The old fisherman immediately explained that it was a Magellanic penguin, living year-round on the islands and reefs of Blanca Bay. Don't let its slow walk on land fool you. They are diving experts, able to dive hundreds of meters underwater to chase schools of fish. That's impressive. Are there many penguins here? There are quite a few. It's their breeding season now. Actually, there are even more in the Falkland Islands to the south. When the huge windmills on the mountains of Trinidad Island appeared in Saint Hesse's eyes, more sailboats were gathering there. The old fisherman lowered all the sails he had raised. Saint Hesse saw a fishing ground with many private sailboats and small boats, mostly locals. They were enthusiastically fishing with rods. Some who recognized Saint Hesse came over to shake his hand, and Saint Hesse had to respond to each one under the old fisherman's guidance. Saint Hesse passed through some small paths and climbed to the top of Trinidad Island. He silently gazed south, standing still. "Boss, what are you looking at again?" "Actually, I'm looking at the Falkland Islands, more than 2,000 kilometers away, boss. Although I don't have as much education as you can't fool me. How can people see that far?" "Haha, actually, that's Argentine territory that hasn't been recovered." "Oh? Where is that?" "The Falkland Islands," Saint Hesse said with emotion. "Counselor, isn't that British land?" The old fisherman interjected. He had just learned that this was the recently famous counselor Saint Hesse, and felt that he could brag about it for the rest of his life, so he became even more enthusiastic. "Going straight south from the island for more than 2,000 kilometers, you can see the Falkland Islands, which are now occupied by the British. Haven't you heard that the Falkland Islands are our countries?" The old fisherman continued with some doubt. "The British flag is hung up there, and they often drive away Argentine fishermen, even injuring them." "Yes, but they are occupied by the British. Actually, now is the best time to recover them, but Argentina is about to start a civil war." Saint Hesse explained the 1950s could have been the time when Argentina was closest to sovereignty over the Falkland Islands. After all, Argentines had been promoting their claim to the Falkland Islands since the 19th century, but Argentina did not take advantage of World War II and the collapse of the British colonial period in the 1950s to recover the Falkland Islands. It really lacked strategic vision, of course. This was also because Argentina was about to have internal strife and a military government, plus Anglo-Argentine relations were still pretty good. The current Argentine government really didn't have much skill. India can become independent, South Africa can become independent, Egypt is independent, the colonial system is about to completely collapse, Malaysia is also preparing for independence, but Argentina can't even take down the small Falkland Islands. Actually, this has little to do with the current Saint Hesse. Although the Falkland Islands seem good, they are just a barren land, close to Antarctica. The climate and geological conditions are not good, and resources are difficult to develop. They can't compare with the status of temperate or subtropical islands. Moreover, South America has always been far from the world's major centers of power and is more of a product dumping ground and raw material production area. Only the United States in the New World is one of the world's centers of power. The most important power still lies in Eurasia. Now Argentina can't even develop its own country. In theory, when the national strength is strong, the Falkland Islands will naturally be in hand. Now the most important thing is to develop the population, develop the economy, and increase strength. The group walked down from the mountain. The old fisherman took out his fishing gear and said goodbye to Saint Hesse, planning to go to the fishing ground for some recreation. Saint Hesse followed Buston and sat on a flat stone on the island, chatting while looking at the blue sea and sky. "Build high walls, store up grain, and defer claiming kingship," Saint Hesse lightly said, a Chinese phrase, also a little dazed. It had been too long since he had spoken it, and it had become rusty. That place had long gone. He shook his head, not paying much attention. "How is the situation in Europe now? Also, what about the Frenchman, de Gaulle?" Saint Hesse doesn't pay much attention to Europe now. It's a period of stable development, and even the best technology can't be absorbed. Focus on construction. France has a strong man, de Gaulle, who has revived France. This strong man is an object of his study. De Gaulle resigned for the second time and went back to his hometown to take care of his daughter. France has withdrawn from Vietnam. The French are taking action in Algeria, but the news isn't very good, is that so? That's quite a pity. Although de Gaulle is a good leader, he's not very suitable for managing the army. The French are going to completely lose Algeria if they don't change their approach. Although France has always regarded Algeria as its own territory, it's not actually its own territory. Assimilation is not timely, and with the global colonial system being dismantled by the United States and the Soviet Union, the French don't have many opportunities left. The difference between France with and without Algeria is still very big. If it can retain Morocco and Tunisia, France will at least have a very promising future. Saint Hesser also felt some emotion. If France had Algeria in later generations, its strength could have increased a lot. At the very least, it wouldn't be too much worse than Russia in later generations. Algeria still has a lot of potential. Together with the French, there are more than 60 million people. It is still hoped that the population will reach 100 million in a few decades. Of course, the French prefer Algeria, and they really treat it as a local province for construction, and there are only a little more than 10 million people, and some of them are descendants of French immigrants. The land is vast and sparsely populated. After all, it can still be suppressed. Now there are only 43 million people in France itself. If you add Morocco's 11 million and Tunisia's 4 million, then France will directly change the world, which is also unrealistic. Moreover, except for Algeria, the other two countries are not built as provinces, but mainly for colonial plunder. By the way, speaking of Africa, how is the situation in Egypt? Have the British left? Saint Hesser suddenly became interested in the situation in Africa. In his impression, Egypt became independent in the past 2 years, and it lacked various weapons just after its independence. It had to fight several Middle East wars with Israel. If he could sell some light weapons, it would be pretty good. He could engage in a little arms smuggling. In Egypt, Neguib and Colonel Nasser launched a coup, overthrowing King Farouk's monarchy. The real planner was Gamal Abdel Nasser. Egypt established a republic this June. The Falcon Bureau's foreign branches, in places like the United States and Europe, rarely spy for intelligence. Most of them rely on newspaper official news. The team is not large, and they summarize it once a month, allowing Saint Hesser to basically understand some of the world's situation, mainly in terms of economy and personnel. In fact, he doesn't pay much attention to these. He mainly looks at whether he can find opportunities to sell some products, and making friends with bigwigs and the like is out of the question. He is only a small Argentine counselor, and even Argentine senior officials have no more than this status internationally. Of course, if he meets suitable people, he will make some investments, mainly in South America. Has Egypt started contacting the Soviets? Have the French and British launched a war? Has Israel attacked Egypt? We are not very clear about this news. I'm sorry, the Falcon Bureau only obtains news from newspapers, and Africa is not our focus. Okay, that's true. Let's focus on building our own country. Sell what we can. The MP40 is a good weapon for African countries. Also, we can talk about exporting grain to Egypt. This year is probably another bumper year. Do the Soviets have a new leader? Stalin has been dead for some time, right? He hasn't paid attention to the Soviet Union for a long time. In fact, he can't pay attention to it. Most of the Soviet intelligence is disseminated by the Soviet government. On March 5 this year, Stalin died of a cerebral hemorrhage in Moscow, giving the entire Western world a sigh of relief. He had just returned to Argentina from the United States at that time, busy dealing with domestic affairs, and the world situation was unclear, but Stalin had largely shaped the spirit of the Soviet Union. Yes, in September, a man named Khrushchev was elected as the top Soviet leader. Khrushchev is generally good. Saint Hesser nodded, no longer asking. He didn't remember much about the Corn Emperor, only the Cuban Missile Crisis and the complete denial of Stalin, the latter of which largely caused spiritual confusion in the Soviet Union, likely leading to him being overthrown by later successors. There were also Khrushchev buildings, which successfully improved the Soviet people's livelihood, and some things about promoting corn planting. Then he stepped down, and later there was the $100 billion subsidy for the Soviet Union. At least Su Zong's ability was still very strong, only his later years were a little miserable. Don't worry too much about them, everything still depends on ourselves. Saint Hesser set the tone. The Soviet Union is on the other side of the earth, Too far away. Argentina's focus should be on South America, Western Europe, and Africa. At 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, St. Hesser enjoyed a grilled fish and returned contentedly on the old fisherman sailboat. The next morning, at the city hall, St. Hesser, dressed in a suit and leather shoes, came here to attend the employment conference organized by the city government. Hello, Mayor. St. Hesser went to the mayor's office to say hello in advance. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.